On everyone, happy weekend. It's time for some Rocket League. We got a $2,000 tournament incoming. I'm Axel Toss, joined by Max Bussman, and we're going to have Thunderballs join us a little bit later. But we have a presentation for you, a tournament that's going to be happening all day today. A decent amount of money on the line. 3 versus 3 Rocket League. It's the Gaming Stadium Signature Series featuring Rocket League. It's a tournament that happens every month. $2,000 prize pool. So it's a crazy initiative from the Gaming Stadium. And I feel like we should talk a little bit about the Gaming Stadium, Max, before we get into the tournament. But Max, it's great to hang out with you, first of all. And we actually met at the Gaming Stadium in Vancouver. First of all, Vancouver is a beautiful city, one of my favorite cities in the world. And they have a great venue in the Vancouver area, not far from the airport, called the Gaming Stadium. Right now, they are closed due to the COVID situation. But here we are. Everyone's pretty much playing from home. We're doing our broadcast from home, and we're able to bring this tournament to you guys. So the Gaming Stadium, huge shout out to them. And Max, I got to meet you there. It's a crazy cool venue. It was awesome hanging out with you. And now we get to watch some more Rocket League today.
Yeah, you got to meet me in a tournament that I lost in the grand finals in, and then we played. You joined my team, and we played the winners again and lost again, and then we taped a show. It was a good time.
It was a long day. I remember.
Yeah, it was.
I remember it was a long day. And Max, I got to say, man, I feel like I would have liked to see you as a player maybe in this tournament. So can we get an official? I don't know if you put a tweet out about why you're commentating and not playing in this, because I think your team could have been a favorite here. So what's the explanation, Max?
More or less, I had to commit to either playing or casting, and I figured casting would be more worth my time. I know some of the players that were playing in this. I don't think I would have won. I think I would have been happy with the top 10 in this tournament, based on what I'm seeing here.
Here's the thing, man. As commentators, we enjoy playing. Okay,
It's
so I
true.
wish maybe there's a way we can play, and then there's a bounty, and if someone knocks us out, they get a little bit of cash or something, and
We
then
can
we get to once we're done playing, we get to commentate when we're knocked out. Could that work?
we
Could we make that work?
sure. I
Okay.
mean, we could just play cast our own games. We have a 3-man team of casters. Why not?
That's a great point. Okay, so maybe we play the winners at the end.
Yeah.
Stay tuned to that, ladies and gentlemen. But we're moments away from getting into this tournament. Let's talk about the format really quick. We got a $2,000 prize pool, a decent amount of money, and we're going to be going groups into, I believe, a single elimination bracket. So, Max, anything you want to say about the format or any of the teams that we're seeing sign up for this tournament, as we're moments away from jumping into some Rocket League and seeing the tournament unfold?
Looks like the way it's shook down is we got 3 groups of 8 and a group of 9. Group D is the group with 9, and that's the group that I believe we're starting with. We're starting with the matchup of Peak Esports and Revision Esports. I'm assuming that's how you pronounce it, Revision. There are roughly 2 teams in the 1700 plus MMR range in each of these groups. And those are those 2 teams for Group D. The teams in Group C being, well, actually, you know what? I don't know anything about any of the teams in Group C. We're going to skip that. Group B, it's Empire Esports and the Imposters. Empire, the defending champions of the Rocket League Open Series here at TGS. And then in Group A, the team that we haven't seen before, but is the top-rated team in this entire tournament. The number 1 seed starting out is Mechanicals. They're playing Party Time to start. But the other team in Group A, RNG Champs, our local team of 1,800-plus GCs, also in Group A. Those are kind of the 8 to 9 teams I'm watching here in the group stage to for sure make it through to the playoffs. After that, I mean, it kind of remains to be seen. There's a lot of players I've never seen before in this tournament.
Who is the team again that won the tournament you referenced where you got second? Are they playing today?
So one of those players is on Empire Esports. That's Mizu. He was
Right.
playing with Padster and Warrior, who are 2 of the UBC CRL players. I think that they're the other 2 players on RNG Champs with Excel. Let me see if I can find their their roster was not filled out. No, it's Wondero and Padster, so it's part of that team.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Gotcha.
that team has been split into 2 teams essentially because Mizu's allowed to bring his non-Vancouver friends now.
And I guess on that point, Max, this is your watering hole here. This is
Yeah.
are you kind of seeing that reflected in the teams that we're seeing signed up? Are you seeing a lot of Vancouver locals
Uh,
playing more in this, or is it more of an equal ratio amongst other teams?
Well, once you put enough money on the line and you open up to North America, now all of a sudden anybody who feels they can win this money is going to show up. I mean, I mentioned Mizu. Mizu's easily the top seeded local player. We don't really see anybody till Avenger on the Imposters, which I believe are the sixth seed. She's local, I believe, a Richmond player, very good threes player. And then, as I mentioned, the RNG champs. You got to go a little bit further down before you get to the rest of the players who are in our local scene. I'm not really seeing anybody until the 23rd seed. So our hopes rest with you, Mizu and Avenger and RNG champs in terms of the local scene here.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I feel like we have a good amount of talent at the top. We got the average MMR of Mechanicals 2150. So we're not seeing any of the crazy superstar teams from the top of RLCS or anything like that. But something I'm noticing amongst the teams is that it's all pretty close. It's not like there might be a tier of those who are in the 2K MMR range according to our stats when these teams are signing up, but it seems pretty even overall. So it's not like we have the best of the best teams, but the teams we do have, they're really, really good. And it seems like it can go either way. There's a lot of teams that can take this, I guess, is what I'm trying to say.
Looks like we have seven full 2K teams basically. So
Right.
I mean, I think the last four rounds of this tournament are going to get real close because you can be below 2K and beat teams like that. It happens every day in ranked. So once you get in that 18 to 2200 range, I think anything can happen, and that's pretty much our top 10 teams.
Okay. I think we're moments away from getting in. I'm trying to. I mean, this is the point where we might actually put out some predictions and be like, okay, this team's going to win it. But I'll be honest, it's hard. I mean, if you're used to watching RLCS, if you're used to watching all these other teams, you're not necessarily going to be too familiar with some of the teams here, and that's part of the fun. And that's why I always encourage everyone to like, hey, look, if there's an open tournament, sign up for it. You don't know who you're going to go up against, and it's hard to explain just how fun it is to play in an open bracket tournament, even
Yeah,
if you're not necessarily slated to win the thing, even if you're not a favorite. um, Everyone is used to the ladder and grinding in game. But the moment you can actually join a tournament, you have a team that you might be used to playing with. Maybe you've practiced with some comms, and then you're getting ready for round one of this tournament where you're going up against potentially hundreds of other teams.
yeah.
It's really cool, and it's a different element. It's like kind of the foundation of esports itself. But I honestly do encourage anyone out there, no matter what your skill level, because that's the beauty of it. You can always improve, no matter what your skill level. Join one of these tournaments. This was a free to join tournament, so I'm just super excited to see what players, what teams can rise up here, and it could be really fun. We might see like the winning team here start making some strides into the Rocket League Pro scene. You never know. So I just think it's a really fun initiative here, and I would encourage anyone out there to, if you want to build a bit of a different experience from the ladder, sign up for one of these open tournament events. And at the very least, you're getting ready for those RLCS qualifiers.
Well, I know Peak and Empire are playing in the field currently. So they're and that's kind of the more official six mans, right? Like those two teams specifically are trying are making a run of trying to get into at least like RLCSX like first round Swiss stage type stuff, and they're not super far off.
And that's what we're looking out for. Like, okay, those might be your favorites. By the way, I'm typing to production right now. My handle is Axel Toss, just so everyone knows. It is not Alex Toss. I can understand how that might be
It's
confusing.
not. It's about throwing Axel, not
It's
Alex
basically it's the
himself.
same lettering as my Twitter handle. Like, it might be a shortcut there. Uh, but yeah, no, it's a good point. We have two teams that are relatively well known, and hey, maybe those guys are the favorites. If we've got Las Vegas betting odds, those might be the guys you bet on. But again, it's the beauty of the open tournament. You don't know what teams you're going to see. Anyone can really have a good day, and this is a 1 day tournament. So all it takes is one team to have a really good day, and they can win the whole thing.
So I believe we are joining lobbies now. If you, hopefully your game client's open, Axel Toss.
Oh, I was just gonna rely on on the stream. I was gonna.
There's lobby info there in the chat. I'm gonna join and see what happens. We're gonna find out. There's a lobby, so join it up if you can.
I was just going to join from our program that we have in front of us. I don't think we all need to be in game necessarily.
Will we be if I look at the game? Will I be way ahead of you? That's the question.
I don't think so.
Okay.
It's probably like a millisecond difference.
I see the players in here. 6 players and me. There's no observer yet. That's what I believe what we're waiting on.
And to kind of discuss the format, it's pretty interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Normally, you would expect just a straight up single elimination tournament or a double elimination tournament, but today we are doing groups into, I believe it's single elimination. So to kind of talk about that a little bit, the difference between groups and not groups, most players are going to prefer groups. Basically, what it means is you're playing more Rocket League, and if you're trying to get a proper determination of your skill compared to other teams, the whole purpose of a tournament is to determine that. So if you're a team, the more you play, the better. You want to play more games. You want to play more rounds, because the more games you play, that's what you need to come close to actually accurately finding out who's going to be the best team. So I think a lot of teams here are going to be really pleased that we have groups. Normally you don't see groups. It takes a little bit longer. There's more matches, but I think the players and teams are going to appreciate this, and it should be pretty fun to see who can rise through the groups.
And it allows us to get matchups like Peak Revisian right off the bat here without worrying about eliminating one of the better teams in the tournament. Either one of these teams, you can drop a game. I believe it's top 4 from each group advance to a round of 16. So, I mean, it takes a little bit of the pressure off in these beginning rounds for these top rated teams, where you can get upset and still come back and win this tournament.
Yeah, and it's kind of fun when you think about the climax of a tournament, what we build up to. You know, in the beginning, we're hanging out, where these matches aren't going to be super intensive, but as we get closer and closer to the finals, it's going to get more and more intense. And you think from a player perspective too, these teams that are just, you know, they're just about to play maybe for the first time today. Hopefully they warmed up a little bit, but that can be a good thing about groups as well. If you don't have a great game to start things off, you have a little bit of wiggle room to kind of get warmed up, and some teams require that. They might lose once, and that might be the fire they need to continue winning and to make a run. So a little bit of room here to lose a match, to maybe not play as well, but that time is not a long time. So you don't have that much time to figure out. You have like one game, probably one Rocket League match to really figure that out and get in stride. But if you were to compare this to just a straight up single elimination tournament, if you have one bad game, you're out. So a little bit of flexibility here for the teams. And if they're not perfectly warmed up yet, that's okay. They have a little time to try to find that. Oh, looks like we're in game. The hype is real. And I'm going to start real-time commentating to make sure that we're in business, Max, as Falcon is taking a defensive stance, taking it back the other way, flicking it over to the middle. And I think our timing is pretty accurate, right, Max? Yeah.
Dragon shooting near post and hits the shot. Sneaks it past Patty. How was that timing for you?
I like it.
All right.
I think we're in business. I hope audio is working, though. I'm not hearing audio on my end, but that might just be me. Dragon with the score, and remember, it's Dragon with a smiley face. So don't be confused. This isn't Dragon with the frowny face. It's Dragon with the smiley face.
We've got Peak Esports in orange, if you can't tell. The defending runners up here. Keepa looking for a goal line 50-50, gets it, and Falcon able to just clean her up.
Already a pretty close series. I'll be honest, I can't see the score right now, but one goal for either team. That's gonna be a pretty fun start for both these players. Getting warmed up, getting loose. We already got some goals.
Yeah, 1-1 here, game 1. Revisian striking early, but Peak with the quick answer. Falcon looking for a reset, can't find the second touch, and Keepa just puts it on net. That's Keepa's deal. Keepa just shoots the ball and shoots it well. Falcon centering. Patty looking back to Falcon. And Kinley will clear it away for Revisian, and he'll take it all the way into the corner. Little ping pong here as things seem to have settled down a little bit. Axel in the neutral zone after those 2 early goals.
Mm-hmm. We see Dragon with smiley face actually finding some time to move the ball around, trying to progress it to the orange side of the field. Now Patty bringing it back the other way. You know, sometimes just trying to feel out your opponents here, trying to find that space, looking for those passes. And I guess inversely, if you find yourself getting stuffed all the time, that's when you're like, okay, we're playing a little bit too slow. So right now is the period of time where these guys are just trying to find their groove as we see a great save. I'm not sure how that wasn't a goal. It's almost a double team goal straight to the bottom left, but the save coming out from Peak Esports is really well done.
The pace here picking up a little bit. These teams looks like they're nearly done feeling each other out.
It's so close. Another close contest on defense. Now Peak Esports with the pressure on the other side. As you can see, this is a best of 3. I'm still shocked by that save we saw at the other end. I'm loving the pace that we're seeing from these teams at this moment in time.
It does up the ante, Axel. Like, you know, you drop this game with your Peak. Now you're one game away. You're one bad Rocket League game away from getting upset here. You know the better teams aren't loving the best of 3, but Dragon, this mistake leads to the keep a goal, or the own goal rather.
The own goal, you hate to see it. Okay, this is Rocket League 101, okay? Put the ball in a dangerous spot. Put the ball in a precarious location, because it might just work out for you. If you're able to just bury a ball on your opponent's side and just keep putting it in a dangerous spot, inevitably it's gonna go in. So great job there from Peak Esports, putting that ball in a dangerous spot. Oh my god, it almost happened again. Okay, guys, calm down. Easy there with the own goals. Almost another own goal there. You got to be careful. You don't want to do that. You don't want to be that guy knocking it into your own net.
Just over half the game gone, and Revision looking for some way to control the ball here. It's been a lot of boomer clears for them after that opening goal. It's been mostly Peak Esports controlling the pace of play, and there's more of it. Keepa looking for the double, can't find it.
We love seeing those double touches. That's what gets in the highlight reels. And you kind of wonder what kind of plays are we going to see from these guys? What kind of moves? What kind of acrobatics? What kind of highlights? And we already got a look.
Patty.
And there's another look, a double touch, just as we were talking about it. Patty knocking it up to himself. Falcon, I guess, kind of dropping it down to Patty, and Patty with just a clinical textbook double touch off the back wall to get another goal for Peak Esports. They're going up 3-1. And it seems like they're feeling good. They're getting in a groove right now.
When Patty is on his game, this Peak Esports team looks significantly better than it does when he's not. He can be the catalyst for a lot of good things as Falcon drips it off that corner where the wall meets the ceiling, and Saito clears it away. Dragon has been the name we've said the most here on Revision. I'm looking for more from Saito. Haven't seen a ton.
Yeah, good pressure here. A pass over to Kinley, and Saito trying to follow that up, but it looks like Peak Esports able to get it back the other direction. A shot towards the goal, but Dragon with the smiley face there on defense, passing over to the side, trying to get back to the middle. That's a nice passing play. Back over to Dragon towards the goal, but the defense is too good for Peak. It's going to be launched back the other direction, and now going back and forth, a little bit of ping pong play here. Kinley's going to follow it to the middle. No one there to finish it off. And Peak sending it back the other way. 60 seconds left in this game 1. The pressure is certainly on for Revision to close this gap. But 2 goals, that might be tough to find in such a short amount of time.
The first touches for Revision simply too heavy. Even when they're trying to control the ball, they're giving it away as Patty ices it with that one. It's come down to consecutive touches, which is what it really comes down to a lot of the time. Peak is passing the ball back and forth. They're controlling the ball. They're getting 2, 3, 4 touches every time they possess it. Whereas Revision, even when they're not trying to boom it down the field, are just tapping it a little bit too heavily so they can't get back to it in time.
And
right there, case in point.
Yeah, I have seen a couple passing plays from Revision, but you're right. Peak is just finding them more often. And if you mix in the acrobatic highlights, the crazy double touches, that's only going to be good news. So I'm already really impressed by Peak Esports. We've said Dragon's name quite a bit. Dragon with the smiley face. He's had some opportunities. Revision has been able to find space, but they really haven't been able to close it down and find as many goals as they need, as Peak Esports in game number 1, opening off the stream here with a doozy. 4-1 should be the scoreline by the end of this one, but it is a best of 3, so a little bit of room to work with for Revision Esport, but that's a tough game one. You don't want to go down 1-4 in game one. That's a tough one.
No,
Gotta try to bounce back very quickly.
It was closer than 4-1, though. I know that in the last minute, when you get down 2-1, you're hunting for a goal, and you can end up giving up a fair amount of goals as a result. And I think that's what happened. The goal that Peak Esports got to take the lead was an own goal by Dragon, which is just a bit of a tilter. We'll see a lot of we'll learn a lot about the mental acuity of Revision Esports, because I think both, like, Revision probably feels like they should have won that game. They should have stolen that, but it was just a couple miscommunications on defense, and then the unfortunate touch by Dragon into his own net. They can clean that up, though. They were first 2.5 minutes. They were right in this game. But
yeah.
you need to see better ball possession, and if you're not going to possess the ball, you need to make phenomenal passing plays. If you're going to hit the ball heavily, you have to hit it heavily at a teammate, or Peak is just going to take it. And you don't want to get into a shooting contest with them, because Keepa and Patty are probably going to beat you on that, and Falcon's going to be all over you on defense.
Yeah, Patty with the MVP there, doing exactly what needs to be done. And I'm looking at our MMR spreadsheet real quick once again, and again, these teams, they're so close to each other in those MMR standings. Peak at 2067 average MMR, Revision at 1858. So Revision not necessarily in the 2000s, but certainly
close,
up there. So they are close. These are two close teams. I also wanted to note Dragon had some pretty solid stats in the last games. Saito might have been the player that could have stepped up a little bit there. Maybe start off a little slower. And meanwhile, on the other side of things, Peak looked to be in pretty good form starting things off. So we'll see what happens here in game number 2 of this best of 3. We're in group play matches here, Signature Series presented by Daily Hive and brought to you by the Gaming Stadium. It's such a cool tournament initiative here, $2,000 every single month in different games. And this week it's Rocket League against Saito. We just talked about it. He had kind of a slow start, but what's the best way to overcome a slow start besides coffee? Well, scoring a goal in the first 30 seconds here in game 2. So Saito, great job. That's exactly what he needs, and that's exactly what the team needs. So hopefully Revision can build this into some more goals and try to even this thing up.
What a fake by Dragon there, coming off the backboard, just keeping Keepa on the ground so that Saito could go get that ball. Oh, the angle, Patty! Patty with the disgusting angle. That's our early shot of the day.
Yeah, between that and the double touch we saw in game 1, we are seeing the acrobatics on full display.
Like I said, you don't want to get into a shooting contest with Patty. You want to control the ball. You want to stop him from having any opportunities, because he is going to punish you like that from angles you don't expect. Another long one, though.
Okay.
It's been Dragon's long shots that have produced the best offensive pressure here for Revision.
Yeah, Revision trying to keep the ball on that orange side. There's a nice pass from Dragon over to the middle. It is picked up by
awkward.
By Kinley, and finally actually followed up by Saito. So a very nice 1-2 passing play. Dragon putting it into a dangerous position. And we'll call that a pass from Kinley over the middle, and Saito in the perfect spot to finish that one off. And Revision goes up 2-1. Those are the passing plays we look for. Those are the passing plays that Revision is looking for. So they just want to keep that up, and I guess keep the ball away from Patty. Maybe that's the strategy.
Just start demoing Patty. Keep him off the field. Engage the hack-a-shack and just start killing him. Falcon wants a pass. Not a lot of momentum, though. What? Keepa really accelerated that ball quickly.
And Patty actually going to follow this up, tapping it above. Falcon coming back after it too, and they're trying to keep it on the offensive side here, keeping it towards that goal. But for now, not able to convert. Saito keeping it on the ground, sending it towards the other side, passing 2. Okay, that was a solo play. He passed 1, he passed 2, he passed all 3 players. There's 1, there's 2, and
there's 3 with the flick.
Wow.
Saito, watching the stream, confirmed. You heard us call him out after game 1, and he shifted into 6th gear. He's been incredible in this game, too. And you know, like I said, you need all 3 players to beat a Peak Esports. You can't have one player underperforming, and with Saito really picking it up, Dragon continuing to play well, and Kinley just kind of being that steady rock. We're seeing what last game could have been when Revision started out in control of it. They've just maintained control here. What a bump by Keepa there.
Yeah, bowling in the goal. That is one way to bring it back, but the defense still solid here from Revizian. There's some opportunities though. Patty, 2 shots, just barely off target, trying to keep up this pressure. His Peak Esports down by 2, still plenty of time here in this game. Number 2, Kinley going back the other way. There's the flick, and Revizian rising up a little bit. They lost by this margin, I believe, in game 1, and now they're showing that they are perfectly capable of hanging in there. And I gotta give props mostly to Saito here, and honestly, it happens to the best of us, right? We don't have a great start. Then we take it upon ourselves to be like, you know what? I'm better than this. Let's go, right? Maybe those are just the 2 words you need sometimes. Let's go. And maybe it's your teammates that are helping you out. Be like, look, dude, that was awful, but let's step it up, right? And now they're stepping it up big time. So really cool to see this play from Revizian.
If these are West Coast players too, like it's early by gamer time right now. Players are still kind of waking up. I'm sure if they're West Coast players. I know at least part of our top 10 are, as Patty is able to answer, make it 4-2. By the way, actually, I really think Revizian needs to hire me as their coach, because I just said control the ball more, and all they've done is dribble Peak to death in this game, and it's worked.
But Patty trying to bring this back, trying to put his team on his back. And you mentioned it being a little early on the West Coast. I got my Red Bull on standby.
Me too.
So,
you just cracked one. Look at you.
I did.
It's
so
behind
I'm ready to
me.
go. I'm ready to go here. I'm on the West Coast too, but we're ready for a long day at Rocket League. Hopefully you guys in the chat are joining us and telling your friends this is going on. This is just game 1 of many to come here today as we try to find out who to give all this money to. $2,000 on the line today for these Rocket League players and teams.
First of just so many games. We have a lot of games. We're gonna be going well after the official RLCS broadcast is done. So tell your friends. Maybe
we'll get a host on that.
You never know. I'll shoot Leaf a message and see if we can make that happen. Or Furtive, whoever runs their streams now. Kiba into the corner.
Everyone just tweet at Rocket League.
Yeah.
That's all.
Falcon with the big clear. Saito just needs to drop it down for the shot. Top cheese. What a shot. Dragon again. Smiling his way to that shot. Upper 90, midfield. That's all it takes. A little bit out of position was Patty there. Just came up a bit far off his goal line.
And just more excellence from Saito there. And the pass right there to Dragon was just perfect. That's the pass you get where if you're solo queuing in 3s and you get that pass, you're like, okay, you're good. Thank you for that pass, fine sir. Maybe we should party up and play together again.
Saito with 4 times as many game score as he had in the first game. He's really picked it up. And if you're Peak, Axel, what do you like? You got to find kind of a moral victory here, because you're probably not coming back 3 goals in a minute and 4 seconds.
No, you kind of hang up. You kind of hang this one up. You hang it up to dry, and you kind of let it go. But you remember what happened in game 1, and you maybe respect your opponents a little bit more, and then you really become focused, because this is going to be tied 1-1 going into game 3. So the next game is winner take all here. It is still the group stages, but still a pretty important game, especially when you consider how good both of these teams are.
It matters. It matters for seeding too. Whoever wins this is likely going to win this group, as Dragon makes it 6-2. And if you win this group, you're going to be the. I think you're going to be at worst the 4 seed, right? You'll get an easier matchup in the first round of the elimination playoffs. So we're going to see a lot of these here right off the bat on stream, a lot of these kind of top 2 teams in a group battling it out, and these matchups will likely be what determines who wins the group, because chances are, Peak and Revizian are going to beat the rest of the teams in their group, barring any big upsets. Falcon, looking for a little bitty air dribble. I think they're just trying to gain back some momentum here, Axel. A goal here at the end, just for mentality, could be huge for Peak. This is, I think, the worst we've seen them lose in a gaming stadium tournament in an individual game, giving up 6 goals. I would not have put any money on this happening to Peak Esports.
Well, we are on stream in front of potentially hundreds of millions of people, so maybe these guys are really taking that to heart here and giving us a show. I'm telling you, this has been a lot of fun so far. Just seeing all the goals. Normally you're like, okay, these games are close. 0-0, 1-0. No, that was 6-2. We saw so many goals there, and a lot of those goals were super cool. So credit to all the players today. Our first 2 games have been electric, but I'm pretty sure both these teams, they want the scoreline to be a little lower. They both probably want to buckle down on their defense and maybe we'll see a bit more of a low-scoring score in the next game, which is going to be Game 3, which is going to be the decider between these two in the group.
Now the question becomes, because in my opinion, the higher, like the differences in skill level in Rocket League have mostly to do, especially once you get into Grand Champ, with consistency at doing things that you want to do. There's a lot of teams at 1800 that can play at the level of a 2K team for 1 or 2 games, and there's a lot of GCs out there who can dominate a lobby the way that Saito just did. Can they do it for a second game in a row now against Peak Esports? One game in Rocket League means very little in terms of prognostication, which is why people prefer best of sevens in general. The question though becomes, can Revisian keep it up for about 7.5 of the 10 minutes of gameplay we've had? They've been on Peak's level. Can they do it for another 5?
I'm expecting a closer game. The first 2 games were wildly different. One team surging ahead in Game 1, the other team surging ahead in Game 2. So I'm expecting a closer game, and honestly, what it really comes down to here, who's going to make the first mistake? You don't want to be on the team that makes the first mistake here. So
Yeah.
I expect these guys to really play some tight Rocket League, especially in the beginning of this game, and it might be all about who can get that first goal.
You don't want to go down 1-0 in Rocket League in general. It's not a death sentence, but it just puts you on the back foot as Dragon drops it for a Saito, who's demoed. Patty, crossfield pass. Kinley wins the race to that. Falcon looking to control it, and Peak adjusting already, challenging earlier on these first touches from Dragon and Saito as Revisian looks to control it. So we're already seeing the adjustment from Peak. Now does Revisian have an adjustment to that adjustment as Keepa bangs it backward. There's nobody there for Peak though. And Dragon will clear it away easily.
I have something fun. All right, you guys in the chat, who's going to score the first goal, Revisian or Peak?
Dragon.
Aw,
Dragon.
right
goal.
as I asked that. That's not fair.
I nailed
okay?
it. What do I win?
You win a congratulations from me, Max. You are a genius. You called it. As I'm trying to set up a game, Dragon getting the first goal for Revisian. Look, it was a little bit later than in the first game, but that is huge. I think that is huge for Dragon. It's huge for Revisian. They're not necessarily the favorites here in this matchup. So the fact that they got that first goal is pretty important. Let's see if they can hold on to the lead. As I say that, what a play! The passing play to Falcon, and the placement of that shot was in the top of the net.
The flicks again from Patty, though, creating offense out of nothing for Peak. It doesn't take much, and that's got to be disheartening if you're a Revisian. You work so hard, grind for 2 minutes to get a goal, and Peak answers 25 seconds later with a relatively easy effort, just a flick and a shot off the crossbar. It was a great shot, but it wasn't a particularly challenging shot for keeping a hit. As Dragon...
You see the pressure is now ridiculous. The Pandora's box has been opened.
Now that both teams need to score.
The first goal went in, and now no one is holding anything back here. That was an incredible goal from Peak Esports, and now we're tied 1-1, and all these guys, it's safe to say they're trying pretty hard right now. There might be some sweat droplets on the fingers here as 3 minutes left, they're tied up, and we all know both these teams want to win this.
Oh, Dragon couldn't find the bump there. Patty forces Kinley into an awkward touch. This Dragon has been doing well in the corner so far. Couldn't get that. Saito needs to make the save, and he can't. Patty asking a pretty simple question of the Revisian defense there. They didn't have an answer. Just a power shot right down the middle of the net, and Saito couldn't find it.
Yeah, great job from Falcon there. He kind of got control of that ball somehow in the corner, and then he was demoed. But while he was demoed, he was able to pass it back to his teammates. So really good overall team play. And it's interesting, Revisian opening up this game with a goal to start things off, but now answered with 2 goals from Peak Esports. So this could definitely go either way. We're about halfway through Game 3, the deciding Game 3 of this best of 3 between Revisian and Peak. And it's up to Revisian to score here. Can they make it happen? A chance. Almost able to find the back of the net, but the defense is true for Peak Esports. Now they're going to try to keep it on the blue side. Trying to get that flick over to the middle.
And if you're just joining us, yes, they definitely can score one more goal because Revisian put up 6 in Game 2 of this Round 1 matchup. The question is, has Peak Esports' defense shored up the lines? Dragon, rather, looking for a reset. Unintentional third touch there. Ends that offensive rush for Revisian. Falcon big dunk into the corner. Keepa takes advantage of Saito's boost grab, but can't put the shot on, and Saito's done. Falcon ends that attack with one demo.
Still, it's, as we kind of mentioned, it's lower scoring. Very tight defense from both these teams. At the same time, though, there's been some really good offensive chances. So both these teams, as time goes on today, it feels like they're all getting better and better and better. And right now, Peak Esports up 2-1, a shot almost on target, but barely creeping out to the right side of the net. But the pressure is what's important here for Peak Esports. Keeping it on the blue side, Saito trying to push it back up the other way. There's a follow-up. Could this be a chance? No. Looks like Peak Esports going to pick that back up, back to the blue side. And time is on their side. They're up with a minute left, so the pressure is all on Revision Esport here to navigate themselves a goal.
Keepa's got a shot! Oh, everything Bardowski for Keepa today. That's a good sign for Peak. When Keepa's just hitting his shots, he's kind of a K-Dobby type player, and not a hugely mechanical player, but he can just put a shot wherever he wants it, essentially.
Blue team's got to score. There's no time left. Well, there's 30 seconds left for them to make it happen. Kinley over to Saito, trying to get it to the middle. No one's there. Peak Esports sending it back towards the blue goal. Every second of time the ball is on the blue side is not good for Revision. They're down by one. They need a goal. Now Dragon with possession, trying to pass it over to the middle. There's Saito over to Kinley.
They're too bunched up.
Trying to pick it up.
There's no spacing here.
Trying to set it to the middle. There's Dragon. 10 seconds left. Getting bumped by his own teammate, I believe. As you mentioned, lack of spacing. It could be their downfall. There's no one back in net. And that's going to be a hold from Revision as Peak scoring with a second left, up by 2. They're going to take this series.
And it was, again, the same story as in Game 1, Axel. The shooting of Keepa and the creationism, the creativeness of Patty with the ball on his hood. A couple flicks did most of the damage early on. The shooting from Keepa at the end, just cleaning it up. And in the end, we get the result we were expecting. Peak Esports winning this one. I don't think it would have surprised too many people to say that Revision took a game, but that was a much closer series than I think I expected, given how thoroughly Revision won that second game. I thought they were going to have a lot of momentum coming into Game 3, but like I said, you know, look at Saito, 183 points in this one, 600 in Game 2, and 100 something in Game 1. That's the consistency. That's the difference between a player at 1,800 and 2,200. Patty was great every single game. That makes the difference. Those were the guys creating the scoring opportunities that made differences. Dragon was there the whole time. He needed his teammates, and he only got them really in Game 2.
You can really see the potential there, though.
It's a good team.
For Revision. I hope that they come out of that like mostly positive, because they showed a lot of really good stuff there, especially as you said how they did in game number 2, just ridiculous offensive plays. So it's a good team, and we're definitely going to be looking out for them as the day goes along. And also, they were the first to score in game 3, and that's a pretty big deal. Like, Revision had such a good game 2, and then they scored first in game 3. Hello. They're up 1-0 in a great position, but then kudos to Peak Esports at that point. They buckled in. They probably said something in comms like, all right, guys, It's now or never, because it was then or never, and they were able to make it happen, scoring exactly the amount of goals they needed to win in Game 3. Peak Esports taking our first best of 3, 2-1. Very nicely played.
And if you're Revision going forward, though, I think you can take a lot of positivity from that. If you take a game off of Peak Esports, you push Peak Esports to the point where we thought they might lose in Game 3, that means you're probably not losing to many other teams in this tournament. That's how good Peak is. I definitely expect we see many more games from Revision in this tournament. We're definitely going to – I would bet my money we'll see him in the playoffs. I'll say it right now.
Also, I mean, it's a good point. Peak is one of the favorite teams. Revision probably should have lost that, but the fact that they made it so close is pretty crazy.
Exactly.
So, I agree 100% with that. And I'm looking at our spreadsheet of light over here. Just a wonderful spreadsheet provided by production. We got all the stats and data and teams. It looks like coming up, and I don't think we're going to break. We're hanging out. Here's your commercial break. I'm going to take a sip of my Red Bull Peach deliciousness. Highly recommend.
I'm just going to hold some up on camera. I'm not going to drink any. I already had coffee this morning. We don't need to see that.
I mean, I had coffee also, but when you're flying, sometimes you want to fly higher. So coming up from our spreadsheet, it looks like we have Empire against Imposters. And this is really fun because we've been talking a lot about Empire already today. They spelled Empire wrong, but we're not going to worry about that. It's EMPYRE, according to what I'm seeing.
It's branding, bro. It's branding.
Yeah, hey, more power to you. So Empire going up against Imposters. And Empire is one of our stronger teams here, I think, without a doubt. We're kind of talking about that. If not the strongest team, if not the favorite.
Yeah.
So I'm excited for this one, Max.
These next two matchups are the ones that I was chomping at the bit for in this group stage. Our round 2 Empire versus Imposters, as you said. Our third round Mechanicals versus HC Esports. Both of those matchups, full 2K teams. All right, and this matchup in particular, kind of is a rematch of the winners of the upper bracket finals from our last Open Series. Empire Esports returning Mizu, Storm, and Cynical. All of them are here. This is a phenomenal team. They are defending champs. The Imposters, Avenger, took her team accuracy into that upper bracket finals last time with an upset win over Peak Esports. She ended up finishing third. She's got a new squad, so I don't know what to tell you about Caruso and Tone. We will find out. But I can tell you from having played many times against Avenger, she is incredibly quick and an incredibly smart, well-positioned threes player, and can hit some clips on you, so don't give her space. But Empire is not going to give her space. So it'll be interesting to see how she adjusts, and it'll be interesting to see how Caruso and Tone play with her. Because she built this team around her. She's the captain, and she builds teams around her. How do Caruso and Tone do? We'll find out soon.
And I guess, Max, you'll have to keep us updated for fun and anyone who's just tuning in on whether or not these guys are Vancouver local, I suppose.
Yeah.
Because this is a tournament by the Gaming Stadium. And for those of you who do not know, the Gaming Stadium is actually a local venue in Vancouver, British Columbia. Vancouver, first of all, is one of my favorite cities. I'm in Seattle right now, so I'm not too far away. But obviously with COVID going on, it's harder for me to visit. But in the gaming stadium is normally a venue. Currently, they're not. Their location is not open. But that's why we're here and we're doing it online. They're still having a ton of awesome competitions in many different games, and I believe most, if not all of them, are free to join. So definitely look into the gaming stadium. Take advantage of these awesome tournaments that are happening. I'm thrilled that they're doing stuff in Rocket League. I've worked with them in Rocket League before. Max, obviously, met up with you and a lot of fine folks there. In Vancouver to help out with an event. So I love the support that we're seeing in Rocket League from the gaming stadium. So just really cool initiative from them. And I encourage anyone to check them out. But Max, yeah, if you could just keep us updated as the local expert, if we're seeing locals or not, you can let us know.
We are. This is our first local v local matchup. I don't know. Sweet. I don't know about Revisian and Peak. I don't know those players like on a personal level, but on each of these teams we've got on Empire Mizu, their captain is a local player. And on the Imposters, Avenger from Richmond, British Columbia, where the gaming stadium is. And we are getting underway here as the players join up, lobbies up.
I'm ready.
And everybody's here.
Mizu's in the chat, by the way. Twitch chat is asking if we're ready. Oh, I'm ready, Mizu. I'm sure we're ready. And we're in the game. I hear the sounds also. This is Rocket League, ladies and gentlemen. By the way, what's up, January and on, saying, hey, Seattle represent. Yeah, that's what's up. It's been a little smoky recently, but it's starting to get nice again in the beautiful Pacific Northwest. Here we are, game 1 of our second match of the Empire Esports, going up against the Imposters. Arguably two favorites in this tournament. Empire might be considered the penultimate favorite, if there were a term to give. So I'm expecting a very close, very exciting matchup here. My name is Axel Toss, joined by Max Busman, and we're going to be joined by Thunderballs a little bit later. We're going to be bringing you the action over the microphones. So sit back, relax, open yourself a Red Bull, and get ready to watch some Rocket League. We're going all day today.
I think you can safely call Empire the favorites, even though Mechanicals are higher rated. I think you got to give credit to Empire winning the first Open Series tournament, coming back as the 2 seed. Until they lose, they're my favorite to win. Also worth noting, I've never seen Avenger play the Fennec, so let's see if the change in the visual car body model makes any difference in her gameplay.
I've been
Mizu
sporting the Fennec here and there. I'll say, oh, we got some demos and a goal. Get out of the way because Tone Lock is coming through. What exactly happened there? There's a demo. You know what? That was a double demo. Who was that? Who was that? Was that Mizu or Cynical?
I believe it was Cynical. No,
Oh.
yeah, it was.
No, hold on.
We have the teams backwards on the scoreboard. It is Empire Esports blue team, Imposters orange team. That confused the heck out of me.
Gotcha. So that
as
must
well.
Someone did a double demo there. I'm super impressed by that, which led to the goal from Tone. So it was either Avenjo or Caruso who got the double demo there. I think it might have been Caruso, but anyway, neither here nor there. What matters is Empire is currently down. The Imposters are up.
Oh, what a shot by Storm!
And as I say that, the ball precariously along that goal line. And almost an equalizer from Empire, but a great start here from Imposters. But we can see just the pressure coming out from Empire as the ball is just tantalizingly close to that net.
And a near-perfect shot from Storm. It got about 80% of the way in before Caruso was able to get a touch on it off of his own post. Empire, though, down one. We're seeing a lot of what we saw last round. The higher-seeded team going down and then immediately flexing and taking control of the lobby as Empire has had control of the ball on their opponent's half for seemingly the entire time since that goal. Cynical looking to drop it down for himself and finds it on the challenge on the goal line. You're going to love those odds if you're Empire. 50-50 right on the goal line of the Imposters.
Yeah, we're seeing some cool solo plays to start things off. The first goal, we saw a solo double demo play. If you're able to accomplish that on your opponent's side of the field, like that's going to be a goal 9 times out of 10. So great play there. And then a pass off the ceiling to himself, Cynical, able to equalize. So right now it's about, okay, who are the players that are stepping up and making these plays? We can already tell it's a close game, and these teams are very evenly matched, tied 1-1 here in this best of 3 in game 1.
I'm watching Mizu for Empire right now. I'm just on his player cam because it says one's grinder Mizu, but Mizu's also jumped up 400 MMR in threes in the last month. It's probably just because he's been playing a lot more. He was 1600 during our last tournament, but he's more of a 2100 type player. So he's clearly also been grinding threes, but if he's been grinding ones, which is new for him, you know, Mizu with better mechanics is a terrifying player. As he's beat to that ball easily by Avenger, again showing her speed off as she pots it backboard. Mizu able to get back to it to make the play for his team. Still Mizu, a rock in defense here for Empire, but he can't find that one, and Avenger slots it in near post to give the Imposters a 2-1 lead here, game 1 of Series 2 in round 1.
Yeah, I mean, just pouring on the pressure there. One thing led to another, and Avenger keeping yourself on that side of the field. What'll happen a lot, at least for me, you're applying pressure and then someone just goes back, and that can be sad. That was an example there of everyone kind of stayed up. They kept the pressure up, and Avenger was there to receive that pass and bury it in the back of the net. A great job from her to be in the right place at the right time, putting the Imposters up 2-1. About 70 seconds to go here, and the pressure is on Empire. A favorite, certainly, coming into today. And they're on the verge of losing in game 1. Let's see if they can bring this back. We know they're capable. But for now, Caruso keeping it on the blue side, trying to follow it up. That was a little too simple, wasn't it?
I think, who was it here? Somebody on the backboard there, it was Cynical, just in a bad spot, and Caruso didn't hit the ball with the power that Cynical was expecting. And it's tough to come down on the backboard defensively, because if you hit jump, you just lose all your downward momentum. And that's what happened. Caruso with a little bit of a change-up, and just wrong wheeled Cynical there on the back wall.
I just want to say, man, these guys are really good at Rocket League. These guys and girls.
Facts.
These people, these folks, they're good at Rocket League, and I'm watching this, and I'm like struggling to like be 1350 to be 1400, and these guys are just chilling around 2000 MMR, and it's insane. These guys are so good at Rocket League. Super fun to watch.
We'll get you there, Axel.
Thank you, Max. Thank you.
I was 1380 2 months ago, and then I capped out at 1600.
Damn, dude.
Pretty recently.
Congratulations to you.
just play a lot and make friends with grand champs. That's my that's my strategy.
I like it. I'm gonna send all these guys a friend request.
Yeah, there you go. Play with Mizu. He's fun.
All right, 3-1 is the advantage for the Imposters in game one. It looks like they're going to walk away with this in game one, but it is a best of 3, so there's time for Empire to come back, trying to add one at the end, and they're going to get it. That can feel nice, even though it doesn't really matter. That can feel nice just to get one at the end there to say, you know what, we're still around. You're not running away with anything. But very impressive play from the Imposters to take game one. And I'm trying to think, like, there were a lot of really good plays there. It wasn't like, sure, we had at least one simple goal, but there's a double. We saw a double demo in there. We saw some really nice passing plays, a lot of pressure. Still relatively back and forth, but I like it.
I thought we saw a lot of intelligence from the Imposters. Look at the goal that Caruso scored that you were like, is that too easy? I think they were making smart touches. They were putting the ball in places where simply it was awkward for Empire to make safe touches with the ball on their own end, and then they just capitalized. There was no, besides that double demo goal, we didn't see any like particularly amazing, flashy individual efforts. It was just solid, rotational, smart Rocket League, and that can make up near any gap in mechanics. Look at the career of One Turbo Pulsar for any example of that.
I love it. I like that example too. And the thing is, with these plays, you never know who's really going to rise up and make a big stand in the pro scene.
Yeah,
make some strides. And
that's what I always say when people say, "Oh, I can't air dribble. How could I ever be, Grand Champ or whatever?" Look at the 2 greatest players in Rocket League history, K-Dop and Turbo Pulsar. Neither one of them are particularly mechanically impressive. You just got to be smart and hit the ball hard at the net. Like, that's all you need.
And if you happen to also
enough.
be mechanically impressive, like Fairy Peak or Scrub Killer, then just thank the Lord or something, because that's just insane.
Another great shot, just another solid shot by Avenger. And this is what I said pre-game, Axel, is that like Avenger's not going to blow your mind with mechanics, but she's always in the right spot, and man, can she shoot. She is a finisher. And right now, it's looking like the Imposters have 2 of those, the way that Tone Loke is shooting as well.
She's also got the Wolf avatar, so you got to watch out. You got to watch out for that. Ferocity there from Avenger to start things off. And she made her presence known big time in game one. And right out of the gates here, opening it off with the goal in the first 30 seconds. Very impressive indeed. But now the pressure coming back here from Empire. They're a favorite coming into this. And everyone knows that they are perfectly capable of having a great tournament. But now they find themselves down 0-1 in the series. So they're going to quickly respond. Cynical with the goal.
This is what you get when you get this. Is a team. Empire is a real team that plays together all the time in competitive environments. They know where each other are going to be. If you are looking for a team to make phenomenal passing plays, look no further than Empire. I wouldn't be surprised if Cynical and Storm didn't even say anything to each other there, because they could just see each other.
Yep. I agree.
It was just that easy.
You talk about playmaking ability. Mizu, who we're getting a quick snapshot of on the screen, he had a demo leading to that goal. Mizu is a guy, we've been talking about him. Look out, he can always step up and make something happen, as we see Caruso not even letting me praise the other team. Tone Lock passing it down to Avenger. Back to Caruso. 1, 2, 3 passing play. We're learning how to count here. Every player has almost been involved with every goal from the Imposters, and they're up. They're not going anywhere. They're up 2-1.
And those plays are finding the right player at the end. They're finding Avenger, but Cynical again with the answer, and it's been Cynical kind of keeping Empire in this. Just a big boomer. Caruso out of position, Avenger out of boost, and there was really nothing that could be done there from the Imposters, as we didn't even get enough time to analyze Avenger's second goal of the game before Empire answered.
Yeah,
Easy looking for the double.
Not letting us breathe. They're just goal after goal after goal. Who's going to calm it down? Who's going to keep it going right now? The offense belonging to Empire, keeping it on that orange side. That's Storm trying to push it to the middle. Mizu hanging out in the back. He's got about 70 boosts to work with. That's a double commit from the Imposters. Might not be a good thing. Tone able to pick it up. And now let's see if the Imposters can get back on defense. Storm trying to find a shot. Avenger going to turn and take a shot at that. Storm going to pick it up, trying to pass it back to midfield. Mizu picking it up, sending it even more forward. Storm going to try to knock it to the middle, over to Cynical. Still back and forth. 50-50 in the middle of the field. Who's gonna open up the gateway
Storm.
here as we're tied 2-2? Who's gonna break through this tie?
If you are imposters, you need this win. You can feel Empire waking up as this series goes along. And again, Empire is a West Coast team. They might literally be waking up. As Cynical looking for a shot. You don't want to give them any life, though. You give Empire a chance. This is a team that reverse swept in the finals of last year. You give them any breath of life, they're gonna take it. Storm looking to read this off the backboard. That's a tough read.
Good try, and honestly, we could call it a fake. There's at least one player from the imposters that thought he was going to hit that, and sometimes that's all you need. Just get them to think that you might hit that into the goal. Of course, you're nowhere close, but anyway, I love it, man. We're tied 2-2. It got pretty intense there with goal after goal after goal, but now we've had a lull of about a minute and a half, no goals, just very back and forth. Pretty good plays from both sides, both teams tightening it up. The pressure's on Empire, though. They're down 0-1. The impetus is on Empire to get some goals and take this to a game 3.
It's starting to feel like a game 5 overtime. It feels like both teams know they need this win. Empire for obvious reasons, and Imposters for what I just said. Like, you don't want to take this team to a game 3 if you can avoid it.
Nope.
And everybody's just kind of tightening up, trying not to make mistakes. We're seeing a lot less risk being taken. The double commits are starting to clean up. As Storm whiffs, though, Cynical needs a double tap off his own backboard just to get it into the corner, which leaves Empire in a bad spot, low on boost, and a demo from Avenger, and she has been the player for the Imposters here in Game 2. Couple of goals, and then she does everything but score this, as Caruso just has a flat 2 shot to put it in.
Yeah, and that's game sense right there. Very, very nice game sense. She realized that she was passing it to her teammate and also had beaten at least one player from the other team. So she's like, you know what? I'm going to go to the goal and just clear that up. And that's exactly what happened. Well-deserved goal there from the Imposters.
Storm looking to wreak some havoc.
Yeah, that's some revenge demolitions happening, going the other way. Empire realizing they need to step it up. They're running out of time. 60 seconds left.
Another demo. Storm. Another demo and then another bump, but a long clear from Tone Loke. And with just a little bit of funky Cole Medina, the Imposters might have iced this game with a pinch goal from his own corner. I couldn't sit on a funky Cole Medina reference the whole day. I just had to use it.
You're good. That was not ideal. Not ideal for Empire Esports. No one was really back to deal with that. But the Imposters are thrilled. Empire, one of the favored teams here, coming out with a win would be just wonderful for the Imposters. Almost adding another goal to the total here, keeping the pressure up on the offense. Caruso passing it over, and yes, that is going to go in. Tone Lock, another goal. Imposters go up 5-2. It's effectively curtains.
Now, as great as Avenger was for the first 3 minutes of this game, as this has kind of collapsed for Empire, it's been Caruso and Tone Loc. I still think Avenger is the MVP of this one, because the first 3 goals were all her. She's going to end up likely at the bottom of the scoreboard and not get an actual MVP. But Empire, with that goal, could have still been in this game, but the game securing save by Caruso. And once again, the Imposters, the team that Avenger built around herself, are going to pull off, as Tone Loc puts in a 6-1, they're going to pull off yet another upset here at a gaming stadium tournament. The local player from Richmond, who has had a different team every time, has managed to upset a top 5 seed every time as well.
They're styling.
Yeah, they're just having fun, and this is scary. This is a team that I mentioned as a team that could take games off the top teams, but might not be winning this tournament. If Avenger's playing like this, and the team she's built around herself is playing like this with her, it's a scary team. Because again, she's an incredibly smart player. You give her some mechanical studs, and who knows what's going to happen? As that does it right there. The Imposters, our first big upset rather, and actually we only had to wait till round 2. It didn't take long.
Yeah, and the Imposters, you know, they almost certainly understand. By the way, welcome back. I'm Axel Tosh, joined by Max Busman over here to my left. I'm broadcasting from Seattle. Max is in Vancouver. I assume we're all
technically Burnaby, my friend.
Oh, there you go, Burnaby. I like it. Greater Vancouver, if I may. Yeah. Of course, we're chilling here on Saturday live, commentating the Gaming Stadium Signature Series. This is the Rocket League edition. $2,000 today and this is a free-to-enter tournament. And we're seeing a lot of local Vancouver heroes playing really well, and we're also seeing a smattering of other players and teams from other places involved. So thanks for hanging out. Thanks for being with us here. We're going to be watching Rocket League all day long today. And yeah, I wanted to mention we just saw a great match there from the Imposters, and they have to kind of understand and realize the gravity of that match, if not just an awareness of how good that team is that they just took down. And when you do that, that's a nice feeling. You take down the top team in your group. You take down a team that arguably favored to win this tournament. I fully expect the Imposters to kind of consider that as momentum, hold on to that, and be like, you know what, we played great. Let's keep it up. And now I think they're a favorite in the tournament, just by that win alone. So,
Yeah,
really nice display, really cool couple matches to start things off here today, Max.
that's what I said when we started. Was I know they're not the number one seed, but I feel like we got to call Empire the favorite until we see them lose. Well, we saw them lose. We saw them lose their first game on stream, and I think now there is no favorite. I think you have to put Peak, Empire, the Imposters, Mexicanicals, HC Esports. I think now that Empire's lost, I'm just throwing all these 2K teams into a bucket and saying anybody could win this one.
I love it when we have a lot of teams vying for that title of champion here today. And remember, we have group stages going into a single elimination bracket, all happening here on twitch.tv/the gaming stadium. Let your friends know this is going on. Go get yourself a Red Bull, get yourself a snack, get yourself some water. I'm a big hydration fan. We're going to take a short break here. When we come back, we're going to have some more Rocket League. I think we're doing some caster musical chairs, so we'll have a bit of a switch up going into the next couple matches. So thanks everyone for hanging out. We'll be right back from the gaming stadium on Twitch with the tournament to continue.
gotta go to the next level.
Welcome back to the Open Series featuring Rocket League here at the Gaming Stadium, sponsored by Daily Hive. I'm Max. With me is Thunderballs. We're getting ready for round three of group action here in this $2,000 tournament. We just came off an upset by the Imposters over the second-seeded Empire Esports in round two. This matchup, Thunderballs, the top-seeded Mechanicals, featuring Coquita, who is number 35 in the world in threes right now, up against HC Esports, that's Wellis, FTM, and JD. This is your first Thunderballs experience with a TGS tournament. Level of play in those first two games, what are your thoughts?
I'm jealous. That's all I got to say. I'm jealous that you guys got to do those first two matches because they were bangers. It was really competitive between the teams. Teams playing unexpectedly, maybe above their level a little bit, and I just got to sit back and watch. But yeah, I'm jealous of you guys. You got to cast some great openers for the tournament, and I think looking forward, as you said, to these two teams that are going to square off now, it's just going to continue pretty much. This is looking really spicy between these next two teams.
Yeah, on paper, we have in Coquita and Falls the two best players in this tournament on Mechanicals. I've never seen Pringle play, but I've seen Falls and Coquita play before. This is a serious team. We haven't seen them play, so I didn't want to predict them to win. Just without ever seeing them, I feel like that's just disingenuous. And I've never seen HC Esports play, so I have no analysis. I don't know if you've ever seen Wellis, FTM, or JD play, but these were, again, two of the teams I highlighted off the bat as teams that I think we're almost guaranteed to see in the playoffs.
Not familiar on my side, as you say. There are big names. Yeah, that top 100 placement, high top 100 placement in threes on the side of Coquita that's a serious number. And on the side of HC Esports, no familiarity there with the players that I see, but those MMR numbers are no joke. So we're not familiar yet, but I think we're about to be between these two teams, and it's going to be a battle. And I'm just kind of waiting to see who stands out in game number one and who tries to set the pace between two teams that are pretty evenly stacked on paper.
And I haven't fully confirmed it either because I haven't been able to find Pringle's his Steam profile, but Falls and Coquita, Mexican team called Mechanicals. I'm going to assume that this is an all Mexican team, which in North American Rocket League Thunderballs is actually a pretty rare thing to see.
That's a very rare thing. That's not something that we've seen break through to the kind of top level if we're talking about pro play or a presence there. So this could be these are like the stepping stone tournaments when you get into real money and real competition, where you see teams like that break through. Axel was talking about it previously in the matches, where these are teams that are chopping at the bit of really emerging into the semi-pro and pro scene. So this could be a relatively unprecedented thing with a team. As you said, it's a little guesswork here, but if they're comprised entirely of players from Mexico, it could be a huge thing for the Rocket League and a scene for them to break through.
And we are all in the lobby here. I see the observer, so we're just going to wait on the players to join, and I think we're ready to go with game one of this 3-game set, round three. Both these teams 2-0 in the group stage already. So as we've said in each of these rounds so far, I'm going to go ahead and gander that this matchup determines who wins Group A, because these teams at the top of that group, and you can be pretty safely assured that those two teams will be at the top of Group A at the end. RNG Champs, the other team in that group. This is a little bit of the group of death, though, Thunderballs. We've got two 2K teams, and then our local team. They call themselves the RNG Champs because they're a phenomenal Rumble team. They've been top 100 in Rumble, but they've been top 100 in Rumble before. I don't know if they are right now. Wondero, Excellent Pastor. That's the other. That's kind of the third wheel in this Group A. And as far as I'm seeing, there's also another full GC team in Group A. Group A, Group of Death, I'm calling it right now. We're going to keep an eye on this group as we roll through. I haven't seen confirmation either. I don't know if you have, Thunderballs, that it's top 4 move on. I'm just going to go ahead and keep assuming that based on how tournaments usually work.
Yeah, we'll run with that for the time being until told otherwise. But if that's the case, no one's going to challenge you on calling this the Group of Death in Group A. Nobody. I mean, just based on what we see for the seeding of the teams. But we've got an update. So very quickly, you've been corrected to us finding out that it's top 3 from the groups that move on. First seed gets a bye into top 8, and second and third into the top 12. So there you go. Based on the number of teams we had entering and looking at how the pools stacked up, looks like it'll be top 3. So even deathier, if I could make a word up there, is Group A at this point. Less spots to claim there to move on to the next round.
We may need to do some server testing though with if Mexicanicals are all for Mexico, the ping might be an issue. As we just lost JD, so they bounced out. So we're gonna keep podcasting here for a little bit. From what you saw of those first 4 teams, I think let's stick with that because we don't have any results for these teams, and any analysis I think would be dishonest of us. Between the Peak, Revisian Empire, and the Imposters, Thunderballs, we're going to see those teams in the playoffs very likely, even with the top 3 making it through. Who of those, though, looked the best on the day? Because Rocket League is a lot about who's the best on a given day, right?
Yeah, looking at the matches we saw already, let me take a gander here. I really liked what Imposters did against Empire in the match that we just saw. But I think that first match is not, you don't get a total picture. It's tough for me to make calls on who's really going to make strides as the tournament stretches along, because I think that the best teams have the most gears to shift up into as you go along in the matches in the day. So we may have seen close to the top gear for teams like the Imposters and Revisian, but we might not have seen that top play yet from Peak, from Empire Esports. So while those matches were close for both of those teams that we've seen as previous favorites, Peak and Empire, they might have a few levels to still move up here, and that could be scary for the teams they're facing off against.
We're underway. There is gameplay happening in this lobby. Yes, there we go. It is official. We are underway as well as just 10 seconds into the game. You didn't miss anything, just a normal kickoff. As Kokita bangs it off the backboard, looking for the second touch, dropping it down. And look at that, Falls already with this the Season 1 tournament winner. He's had there's been, 1 day to do that, and he's already done it. I'm glad I didn't bother playing in that North American tournament last night.
I actually found my way into that last chance tournament that they had yesterday evening. I didn't get myself a fancy tag like Falls has, but I got, I think, a top 4 finish, so I can be pretty happy with that. Got some credits to spend on a nice stack of items, and it's great to see that feature showing up in Rocket League. But meanwhile, that's in-game tournaments. This is out-of-game tournaments for real money, and this is looking pretty competitive between these teams so far.
Falls also showing us our first Merc of the tournament. That's a new hitbox in the game, and what a shot by Kokita, who makes it 1-0. JD loses connection, so right as after that goal went in, I'm not sure. Well, I assume we'll count that goal, but I'm not sure what's going to happen now with JD losing connection on the side of HC Esports. We're going to play it out 2v3 for now, as Pringle gets a good kickoff. I just realized JD's been the one losing connection. JD not on this all-Mexican team, so it was not a Bing thing. Hopefully they've got a sub if they're having tech issues, as Pringle clears it away. So far, it's been the shooting of Kokita that's made the difference in this one. A ball off the backboard again, and Pringle puts it in. And trying to play 2v3 against the top 100 player, Thunderballs, is it's not great calculus.
No, this is a really tough spot for the team in blue here, and it's not getting any better with JD seemingly not being able to find their way back into the lobby. But the Mexicanicals are going to take this as long as they possibly can. I mean, they scored a goal on even strength and did what they needed to right before JD left, and they've added another one. So this is not looking good here for HC Esports. Let's see if they can get their technical issues sorted out. And it looks as though probably going to have to finish the game in progress. See if maybe you can do a mid-game or a between-game sort through. And for the time being, this is going to be another one added here for the blue team Mexicanicals, just putting the hurt on here with the player advantage.
So we're gonna see. I believe JD, they're allowed to rejoin mid-game. I think that's how it can work. But if not, then they have to play out this game 2v3. We can get JD back in next game. This is not the way you want to start it against the number 1 seed if you're HC Esports. Just kind of a rough start. And we saw this last tournament. There was a team that won a 2v3 and was able to carry that momentum through to a win in that round. So we'll see. It's not impossible. If you're good enough at 2s, you can win a 2v3 here. But I don't know if you can do it against the number 35 ranked 3s player in the world in Kokita. along with Falls and Pringle. Falls just taking his time in the corner, playing small ball here.
I was going to say, if you're going to pick a team to play a 2v3 against, this of any team, this is not the one. Really don't want to be stacking up against a roster like this with only 2 players on the field. They're doing pretty admirably, I have to say, since JD has left, just trying to hold things off. Really close chance they're off the post, but they're holding on as best they can, and well, let's see what they can do with a little over half the game played here to just keep this Mechanicals team from scoring anymore. What a save! Still keeping the ball out.
Yeah, yeoman's work there on the goal line from both Wellis and FTM, just trying to make this one a little better looking of a loss. Look at the chain wave dashes from Falls as well. Mechanicals starting to show off some of those mechanics that I assume their name is a pun on. Oh, and nearly a goal there for HC Esports, as they're now putting a little bit of pressure on. Double commit from Mechanicals. But Wellis had to play so far back there was no shooting opportunity. That's where you missed the third man, Thunderballs, is on plays like that.
Yeah, I would say so. But shout out to HC for making this Mechanicals team sweat a little bit there on defense, forcing a double commit. That's nothing to nothing to phone home about when you're down 3-0. But if you're playing 2 against 3, it's great to see this team showing up the way they can. And you put a third player on the field, this game's pretty close, I would imagine.
Honestly, even 2v3, it's pretty close. Since it's been 2v3, it's only 2-0. That's pretty good, as Kokita misses the long shot. It doesn't hurt that Mechanicals are missing some open nets here. But you'll take it. This is going to be I think no matter how you go, at least for FTM and Wellis, a moral victory.
I would say so. And for JD, not a technical victory. We still don't see them hanging around. Not sure if they're waiting in the wings to come back in the next game or not. But hopefully they can get what they need to sorted out, because otherwise it's not an enviable position that HC find themselves in here, having to play a series potentially down a player.
And this is not RLCS either, Thunderballs. Not every team has a sub in this tournament. I think most teams probably don't. I carried a sub into the tournament last time as well. Okay. All right, Wellis, it's 3-1. 24 seconds to go. I mean, this is what you want if you're the 2v3 team. Though you get a kickoff here, which you could get a quick, dirty, ugly kickoff goal if you get the right. Nope, never mind. The kickoffs did not match up, so Kokita's going to have a free ball here.
Well challenged, though, to keep it out of harm's way for the time being. But hey, if we circle back to that goal, that's an achievement in and of itself for this team. Yeah. They've got to be pretty mentally shaken. Losing a player on the field is tough for the mentality of your team overall, and it's nice to see them chip away a little bit at trying to keep themselves in this match. But Falls finding a pretty nice double tap there against a team really scrambling on defense with only 2.
And you simply can't beat yourself up for this, though. If you're HC, hopefully we don't see any tilt coming out. I really haven't seen any in Wellis and FTM who if you've ever been playing ranked and had a third and had your teammate leave, it's inherently frustrating. But I don't think I've seen them been playing with any tilt. We'll see when JD gets back in. If they're tilted at all, I don't know what happened. It might have been a computer problem, which can be the most tilting thing. If JD's sitting there trying to reboot their computer, JD's probably going to come back in a little bit upset. But you can play with a little bit of an edge and use it to your advantage, as we're going to give JD a little bit of time here to try to get them back into this game. We have some result. We have some stuff here to talk about. Though we do have some data now. Thunderballs. Let's start with Mechanicals. Obviously, they didn't have to work that hard at it, but we did get to see what they can do with space, which is not something you can see a lot of in 3v3. And Kokita kind of took a backseat there as the ball controller falls.
It was fantastic to see Mechanicals flex a little bit with that space that you're talking about. And if I've got a note for what might and hopefully be returning to a 3v3 team in HC Esports, don't give that to them. If you want some advice, if you're going to have 3 players back on the field, you're going to need those clean rotations to stop affording Mechanicals any room on the field, because it feels like an attack. If I had to take a guess watching this first game, it feels like it can come from anywhere from the side of Mechanicals in different styles of goals. They can hit a passing play if they want to. They can hit a solo play if they want to as well. So HC is up against it here, and hopefully at the very least, they want to find even strength here if they can.
and we're still waiting on JD. I don't see them in the lobby, so we're just gonna hang out. Um, from HC, if you're HC Thunderballs, Wellis and FTM can be proud. It can be proud of their effort. Um, but the question is, that was a twos rotation. Now that's the thing. I don't know about you, but when I switch from twos to threes or vice versa, it takes a little bit of adjustment, right? Because it's a completely different mentality when you break into twos in terms of the rotation. Now they're gonna have to fold JD back into this rotation. Um, what do you do there? We've never seen JD play now, though. We don't know how they play, but we have seen Wellis and we've seen Wellis and then play twos, and they've been pretty good by themselves. But now you got to fold in another player, and it looks like they're all on pretty bad ping too. So I wouldn't be super surprised if there was a little bit of Tillhat coming in.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised either. It's so difficult. And the one thing is that when you talk about flipping gears from twos to threes, I think, to be honest, Wellis and company, they're going to put that behind them as soon as they possibly can. They're in threes mode. So they're definitely wanting to focus on just keeping things calm, getting back into the mode that they started in, probably warming up for this tournament beforehand, and having played, I think, a couple matches already with what I assume were no technical issues. We're not really sure how that goes in the background, but being one of the higher ranked teams on this, it's so tough to feel that level of expectation on yourselves in wanting to break through and being expected to break through, but being limited by something like this. Can be heartbreaking for a team. So they've got to shift gears and try to switch things up mentally to get back into the match.
That's Thunderballs. I'm Max. You're watching the Gaming Stadium's Open Series featuring Rocket League here live on Twitch, sponsored by Daily Hive. And for any of you League of Legends fans out there, check out the Red Bull Solo Queue. It's the ultimate 1v1 experience for amateur League of Legends players. Oh, my whole thing just glitched out. My whole screen just glitched out. There it goes. It puts a twist on a typical League of Legends match, pits player against player in a bracket of 1v1 duels, hence Red Bull Solo Queue. Get it? Registration's open right now for the second Canadian qualifier. That's on September 20th. Learn more at redbull.ca/solo queue. Just the letter Q, not the full spelled word. That's redbull.ca/solo queue. We're gonna take a quick break as HC Esports, I believe, are working on getting their sub ready. We did have a disconnect from JD, and it looks like they're not able to get back into the game. So we're going to go find the sub for HC Esports here at the Signature Series, the TGS Signature Series featuring Rocket League. Back in just a minute here. Welcome back to the Gaming Stadium Signature Series presented by Daily Hive. As we are back in this lobby, JD, they made it back in, so we're going to get into Game 2 of Round 3 here at the Signature Series. I'm Max. With me is Thunderballs. FTM is in the Batmobile now. Thunderballs, we're going to get some proper 3v3 finally as JD with the DC. Same server, though, so it seems to be working. It must have been a computer issue for them.
Yeah, not sure exactly what broke down for them. Probably better off not knowing what kind of frustration was going on there in the background, but
Yeah.
hopefully it can find itself resolved and we can see some 3v3 between these teams here. Oh, trouble though. This is already Mechanicals making a push on the net and trying to pick up where they left off in the previous game.
Kokita couldn't find that shot, though. JD is again not moving. I feel like we're going to see another DC from JD here. There they go. I didn't get a chance to check if it was a ping issue, and we may. I mean, I guess we're going to play this out again, 2v3. So the twos duo of Wellis and FTM needing to take on our top seed here, 2v3. As I'm sure somewhere in the background, JD is scrambling to get back into the lobby.
Yeah, not pretty here for the HC Esports team. This is not what you wanted to see them have to stare down the barrel of. Oh my goodness, the net, I guess, staring down the barrel of taking a lead 2v3 against Mechanicals out of nowhere from midfield.
Big shot. Another, again, it is a 50-50 right in, and we get JD back. If you can see, yeah, chat's the game log is on the top left. JD's back in, 3v3. I'm gonna hang out on JD's camera and see what we can see. No ping problems, 60 ping now. As Falls loses that 50 to JD. Okay, JD right back into the game, gets the goal, 2-0. And HC, they're playing with an edge here, Thunderballs.
Talk about a power move. What an entrance from JD. Leaves the match, comes back, gets a dribble about 5 seconds in and scores immediately. Mechanicals, your alarm is ringing. This is a wake-up call because HC Esports definitely here to play. They're up 2-0 in game number 2.
Falls looking to get it going with the air dribble off the backboard, and FTM the easy clear. Pringle the shot, no. Wellis the save, rather. Kokita looking for a banger of a pass. Pringle gets beat to it. And again, that's JD. JD, the missing link, is gone again. Bye.
Gone as quickly as they joined.
Yeah.
That's really unfortunate, but this is a different picture than we saw in the previous game. The last time we saw these teams having to play 2v2, and now it's back to 3v3. I'm not going to be able to keep up with all the leaving and joining on JD's side, so we'll just count it as a 3v3 for all intents and purposes with them appearing in and out. But this is way different than game number 1, regardless of how many players HC's got on the field. They've got 2 goals of a lead, and we're halfway done with this game number 2. So Mechanicals have got some work to do. Oh my goodness, goal line save there from Pringle. Barely keeping it up, but the second effort there, and it just keeps coming here from HC Esports.
Here's the thing, Thunderballs. Even if JD disconnects again, Wellis and FTM, they only lost the 2v3 by 2 last game. So at 3-0 here for HC, they can hang on and win this 2v3. We've seen that. We've seen it at the highest level of Rocket League. I remember, I think season 4 or 5, a Kronobi disconnect during a G2 game in RLCS that Rizzo and JNaps ended up winning by themselves, but they were up 1-0. So that's what you need. You can protect a lead 2v3, but right now JD's staying in. They need to get this clear though, as that's in a real awkward spot. As Falls puts that shot off the near post, FTM looking for another long shot. And that's been sort of an equalizer here for HC, as the long shots from that Batmobile of FTM over the top of the defense from Mechanicals. They've been pushed up a little bit forward a couple times. And JD again is AFK, by the way.
Oh no, that's trouble. But you know, really surprising not to see the follow-up attempts here consistently from Mechanicals. It just feels like a one-and-done thing with their offense, where they'll make an attempt on net and they'll put HC in a considerable amount of trouble, but they just can't seem to follow up on that and continue the pressure, and that's what has us still at a 3-0 lead here for HC. So Mechanicals needs to clean up the rotations in the midfield to get more consistent pressure on the HC net.
Kukita looking for it, but the back pass from FTM keeps the control with HC. They know if they're smart and careful here, they can win this game, even though they've lost JD again. JD though, for having played about 90 seconds of this game, they had quite the impact with a goal and an assist.
Oh, close chance there. False trying to get a flick on net, but you might see it here again. The follow-up a little bit lacking there from Mexicanicals. There it is finally, and they make it happen. I curse it a little bit there by blaming them for not following up, and here's a rebound play that they bury to get themselves on the board.
Similarly to what I said last game now, Mexicanicals wanting kickoffs, because that just is the easiest way to score quickly. They've got 3, they might get a free ball here as well. This game's still very much in the balance, even though it's 2 goals in 51 seconds. Never mind. They did get an advantage there to kick off. Oh, they'll use it. They did it. Okay. Mexicanicals would not be surprised if they find a way. There's so many options you get when it's a 3v2 kickoff like that. Like just faking it and going to kill somebody.
Yeah, they're not kidding around anymore. They really are. They're just looking for any opportunity to use this player advantage and leverage it against the HC team because they recognize the trouble that they're in. There's not a lot of game left here, but big trouble. Ooh, false. Trying to find a pretty snappy redirect on the goal line there, but more trouble here as Kukita levers one towards net, and my, the HC team fending off the pressure for now, but Mexicanicals seem to be picking the pace up a little bit, recognizing the situation that they're in.
Great job wasting about 5 seconds off the clock there by FTM, but Wellis with the backflip after pushing up a little bit too much. Falls can shoot, but he'll just get the derpy wheel touch, but that's all he needs as he finds Pringle, and it's 3-3, and I think even if Mexicanicals make it out of this series with a 2-0 sweep, I think the rest of this tournament, the players in the rest of this tournament are probably watching this thinking, okay, this team can be beat. They might be the #1 seed, but they're struggling to win a 2v3 here.
Yeah, that doesn't bode particularly well for their team, but it can be really disorienting to just face an unconventional match of any kind, really, when you're put in a situation where you just can't settle into your normal rhythm. Hello, Wellis with a very extended air dribble over top of, well, let's count them. 1, 2 players trying to rush back there, and it's a lead for HC at the very end of this 2v3 game.
He got falls twice there. What a play by Wellis. Trying to buy JD another game. JD's back. Oh, and it's a 5-3 game off the kickoff. That's the thing. Like you said, I think this might be a little bit tilting for Mexicanicals at this point. Just have JD leaving and coming back and leaving and coming back, and then also having to deal with, half this game they've been playing 2v3 and the other half they've been playing 3v3. It's tough to adjust to as we see Falls leave now. I'm betting that's a car change though, as Falls has been in the murk this whole time. JD is sticking around. Somehow managed to put up nearly 200 points in that game while barely playing in it. If you're Mexicanicals here, Thunderballs, you can't be. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw tilt coming out from them after that game too.
I wouldn't doubt it either. That's not a good time. I was kind of halfway through a point when Wellis hit that air dribble, talking about trying to weather the storm of an unconventional game, even if it's in your advantage. And this kind of paints a picture of how the players are feeling on the field on both sides. I've pretty much thrown the script or the predictions out the window at this point after how that game ended. I'm out of options here on trying to figure out what is going to happen in this series at this point. And I think that's just as much a problem that the players, in particular Mexicanicals, are facing here, where there's no rhythm to what's going on. It's a bit of a circus on the field with players leaving and coming back and goals being scored by the team that should be getting beaten 2v3.
Well, it's all to do here for both these teams. Game 3 rather. Close enough. Just about to get underway here, and we have all 6 players in the lobby. Let's see how long that lasts, as Falls also had to restart his game because he was having FPS problems. We're going. Game 3, best of 3, round 3, here at the TGS Signature Series featuring Rocket League, presented by Daily Hive. I'm Max, with me is Thunderballs, as well as the hero of the late game there for HC Esports as they won the 2v3. JD looking for the reset. Got it, but couldn't get back to the ball, ran out of boost. And now we're going to get to see, hopefully, at least one game of what this matchup should have been the whole way through. And it's been a close one anyway. As Wellis darts off the sidewall for that, dropping it for JD. Nobody's there to receive JD's pass except for Kokita. Oh, what a pass down for Pringle, but the shot couldn't find its way in. Falls did switch cars when he left the game. From Merc to Fennec. Tryhard mode engaged for Falls. FTM deep clear. Wellis chasing. Awkward touch for Falls off the backboard, but JD can't blame JD for missing that read. That's not a read not a ball you expect to be popped up there. Falls has an empty net though. And JD, they just thought about that boost for 1 second too long, and Falls punished.
Yeah, that's a huge opportunity in the midfield. JD, with the ball moving at that pace, they just didn't have the option to second guess there at all. They really needed to get back as quickly as possible, and leaving the door open means that Mexicanical's taken the first lead of the game here. But a point that kind of came to me is, I'm just curious to see, well, I'm probably not going to see it at this point. But
finish it. Finish the point.
I kind of want to see what role JD plays on this team. That's the thing that we've been lacking in seeing HC Esports play, is that what were they really missing in missing JD specifically as a player, and where do they slot in as far as the rotation goes? So I'm hoping we get to see a little bit of the personality of the player and how it helps their rotation.
I mean, the unfortunate thing is, for what we've seen from JD, they're very good, and they're also DCing again, it looks like. But, you know, in the brief moments we've seen JD in these games, JD has been, in my opinion, the most impactful player on the field. You know, Kokita's had a pretty quiet series, all things considered, as well as, I mean, we've been mostly talking about HC because they've had the player disconnect issues, but it's been a lot of falls for Mexicanicals. Kokita really has been playing that midfield role that you see the best player on three teams play a lot, where Kokita's just holding down the midfield and making sure that they continue to get pressure and the ball doesn't get out of the offensive zone. We're seeing more 2v3 here, though, Thunderballs. The 2v3 series is at 1v1, though, or is at 1-1 rather, because HC was able to win a 2v3 in Game 2, but can they do that twice against the best team in this tournament on paper? I don't think so. I wouldn't put money on them.
No, I wouldn't either, but it's 2 goals, not 3. They had to try to claw their way back from a 3-goal lead, and now it's 1, and JD rejoined the match at the same time, so things going from pretty bad to kind of maybe okay here for HC in an instant as they regain possibly a player and they get themselves a goal on the board.
This has got to be so frustrating for Mexicanicals. Just, I think, like, even though they've been the team with the advantage from all these disconnects, just for both these teams, it's got to be impossible to really find your footing in this lobby the way that it's been going. Not a gaming experience too many people are probably used to, because you don't get to just rejoin ranked games like this like crazy. Or at least, I mean, you should, but it doesn't always work like that. Pringle passing out at a save from FTM. Again, the shooting from Kokita has left a little bit to be desired, but not the shooting from Falls. That was perfect. Top left, top bins.
Yeah, that's not a ball that really anybody's going to be saving. It's tough to even read that that's on net. You looked at the hesitation there from FTM on the ground waiting for the shot, and they doubted whether that was placed well enough, and as it turns out, it was placed perfectly, and that lead is extended back to 2 here for Mexicanicals, who are just trying to close this roller coaster of a series out. It's worth mentioning, when a player disconnects, oh my goodness, Falls. Nice double tap dunk there, but when a player connects and disconnects from a lobby in progress, it can affect the network stability of the lobby a little bit. I mean, I think we've all encountered that in games of Rocket League that we've played where players come and go. Yeah, so it's they're facing maybe a little bit of that factor as well, but that affects all players on the field, so it's kind of an equal split that way.
I don't think anybody's going to be feeling too sorry for Mexicanicals. They played the bulk of this series with a man advantage. But you're right. One of those this goal in this game that FTM scored happened right as JD joined or left. I don't remember which one it was, but that would have affected Mexicanicals. I guarantee you they lagged during trying to make that save. It's the most pronounced latency you'll see in Rocket League is when somebody joins the server, unless you have terrible ping. Falls looking for the double tap, full field, but he ran out of boost. Doesn't matter. Kokita's there with the shot. Can't find it. Wellis another save, and just like big like human props to Wellis and FTM for really hanging in there. like beyond gaming, this is a. I think, like I said, we're going to learn about the mental acuity of FTM and Wellness, and I've been very, very impressed with how they played at this disadvantage. Falls trying to finish it off. Final minute of play here in what has been essentially a 2v3 series at the Gaming Stadium Signature Series featuring Rocket League, presented by Daily Hive. Kokita giving up on that double touch. He ran out of boost. And with 40 seconds to go, we can call this one pretty much a wrap. 3-goal comebacks are very rare, let alone when you're down 3, when you're down a player. Thunderball's going ahead. This gives Mechanicals a spot in the driver's seat in this group of death here with this win.
It really does, and I think we saw some late game heroics from the side of HC Esports last game, but they don't have that opportunity anymore. It's a 3-goal margin and 15 seconds left to play here. So FTM's going to find one and give them a little bit of daylight, but still a very tall order here. It's Rocket League, so you always feel like you're in a precarious situation when you want to hand over and just sign off a win to one team or the other. But here, I think you're right that even though HC have found themselves one, it's not enough quite as the slow play here develops to get it, and it's going to be Mechanicals looking at the series win here.
With 5 seconds left, Kokita and Pringle can just run this out, but they might be hunting another goal. It doesn't matter as the ball touches. Mechanicals take that straight up Bizarro series. A lot of weird technical issues in that one. JD's connection clearly a little bit unstable as we get ready for round 4, I believe. The next one coming up is, as we mentioned, Mechanicals now in the driver's seat in the group of death. That's Group A. Our next game that we're going to see, Thunderballs Rise Up, who are coming into the series 1 and 2 against Hawks. Hawks, a 2 grand champs and 1, I don't know, what's 1330? Champ 2 against Rise Up, featuring one of our local players, Kickboxing Kang. All these players on Rise Up in the 1200-ish range MMR. I think that's Champ 1. It's been so long since I was that low. I'm just kidding. No, I play a lot with Kickboxing Kang. He's a much better player than that rank indicates. Let's stick with the match we just saw, though. Thunderballs heading forward for Mechanicals. They won the series, and we didn't see much from Kokita, the 35th best threes player in the world. But we also saw them pushed to the brink by a team with disconnect issues playing 2v3. So I think you can look at that in 2 ways. You can look at that and say, we didn't see the best from Mechanicals. This team is really good because they still won not playing their best. Or this team is beatable because they nearly lost 2v3.
I think I'm looking more towards the former than the latter. I think if it's up to me on deciding how the mentality was in that game, I think they were just a little bit thrown off and shaken by the strange pacing of how that match played out. So if I had to hazard a guess, I would say we're going to see a different Mechanicals team against. I mean, I can only assume. Hopefully, we'll see a team of normal 3 players on the field at all times, them playing against in the next match. So. Yeah, if you want a prediction from me, it's going to be that Mechanicals are going to shift it up quite a few notches when they can find themselves with a bit of a rhythm in a best-of-3 match, and especially if the series stretch even longer than that. As I'm assuming they're going to make it far enough to find themselves in like best-of-5, best-of-7 situations. They're going to be doing even better there, I would think.
And we're going to get this loss though for HC Esports means the matchup between them and RNG champs later on in Group A. Or maybe that matchup's already happened off stream. I don't know. But it makes that matchup super important because seeding-wise, that is probably going to determine now the 2nd seed in Group A. And again, you really want to come out of the groups with a high seed so you can avoid playing. There's going to be one of these 2K teams. There's too many of them. One of these 2K teams is going to lose a couple games and end up a 3 seed. It's like there's too many teams here for that not to happen once. As we are underway with this. Did we just change who we're watching? What happened to it? Yeah, it's Rise Up versus Hawks. Let me get into the lobby here, Thunderballs, because I didn't, apparently.
Well, I'll tell you what's happening while you get in here is that Caliber just absolutely banged a shot from midfield, kicked to the side out of the corner, and they buried it for a very early lead on the blue side of the field here. And it's looking good so far for that team, the side of Caliber. But yeah, I mean, you're in here now. You didn't miss too much, so you can pick it up from there and join in on. This is a pretty exciting series so far, to be honest.
1-0 here in favor of Hawks. And this is the first matchup we're seeing with some real rank disparity. Caliber and Bennis, both grand champs. Apollo, a champ 2, and then Rise Up, a bunch of champ 2s as well, or champ 1s. They're just going by MMR. I don't know that stuff by heart, as Hawks takes a 2-0 lead here with the pass from Caliber to Apollo. Bennis is my player to watch here for you, Thunderballs. He's 1701 in the lobby, where he's the highest ranked player by nearly 100 MMR, and that guy's on his team. So keep an eye out for Bennis. Keep an eye out for Kickboxing Kang on Rise Up. A very young keyboard and mouse player who just doesn't play ranked that much, but he's capable of mechanical things that will work in Grand Champ lobbies.
All right,
As you see, the immediate feels backflip. Don't make me look bad, Matt. Don't make me look bad, Matt. I'm hyping you up here. There's Jack95 playing a little D here. Caliber looking for the near post, can't find it. Bennis into the corner. And you see the immediate. We've seen nothing but 2K teams. This is our first game featuring any non-grand champs, and you can immediately see the change in pace of play here. Rise Up, and Jack looking to break out of defense, but Kang can't get a second touch. Caliber's up. Caliber's got it, and it's 3-0. A minute and a half into this one, and the speed difference in favor of Hawks here, Thunderballs, is pretty noticeable already.
Yeah, that pre-jump from Caliber stuck out like a sore thumb in all the other players on or near the ground, kind of waiting for what would happen with the ball. Meanwhile, Caliber is 3 steps ahead, reading the touch off of the backboard and catching everybody by surprise. So yeah, this is a speed difference between these two teams early. It's a 3-0 lead already for the team that we expected to be the favorite on paper. And if I had to guess, I would say unless the Rise Up team can find a little bit of a shake-up here, that this kind of punishment might continue from a team that is pretty heavily stacked against them.
Bennis looking for a shot near post, finds it, and Zebo can't get back in time. And as you say it, Rise Up doing some math in their heads, trying to figure out the adjustments to make, because right now it's looking like Hawks' series to lose already here. Less than 2 minutes into the game, 4-0, and Rise Up's not had a ton of ball control, not had a lot of offensive chances.
Well, it's interesting, though, a note from production that Rise Up, a solo queue team. They're,
cool.
I believe, a roster of players that joined the team, or joined the Signature Series tournament, rather, as solo entries and were placed together by admins. And so, as I said, they need to find a shakeup. It could literally be a question of developing chemistry over time. I'm assuming they've played a few matches together already, but it can take quite a while to kind of find the rhythm that you want with a group of players you're not accustomed to playing with. So hopefully, they're staring down a pretty wide goal margin here, they can maybe find some of that chemistry between themselves and start to claw their way back in game number 1.
All right, knowing that information now, I will say, as Bennis puts in goal number 5, while Kickboxing Kang is very good for a champ 2, he's also a very weird player to play with. He plays a very unique style of play, and it takes some getting used to. So that information about this being a solo queue team is important, to say the least, about when it comes to Rise Up. Bennis starting to make his presence felt here as we plug along in this one. He must be really having so much fun in this lobby. There's nothing like being by far the highest ranked player in a private match. It's just real fun.
Yeah, it affords a lot of freedom on the field, and just kind of, you can go for
whatever you want.
Pretty much whatever you want. And the percentages, when you talk about low percentage plays that can be gone for, you're afforded so much space to go for those what would normally be low percentage plays that it can be, as you say, it's a real good time. Oh, hang on. They're going to find one here.
Caliber.
It's on the board.
Just a misplay by Caliber in net. I was literally about to say the other reason Bennis can feel really good about challenging stuff that might seem risky is that the second best player in the lobby is on his team in Caliber, but Caliber just whiffed that. So, results-wise, I don't know if we can call him the second best player in this lobby right now.
That might have been just a small blip, though. I think Caliber's shown enough of their namesake to really prove that they're meant to be where they are MMR-wise. But hey, Kickboxing Kang, there's a nice little chance there. And that could be them waking up with that unconventional style, but look at the connection of solo queue versus a team that signed up for this thing together.
Yeah. And that's such a huge gap to make up if you're Rise Up or any solo queue team in this tournament. They're not the only solo queue team in this tournament. That's gonna, like, you have to be such good players on an individual level to make up for the gap in teamwork that's going to be happening if you don't know each other and don't play with each other. Right there, Jack nearly centering it for Caliber. Apollo can take a shot, and Apollo's got the goal. His second of the game. A casual 6-point effort from Apollo, the lowest ranked player on this Hawks squad.
What a great shot, though. That's pretty scary if you're Rise Up on the other side. They probably had a look at the sheet. They're trying to see, how the teams stack up against one another on paper. They're hoping, mercifully, that maybe Apollo is the one player that's not going to pull off shots like that on the field, but here we are with them hitting a nice high aerial, and it's just coming from all sides from this Hawks team right now.
I don't know about you, but if I see a default Octane with a basic skin that you get at the beginning of the game with Cristiano's on, I'm assuming that's the best player in the lobby. He's got the ultimate sweat mode tryhard car on right now. Does Apollo?
Well, False running the Merc in the last game. I mean, it's either going to be the top player in the lobby is either going to be the most boring car or the least one if they're having a good time for themselves. So you kind of look out for one or the other.
All I know is once you hit Grand Champ, if you see a Merc or a Scarab, that guy's smurfing and he's way better than you. 100% of the time.
Yeah, we've all played a little bit too much ranked to know that that's not the case. So this is maybe a chance here off the crossbar. Getting back into the game, it's a Brazil here for the Hawks team. Not looking too pretty for Rise Up, the solo queue team, just trying to find themselves more than a solo goal, but it looks like time's going to wind down here with a 7-1 and a series that could very much pan out this way looking forward.
And Kickboxing King is very much a Rocket League meme lord. He's not going to be happy with being on the receiving end of that Brazil. We get our first Brazil of the day, which is frankly surprising. It took 4 series to get into it. We're now in round 1. This is the Rocket League Signature Series, presented by the Gaming Stadium, sponsored by Daily Hive. I'm Max. With me is Thunderballs. 1-0 here, the lead for Hawks after that pretty thorough beatdown. Let's do some quick caster math. 15 shots to 6 in favor of Hawks, and it was Caliber and Apollo carrying the load. Bennis was just taking easy shots, Thunderballs. I'm thinking we haven't seen the best from Hawks.
No, and you know what speaks to the most of that in the stat lines to me is Bennis's lack of assists. So I feel like the connection between all 3 players, we saw it once, I think, on the field where it was really this 1-2-3 engagement from the Hawks team that found them a goal. But I think if Bennis finds themselves in the rotation more consistently towards the attacking end and starts getting assists on the board and setting up their teammates, it gets even scarier here for Rise Up, and that's not good news because Bennis, obviously, as you mentioned, the top MMR player in the lobby.
I think you can say the same for. You can say something similar about Rise Up. I mean, they had very little pressure in that one. They had just the one goal. They only had 6 shots, and I can't think of too many of those shots, which means they probably didn't have a ton of scoring opportunities. They need to find a way. Like I said in the first game, where we had a bigger rank disparity than we had the last 2. What you can do to even these gaps? You can do 2 things. You can control the ball better. And utilize if one of your players is a good 1v1 player, utilize that. Or you can boost steal and demo, which is what we just saw them trying to do there from Rise Up to even it out. Boost steal, demo, hit bangers, but if you don't follow up those demos with shots, it doesn't matter. Caliber follows it up with one of his own, and Hawks take a 1-0 lead here.
Just a scrambling defender there trying to read that bounce off the backboard. Couldn't find it, in Caliber, the easy rebound control. But a note also from production that Apollo, the player that we were talking about earlier as being the lowest of the squad on the side of the Hawks. Ooh, at Caliber, adding another one there. But Apollo is actually a multi-season GC that just has had a bad stretch of playing ranked recently. And so it's kind of affected their appearance on paper. But I think we saw evidence mechanically back then that they can back up that multi-season GC info that we're getting from production, and they're a strong player on the field as well.
Yeah, like I said with Mizu in that Empire game, like MMR is not always the best indicator of how good a player actually is. Mizu in the last tournament was only at 1630. He was 10 points above me and that is not indicative of how good he is. And yeah, we're just going off paper. Because after a while, after seeing Apollo play now a game and a half, I'm not really looking at his 1330 MMR. I'm looking at a guy who had 2 goals and 4 assists in game 1. Results
Exactly.
matter.
Yeah, and it's a continuation here. Hawks looking to find goals really at every opportunity and looking so comfortable on the field compared to what is a very uncomfortable rotation for Rise Up. It's a pretty admirable effort. They're trying to do their best just to stem the tide that's coming from the Hawks side, but Hawks far too comfortable in their own end. They're not really being challenged. Oh, as I say that, okay, that was a little bit risky of a play there. Works out for Hawks, but that's the first real chance that we've seen from Rise Up in this game number 2.
I mean, that was a good chance. Zebo had the shot on target. He just needed to get the right part of his hitbox on the ball because the shot was so soft. Kang nearly hitting the double tap, but again, solo Q team. Little miscommunication. Jack 95 just taking that shot away from Zebo, who had a much easier angle to score from. His caliber puts it off the joint, near post. Zebo, another double commit between him and Jack. Kang looking to drop onto this one. Can't get down fast enough. They've got a little bit of a breakout, 2v1. Zebo gets the 50. That ball's just sitting in front. Nobody there for Rise Up. That felt like an eternity, I'm sure, for Hawks. That ball just sitting in their own box. A shot from Jack is wide, but saved anyway. Here's Bennis looking to go 1v3. Taken away. Zebo centering off the backboard. Kang was there, but he whiffed. Jack is there with the follow-up, but he missed.
Look at the pressure from Rise Up. They've really been hemming the Hawks in their own end. This is the first time we've seen the blue team break out, and almost immediately they're threatening. That's the difference between these two teams. Rise Up spending so much time in the Hawks end without truly threatening the net, and the moment the Hawks get even close to the attacking third, they're putting something on the goal against the Rise Up team, and that paints a picture of the difference between these two teams in the series.
Big boy pinch from Kickboxing Kang goes way over the net. Bennis is going to play this backwards. Jack, nice pass off the wall, but again, nobody there to follow up for Rise Up. They put the ball in places where you can generate scoring chances from, but they haven't had players in the right spot when that happens. Tough read for Kang, and a tough touch as well off the ceiling, but Zebo is there to clear it away. Jack in for the shot, air rolls into it, but Caliber, easy save for him. For a player of his ability. As Zebo can't catch up to that one, another phenomenal shot by Apollo, this time high off the wall. And at 88 seconds left in this game 2, round 4, 3-0 Thunderballs. Everything still to do for Rise Up if they want to come back and make a series of this.
And we've been harping on them for not really being present for those follow-up plays and trying to put a ball on net that's being put in those difficult spots, but that can be a product of not having confidence against the team you're playing against. If you're tentative about going forward for fear of being punished, that's where you see that missing second and third man on rotation. I think that's what we're seeing here as Rise Up, recognizing that they're up against it here and not wanting to commit. But I mean, at this point, it's a nothing to lose situation where just send the house, everything in the kitchen sink at this point, down 3 goals and staring down the series defeat. Just go for it. And it's not going to get any better for them here as Bennis finds one down the back wall.
And it's tough, as you say, just a nice pass from Apollo. Bennis was waiting on the far side of the back wall for that. It's tough if you're not a grand champ like this Rise Up team. None of them are. To just get thrust into a lobby against what is essentially a full grand champ team. The pace of play is way faster than you're used to. The balls are hit harder than you're expecting them to be from positions you don't expect them to be hit hard. It's such an adjustment, and that can lead to hesitation. It can lead to bad rotations. It can lead to driving into your own net, not facing the play, like Kickboxing Kang just do like Zebo did there. It can lead to just all these little errors that come with lack of focus in Rocket League because you're trying to play so much faster than you're comfortable playing.
Well, it leads to 5 goals and 0 on the side of Rise Up here. Bad going to worse off of kickoff as a little quick kickoff there from Apollo finds them. Another one, but I think it had been iced long before that, but that really well and truly is the final straw, final nail in the coffin here for Rise Up, who performed in stretches admirably. They had sustained amounts of pressure for moments here and there, but the consistency just not where it needs to be to stare down a team like we see in the Hawks here.
Zebo looking for the double. He'll pinch it with Kang, or sorry, with Jack, and that'll do it for the offensive attack for Rise Up. Caliber looking for goal number 7. Can't find it. I think if you Rise Up, the moral victory here is not getting Braziled. Don't give up that 7th goal. Don't get double Braziled. As the final seconds of round 4 wind down, Hawks are going to move to 2-2 in the group stage. As that ball stays out.
All right.
We got to see a lot of Rocket League memes there, Thunderballs. We got to see Kang asking for a Rule 1 and getting it. We got to see the team Rule 1 at the end there, and we saw nearly 2 Brazils, but a 2-0 sweep here for Hawks. They go to 2-2. Rise Up 1-3 in the group. This is Group C action. This is the first we've seen of Group C, and we're going to see more Group C with our next game, which is this really the name of this team? I don't know. LJ Fett? That seems like a player's name.
LJ Fett, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, that seems like a player's name, not a team's name. But either way, our next matchup, another all 2K matchup pretty much coming up in Group C here at the Signature Series, sponsored by Daily Hive, the gaming stadium. I'm Max. He is Thunderballs. Thoughts on that series will be solid. Let's talk about Hawks, because I think that's the team we're going to see going forward.
It is, undoubtedly. I mean, anybody who watched that series and saw how lopsided it was, they're not looking forward to Rise Up's chances of moving too far necessarily, especially when we talked previously about there only being 3 spots to claim for yourself coming out of pool play. So, yeah, Hawks, that's a pretty admirable effort, but it's difficult to say how necessarily they're going to fare against teams that we've seen in previous matches that we saw, because this was them facing a team that's averaging 1,200 to 1,250 MMR. That is far cry from the team that the Hawks are going to have to beat to really make a statement for themselves in this tournament. So it remains to be seen how they stack up against a team that's putting some real skill up against them.
We're gonna, as I said, our next series coming up is, it looks like it's Narnina versus LJ Fett 123. Neither of which sound like team names to me. But I swear to God, LJ Fett 123, that's a player. I'm pretty sure that's a player. Either way, it's going to be Process, Drees, and Omanoa against Seb, Turtle, and Parth. That's our next series coming up. And yeah, we're going to take a break. That's Thunderballs. I'm Max. He'll be right back with Axel Toss. I'm going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a moment here at the TGS Signature Series featuring Rocket League, presented by Daily Hive.
Now we gotta go to the next level.
I'm Will. I'm part of the marketing communications team at Big Brothers. So today we're working with a fabulous team building company called Eventology, based out of Vancouver. They've been working with us over the last couple of months to build a bespoke GPS scavenger hunt around Stanley Park. We had a little bit of rain today, but it certainly didn't dampen anybody's spirits.
There was an app that we downloaded on our phone that took us to different places around the park, and we had to do activities like take funny selfies and answer some trivia questions. So I think it was pretty great. Like, this is the kind of event that I really like Big Brothers for. I've been matched with Tommy for just over 6 years now.
I really enjoy about Andrew that he likes to take me outdoors and to enjoy ourselves and enjoy the moment. He's a great big brother.
Great opportunity to do a bunch of interesting things with somebody that you wouldn't otherwise get a chance to spend time with.
So we really want to say thank you to Eventology. They've been great in supporting us and building this through and working with Big Brothers. Great team to work with, and we can't thank them enough.
You can be the positive influence that a child in Greater Vancouver deserves, simply by spending consistent, quality time together. Learn more or get in touch through our website.
Hey everyone, welcome back. We got Rocket League going on today. $2,000 on the line for our competing teams and players. It's a lot of money. It's a big day, especially for whoever can end up winning this thing. Presented by Daily Hive and brought to you by the Gaming Stadium. My name's Axel Toss, joined by Thunderballs. We're going to hang out and talk about some Rocket League and the games we have coming up. But before we do, we had some HyperX ads going on. Check out hyperxgaming.com and follow their Facebook and Instagram at HyperX for the latest products. The products that were featured in the commercial, you guys saw the Cloud Alpha S, the Quadcast microphone, the Alloy Elite G2 keyboard or Ally Core RGB, the Pulsefire Core RGB mouse, and these are all available at ME, CC, and Best Buy within Canada. So check out those items, HyperX. Without them, this tournament might not be happening. So thanks, HyperX. But yeah, having a lot of fun here. Thunderballs, we just watched a pretty one-sided match, but we're in the midst of our group stages, and then we're going to have some bracket play. So again, buckle your seatbelts, have your snacks, have your Red Bull, have your water ready and waiting. But anyway, Thunderballs, how are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. Nice to join you here finally on our rotation. And you talk about the one-sided matchups. I think we were bound to see that eventually as we get down the pecking order of the teams facing off against one another. It was really a matter of time before you get one of those matchups. We got through. Luckily, we opened up the stream with 2K teams just duking it out several series in a row. And you get onto that stage where now we're deciding spots here for seedings going into the next round, and a spot definitely maybe opening up there for a Hawks team that's chopping at the bit trying to get that third placing when really they're in Group C. And in each group, there are two teams that are sitting around that 2K MMR range. So the Hawks, it would take a minor miracle for them to grab a first or second spot, but they're fighting with that statement against Rise Up to try and get that third one and squeak into the next round.
Yeah, we have, I believe it's four groups in action. And as you heard Max mention earlier, the match we have coming up, we'll be entering it momentarily. Narnina against LJ Fet 123 from Group C. Both these teams are currently undefeated. And you mentioned the variability of teams that we're seeing play today. What kind of teams are we going to see? How good are these players? How good will they play? Well, we have a lot of really good teams in this tournament. And this one we have coming up is more of what we started with, which is those teams that are averaged right around 2,000 MMR, which is insane. can't
It
believe
is.
it. I'm
Yeah.
at like 1350, and I've been playing this game a while, like 1350, 1400. I've like 3,000 hours of Rocket League. I think I'm pretty good at the game, but the fact that these guys are just chilling around 2,000, it's pretty crazy. These guys are good at Rocket League.
I'm right there with you, looking upwards at the players that we see on the fields right here, and I've only barely squeaked my way into GC in the last couple of seasons. That's a minor achievement compared to what these players are throwing down here. But the upshot of that, while we might not be skilled enough to match them on the field, great part is that we get to see some fantastic games and level of play in the matches that we've gotten, especially this one coming forward.
Yeah, there's nothing like tournament dramatics. According to the schedule that I'm looking at, we have 3 more matches of group play before we're into bracket play. So again, we're still getting started more or less through this tournament. Big day today for all these players. $2,000 on the line in tournament action. I love it. Super exciting stuff, again, presented by the Daily Hive and brought to you by the Gaming Stadium, a venue in Vancouver that is currently not functioning because of COVID. They've moved everything online, so the venue, don't try to go to the venue right now. Don't try, you won't be able to get in. It won't work. But we're all online, and here we are, Narnia versus LJ Fet 123. As we can see, the players representing Narnia, we have Seb, Turtle, and Parth. Representing LJ Fet 23, we have Process, Diriaz, and Ominoa. That's not the Turtle, is it?
I would take a guess and say probably not. Turtle's got himself wrapped up with
He's busy today,
RLCS-related
right?
things this weekend,
'Cause,
I
like-
would imagine. So unless Turtle is pulling serious double duty,
And if I'm
casting
not
and playing at the same
mistaken-
time, I think it might be a different Turtle.
As we see a goal here from Narnia. If I'm not mistaken, Seb rings a huge bell. SEB. I'm not sure. I'm trying to place it on a team I've seen him on in the past. That rings a bell. But
Could be. I mean, you'll
anyway,
see
these
a
guys
lot
are
of
good.
bubble players.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll see people that are chilling in those ranges where you kind of see names that you think should be familiar. When you're getting up into 2K MMR ranges, these are players that really are so close to breaking through that they may have found themselves on a roster at some point that you're familiar with. So I wouldn't doubt it that these are names you might find familiar.
I love it, and we're seeing some super competitive games and matches. I was talking with Max earlier about, we might see some players here who go on to have very fruitful careers in Rocket League, so we'll see what happens. So far here in Game 1 between these two players, best of 3 between these two teams, I should say, Narnia and LJ Fet. Currently Narnia with a 1-0 lead, about 2 minutes down in Game 1. We have some offensive pressure from LJ Fet, the orange side. Now the ball going back the other direction. Narnia trying to apply some pressure. There's a nice clear from the other side. Seb able to pick that up, sending it towards the middle. Maybe a double commit on defense. Parth not able to take advantage. It's going to get kicked back. Turtle is there, trying to pass it over to Seb. Decent pass. Seb with the fake, we'll call it. Not able to make connection, and it's like the ball is just going to be stalled in the orange territory for now, trying to get another opportunity on net. But Driaz able to push it the other way, and actually a spectacular passing play back to Mike. And Mike is in the right place at the right time and redirects that right on target.
Huge setup there from Driaz. I think that's got my pronunciation straight, but that was amazing car control to get the touch out to mid. Kind of took all of the defenders on the blue side by surprise, and that's a great tying goal here for an orange team that, I mean, this squad was looking a little uncomfortable against Narnia in the early stages of this game, so it's nice to see them push back a little bit and level the game. Half the game gone now.
And I really like the shot placement there. The pass was phenomenal. The shot placement, maybe even better. He chose to shoot it right on the inside left side of the goal, leaving very little room for any defenders to keep it out. So really nice heads-up play all around. These guys are good. Turtle going for a double touch, dropping it below the net, still threatening the ball in a very dangerous spot for the orange side. But Narnia not able to convert quite yet. Parth trying to finish this off, trying to get a double touch to himself, but the backboard defense is true. Goes back down to Turtle, still not out of the woods yet, but there's a decent clear. Seb gonna jump up and try to hit that down. He's going back the other way, and LJ Fet trying to get some momentum here in this tie game.
Well, they're doing their best, and that was a great defensive stand. It's really positive to see from a team that when they're up against it, they can make the saves that they need to on the goal line. Some really impressive avoidance of bumps as well. There was a physical play attempted by Narnia that got steered aside, avoided, and they made the save to boot. So this team can hold their own, LJ Fett, on the goal line, but they're going to need more than that to take the game in the last minute and a half.
Oh, what a shot. What a shot. A millimeter down, and that's in. Turtle trying to follow it up. Narnina with all the pressure here. Seb trying to keep it on the offensive side. That has to be an opportunity they want back, but they're going to keep it on that orange side. Turtle trying to put that ball in a dangerous spot. Parth, excuse me, going to follow that up. Still following it there, even though he had no boost. I don't know about that. His teammate was trying to do a follow-up play, but now it's going the other way. LJ Fett, a team score there. That was a pass from, who was that? Driaz up to Prima. And that's an open net. I expect almost anyone to be able to score that one. Good job, Prima.
Yeah, nicely done. At this level of play, seldom are you going to see that shot missed. And Driaz going again with a fantastic assist to set up that play. So early rolls on the rotation side of LJ Fett. Driaz looking like a playmaker for this team, and they've got the attacking prowess to back it up there. So now it's a 2-1 lead. Started shaky here for LJ Fett, but now it's Narnina who have to claw their way back, and not a lot of time to do it.
And I feel like Narnina has had more pressure overall. Like they've had, it's been their game mostly. LJ Fett just able to take advantage of small opportunities. So Narnina shouldn't consider themselves out of it by any means. Keep up that pressure and try to go for that goal. That's what they're trying to do. Seb making it dangerous on the far side. It seemed like every player on LJ Fett was on that back wall. So feeling the pressure now. Parth sending it to the middle. The defense has been so good for LJ Fett. Turtle trying to pass it down to his teammate Seb towards the net. There's a defender there trying to usher it out of there. Parth trying to send it to the middle. That's a great clear off the backboard. And we're going to game 2. LJ Fett takes game number 1 over Narnina in a very close game.
And you nailed it in saying that it looked as though really Narnina had the bulk of the pressure in that game. Looking at the stat lines, it was 6 shots versus only 3 for LJ Fett. So it wasn't for lack of trying for Narnina, but the efficiency really coming through for LJ Fett in just capitalizing on the chances that they needed to.
It's a good point. I mean, they had the stats, they had the momentum, but as they say in Rocket League, it just takes one small instance to get a goal for your team, and honestly to win. So I think Narnina, they can come out of that like not feeling too bad. They were probably playing better overall. You can tell they're nicely warmed up. They're playing some good Rocket League. They just had a couple moments that didn't go their way. So I still figure this to be a pretty close series. I wouldn't be surprised if Narnina could come back and tie this up. Again, it is a best of 3. We are in group play for anyone just now tuning in. We're in the beginning stages of a $2,000 Canadian tournament where we're going to have group stages into bracket play. So we're in the group stages right now. We're kind of warming up the entree here, and we're trying to see who's going to make it through the group stages and actually make it into the bracket. But so far, we've seen some pretty good teams, and we're about to get into game number 2. And I think Narnina played pretty strong. I wouldn't be surprised if they could bring this to a game 3.
Not at all. They really performed admirably there, and it was a matter of inches in some cases, where there was one play in particular that Narnina went for a bump on a player who was inside the net and on the roof of it. They avoided the bump, clambered out of the top corner of the net and made the save on the play coming in. These are very fine lines between goals and saves for Narnina. So they don't have to change up a whole lot here. It's just keep going with what you were doing, and maybe you just got to find those chances that weren't found in game number 1, because 6 shots versus 3, there's a lot of games where that's going to go your way and very few where it won't. Maybe game 1 was just one of those ones that didn't go their way, and they just got to keep up what they were doing.
Something else that was pretty interesting was the fact that it was pretty low scoring overall. We've seen a lot of like high-powered offense matches today, some pretty high score lines, but that was pretty much deadlocked the whole way through. So both these teams playing each other super close, and I'm sure we're moments away from getting into game number 2. Again, this is a best of 3. Narnina down 0-1 to LJ Fett. You could argue that Narnia is the favorite coming into this, just based on how the players rank on the Rocket League ladder. Driaz is actually the lowest ranked at 1923, and I say low. It's ridiculous. It's like ridiculously high. He's low
Relatively low.
amongst the other players on the field. Driaz is on the low side, 1923. So it's like all these guys are super good, super low scoring match, and I like those. The low scoring games are pretty fun. But it just goes to show, like, just one moment can really influence it. So you have to really lock down your play. You can't afford to make mistakes when it's such a low scoring game, and every touch on the ball matters.
Fantastic to watch too. It raises the tension. I mean, without even our involvement, when you see a scoreline that's only one goal away and a team trying to fight back to get themselves in the game, that's exciting to watch. And we're at the end of the day, sometimes we're just spectators too, watching these teams go at it. We saw quite a few real shootouts in earlier series during the day where it was 6-2, 7-1, like teams that are all above 2K MMR and blowing one another out in big matches like that. But that stuff's all fine and good. But when the farther you go into a tournament, teams recognize they can't allow that kind of stuff to happen. It shakes you up too much mentally. And so the games are just getting closer and closer here as we get down to crunch time for the group stage into playoffs.
Yep, and I'm just looking through the other games that are happening elsewhere. Of course, a lot of matches are happening right now. If you're in the chat and you're playing in this tournament, feel free to share a link to your stream. I guess if you're streaming your gameplay, I'm sure there's a player or two out there who's streaming their gameplay in this tournament. Let's see here. I wonder if there are any surprises, really. Have you seen any surprises today, Thunderballs? Anything that took you off guard, or are we still in the stage of just figuring out where everyone is? We're still in those early stages where everyone's kind of still warming up.
Well, I'm taking a look at the results. What was that? So Bangy's boys took down Revision, and Revision, a team no slouch that we saw give a pretty close contest in our first match. So that's definitely an upset on the MMR side of things. Bangy's boys averaging out at 1648 against Revision at 1858. That's a huge gap on paper between those two teams. Max mentioned the story that doesn't always tell you the whole story, but it tells a story, and it's that we've got at least one upset that's happened so far today. So you might be trying to pick favorites based on what we see in seeding. It's not always going to pan out that way. And I think that we are just about ready to jump into our next game in the series we've got on hand.
And by the way, this is Group C. Narnina and LJ Fett. Both these teams are undefeated. They're both undefeated so far here today. And this is a group with the University of Alberta, by the way. And only like one other team, only a couple other teams in the entire tournament are currently still undefeated. So we're watching 2 of 4 teams here that are undefeated in the Gaming Stadium Signature Series event for Rocket League. $2,000 prize pool. This is the group stage, and this is game 2. Narnina, we were talking about it, maybe playing a little bit better overall in game 1, but it only took a couple opportunities for LJ Fett to secure the dub, as they say. So we'll have to see if Narnina can bring this back. For now, we see Narnina bringing it back. Just a little, pretty simple pass from the side wall. And another goal that was, you got to make that one. Right there, you got to make that one.
Driaz specialized in assisting goals in the last game with 2. That's not the kind of assist I think they want to be finding, passing it to the other team. It was a breakdown in communication along the side wall that opened it up there for Narnina. And they're looking to add more here. Just as I said, they don't have to change much. If they continue performing at the pace they set in game 1, we might see a different picture here as we head into the second one.
Yeah, it's almost like they're trying to pick up where they left off and then some. Where it's like, look, guys, we played pretty well. Let's keep doing what we were doing, but let's really take advantage of these opportunities and tighten up the defense. Don't make any silly mistakes. Make them earn every goal. It's probably something good to do. For now, Turtle on defense, trying to get it out of the blue side. Parth is there backing him up, going to try to knock it towards the goal. And following it from the ceiling, a pretty impressive attempt. Seb going to follow it also in the middle of the field. Some more good pressure from Narnina. But now LJ Fett trying to take it the other way. Prima getting demoed. Very nicely timed on that demo. That was Seb who launched him into space there, or took him to pieces.
It's, you know what, one thing I've been seeing, I'll talk about that in a bit. Mike Bike with a massive aerial goal. And Look who it is, Driaz. The setup play again, always
What
finding
a
their
pass.
teammates on the field. And Mike Bike just buries the shot from a pass coming way downtown. That's a fantastic play there. And I wanted to touch on, before they scored that goal, how shooting accuracy, I think, is what's plaguing Narnina most here. That might have been obvious from the stat line of 6 shots versus 3 not going their way, but we're seeing it again in this game here where they're presented opportunities and they're just ringing it off the crossbar. They need to find those shots on target.
Yeah, that last one is what we call a Hail Mary, a deep pass across the middle and a nice finish. And I love it. We got a locked down scoreline once again, but not for long. Turtle able to just take advantage of that one. It's almost like gravity was going towards the orange goal. Turtle just pushing that in a great spot, and Parth with the follow-up. Actually, that was all Turtle's goal. I thought Parth touched it for a second, but Turtle doing a great job, just hitting a nice shot from a pretty long way away.
Yeah, and what you saw break down there a little bit, Mike Bike peeled on the challenge on the wall for that setup pass that the Narnina player was looking for, and I think that might have taken both of the LJ Fett players off guard. At this level of play, you always have to be having someone challenging the ball and contesting what's going on. So when one player peels on a challenge like that, it can throw off the whole rotation on the field.
Rocket League, such a narrow game, honestly. So many details that can really make or break a team's cadence and chemistry. For now, though, the pressure, Narnina just keeping it up. I mean, they're already up 2-1, and that ball was in such a dangerous spot above the net. But Driaz able to push it out, getting past one player, passing it over Prima. That is a crazy angle. What? I couldn't tell if it was a shot or a pass, and maybe it was a little both. Prima hitting it towards the net, and Driaz with just a silky follow. I'm not sure if that was going in anyway, but I'm sure both players are just happy about that result. And we're tied up 2-2.
I saw it as off target, to be honest. From the replay that we got, it looked to me as though that shot wasn't going to find its way in initially. It took a little bit of massaging from both players who were diving at that, but Driaz getting credit for the goal. That's a spicy one out of the corner, and a tie game once again. You love to see it so close between these two teams.
Yeah, we're seeing some nice goals. I said it before, I mean, make them earn it. And these guys are putting together some pretty special plays. But we're tied, so we're going to have to see more. And remember, LJ Fett currently up 1-0. Both these teams currently undefeated in the tournament today in this group play. Group C. I believe top 3 advance, and then it's seeding from there. A little back and forth here. Turtle trying to push it over to the orange side. Driaz on defense. Seb, he's going to interrupt that towards the goal, and that's a demo on Mike Bike. The goal is open. Narnina not quite able to convert. They still have good pressure, though. LJ Fett has got to be low on boost, but they're able to make it out of their side. Driaz carrying it over to the middle. Flip reset, what?
Okay. Well,
okay, that was acrobatic. That's one of the, you're going to save that one.
Yeah, I think we all should. That's clip-worthy right there from Driaz, who, on top of making that play, made it with very little boost in the tank. We saw a play go by the wayside the other way. Narnina got a huge demo, and there was no boost in the tank for Seb to finish it off. But no boost in the tank, no problem for Driaz, who hits the flip reset and makes a statement goal to take the lead with a minute left to play here.
And this guy is the lowest MMR in the lobby, quote-unquote, asterisk, sitting around 1920. No big deal. What a play from Driaz. And that might offer a window at just how good this LJ Fett team is. That win in game 1, no fluke, clearly up 1-0, and they're just trying to close it down. Let's get the smooth 2-0. Will Narnina have an answer? They're running out of time. 30 seconds left to find that equalizer to send this to overtime. They're keeping it on the orange side for now. Got to keep that pressure up. Parth trying to pass it to the middle. Seb feels backflip, but Turtle trying to follow that up to the goal. Parth not able to connect. Seb trying to keep it on that orange side, trying to get a demo near the goal. 15 seconds left. There's no time left. Narnina has to score if they're going to stay alive in this series, but it's going the other way. LJ Fett towards the goal. Parth save. 8 seconds left. Parth not able to grab it. Turtle missing. Seb trying to keep it up. There's still time here. Just got to keep it off the ground. Rule number 1, some say. Let's see if the equalizer can be found. Seb trying to hit it up to Turtle. He's going to try to knock it back down towards the net, but there's a defender there. Parth trying to follow it. It hits the ground, and LJ Fett takes the series 2-0. Incredibly close games. I just want to watch those teams play more, to be honest. But LJ Fett, LJ Fett, they might be cruising into the playoffs. Nicely played.
Yeah, that was a fantastic performance from them. I talked about Narnina not really doing anything wrong and maybe just needing to continue with the formula, but LJ Fett, they just continued to improve as those two games went along. It was really on the back of Driaz, I have to say. Those setup plays were fantastic, and then taking us completely off guard with the flip reset goal. That was totally a standout performer on the side of LJ Fett, and someone that's going to be a player to watch going forward in this tournament. I have no doubt about that.
Yeah, Dreaz, however you say it, what a beast with that flipper reset. And I'm looking at his stats, 1923 MMR, just chilling. That was a cool goal, though. It was intentional. It was needed. Sometimes you see flip resets, just like, he probably didn't need to do that. He could have scored, but he actually needed to do that to get past the last defender. So really, really well done from him, and someone we're certainly going to have in mind as the tournament continues forward. Look out for LJ Fett coming up in a second. I don't think we got a break here. I think we're going straight into the next match. Looking at my spreadsheet over here, Cheesy GCs going up against the Flying Beavers. And honestly, this looks a little one-sided. Just seeing it on paper, we're not going to mystify anyone here. We're full transparency. Cheesy GCs, their averages are low compared to the Flying Beavers as far as the MMR is concerned. So this might be interesting. This might get pretty interesting, Thunderballs.
We may have another Hawks versus Rise Up on our hands. That was the first lopsided match that we saw, and you're not wrong that there is a marked difference in MMR averages between these two teams. It's not looking pretty for Cheesy GCs, who may be aptly named here going up against the Flying Beavers, who are not so Cheesy GCs. They are comfortably up into that range. And yeah, Cheesy GC's up against it here. They've got a 2-3 record right now, so they're really angling at trying to give themselves a chance at playoffs, but this Flying Beavers team not going to make their lives very easy in the match that we've got coming up.
Yeah, and you never know when these MMR stats were taken, or like Cheese right now he's listed at 967. Maybe he's a peak GC player. We don't know. So maybe we shouldn't read too much into that. But I think it's going to be a bit of an uphill battle for Cheesy GCs, if not just for the record they currently have in the group. They're 2-3, so they are struggling a little bit. They're in the danger zone. I would go as far as to say they probably can't afford to lose another one in the group stages. So this is going to be a must-win for Cheesy GCs, and also it will be a very difficult win if they were to achieve it because of the strength of their opponents. But right now we're hanging out. We're basically just waiting to get into the game, which I'm sure will be happening momentarily. But thanks everyone for being here. I'm Axel Toss, joined by Thunderballs. We got Max Bussman on standby. He's going to be hanging out with us a little bit later. We have a lot of Rocket League coming your way today here on twitch.tv/thegamingstadium. $2,000 Canadian dollars is the prize pool. We have a lot of representatives from the Pacific Northwest, a lot of Vancouver locals who are playing in this tournament, which is really cool to see. I'm currently in Seattle, so I'm very interested in what happens in the Pacific Northwest, at least esports related. I've had the chance to actually travel to Vancouver and check out the venue, the gaming stadium. And I got to say, it's pretty cool. It's like when you're a kid and you're like, oh man, wouldn't it be cool to have a place to go hang out and play? It's like exactly what you would think it is. And it's not, you're not breaking business logic when you think about it either. It's like, yes, it makes sense. People want it, and it's a very popular venue, at least when pandemics aren't happening. But really cool venue in Vancouver. I urge anyone to check it out, especially if you're in the Vancouver area. Look up the gaming stadium. They got a stadium in there for spectators to watch a stage, and they got a bunch of PCs that you can play games on, which I have done before, believe it or not. Thunderballs.
Yeah,
I've played games at the gaming stadium.
I'll take your word for it. I mean, I haven't been there. I am way, way, way on the other side of the country. You've got a much shorter trip to make for yourself being in Seattle and heading up to the gaming stadium up there. But I'm going to be moving westward, actually heading to the Edmonton area, moving in a couple of weeks. So I'm within a shout now. This cool. Gaming stadium live venue, a little bit more attainable for me. Maybe I can make the trip through the Rockies and check the venue out for myself, because from what I hear from you and the gang at TGS, it sounds like a pretty awesome place to be, and hopefully they can get themselves kind of rocking with semi-normal operations once this lockdown situation lightens a little bit here, but
Yeah.
we've got action on screen. These two teams starting to face off in this next match.
Yeah, of course, the gaming stadium moving online during this pandemic, and that's what you're watching here. The Signature Series, $2,000 every month, presented by the Daily Hive, or brought to you by the Daily Hive, I should say. $2,000 every month towards a game, and this month it's Rocket League, and that's what we're doing here today as we see a goal from the blue side, Flying Beavers. This is a matchup from Group B. Cheesy GCs, the orange team, they currently have a 2-3 record, 2 wins, 3 losses in the group. The Flying Beavers, meanwhile, are sitting at 4-1. Both these teams trying to make the playoff bracket. Top 3 teams per group make it. We got 4 groups. We're gonna have a group of 12. Is everyone staying with me? Everyone follow what I'm saying.
I got you.
But as we said, the Flying Beavers, they are the favorites here, so they're going to try to hold on to that, and it's going to be up to the cheesy GCs, honestly, to pull off nothing short of a miracle, just given their standings and given the MMR separation between these two teams.
It's going to be a miracle, speaking of those, for me to ever say cheesy GCs correctly.
Oh, yeah.
That's a mouthful,
Oh.
and that's a flip reset from JSU. What a highlight reel goal here, and Flying Beavers living up to their reputation on paper against an lopsided that's
Okay, are
that's just a
people
nice
getting
goal.
better at Rocket League? Because that guy just casually did a flip reset and like placed it perfectly in the top left corner. What's going on?
Well, if people aren't me, then yeah, people are getting better at Rocket League. I feel like I've been stuck in purgatory forever, but outside of my bubble, they're getting better, and that's case in point right there. That's a fantastic goal, and now Cheesy GC's in an even bigger hole against a team they do not want to be in a hole against.
Oh, and there might be another one. Oh, just on the goal line, prancing ever so close to the entrance to that goal, not going in. But yeah, I have a side story there. The question is, are people getting better at Rocket League? So I have some personal data that I've accumulated. I've made friends in Rocket League over the years, believe it or not. I add people as friends. And it's usually people I play with, right? So it's like when I was in Platinum, I added a lot of people who were Platinum. When I was Diamond, I added a lot of other Diamonds. When I'm Champ, so on and so forth. Literally, my entire friends list is Grand Champion now. I can't even play with any of my friends because I'm the only person that has not been able to climb the ladder. So thank you to all my friends for proving a point. I don't know what that point is. But anyway, we can talk about the game again.
Well, the point is, that's why we're talking, I think, about the game rather than on the field, because we seem to have been passed by a little bit here by our
You might be
compatriots.
right.
And so we'll leave the play up to them, and we'll talk about the goal that JSU just found on the field, making it 3-0 for Flying Beavers, who are flying here against Cheesy GCs. And it's real trouble here for the underdog in this particular matchup at this point.
Yeah, and that one was just keeping the pressure up. And if you're a good team, and you're a good team on paper compared to the team that you're playing, you could it's like, how do you really approach that? What do you do? And I would say a solid strategy is keep up the pressure. If you just keep that pressure up, inevitably you're going to get some goals. So I think that's pretty much what we're seeing from the Flying Beavers. Oh, but the other way, Cheesy GCs are not to be silenced. That is Panzer. Let's see what happened here. Cheese going up to the rafters. And honestly, just a silky pass. Exactly where the ball needed to be. Panzer there to bury it in the back of the net.
Yeah, 9 times out of 10, you're going to expect that pass to be higher and less direct than it was. That was sent straight at the attacker who was coming in to the box of the Flying Beavers. And it took them, they were already in a bad spot, but it took them off guard there. It's a great play to get themselves on the board here for Cheesy GCs, and let's see if they can find a little bit more.
Yeah, it's got to feel really good for them too. Let's see if they can turn that into some momentum. We have Brandon Noob trying to find control, and this is a lot of pressure coming out from the Flying Beavers. Almost an immediate answer to that goal that just happened onto them. A great opportunity, and they're going to try to keep it up. ETH1 trying to get it to the middle. Brandon going to follow it up, but now it's going the other way. Cheese GCs trying to find a good touch, but disrupted by the Flying Beavers, and now it's going the other way. Up to the skies. It's ETH1 trying to get it over to the middle. He's in a good spot. Is anyone there? No. Looks like Jisoo went back to get boost. Jisoo. That's Brandon with the demo. Flying Beavers retaining control. 50 seconds left. And again, they're just keeping the ball on the orange side. Float it up, put it in front of the net, just keep it over there, and good things are bound to happen.
Yeah, they're really just chopping at the bit here. I mean, this ball is flying across the goal, back and forth consistently, and that tells you a lot about boost control in the game too. If a team is able to put this many chances on net consecutively, it just means they're owning the boost on the field, and Cheesy GCs are completely starved here. They've got to find themselves some boost and break this rotation rut that they're stuck in right now. They got 10 seconds to score 2 goals. This is not looking good for them in game 1.
The stats will probably tell a pretty big story here at the end. The Flying Beavers in control from point A to point B from beginning to end here in game number 1. Not a blowout though. A 3-1 victory is a nice victory. It might be a competent victory, but it's not a blowout. So credit to Cheesy GCs for hanging in there and keeping it competitive. And they had a pretty nice goal in there too. The passing play that led up to it was pretty impressive. So let's see if they can bring this back. But the Flying Beavers going up 1-0 in this best of 3. And you can see there 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I'm not great at math. 11 shots to 2 in favor of the Flying Beaver and the Flying Beavers, I should say. That's a pretty big disparity, and they want to keep that up.
That's about as big as it gets as far as disparities in shot totals go. And an interesting thing, I just dug a little bit back into results here and found a notable upset for one of the players on the team, the Flying Beavers. 2-1 the Imposters, who we saw on stream take down Empire Esports earlier today. The Imposters being Avenger and company. And Flying Beavers took that team down. So this is a little bit of a shakeup here. Flying Beavers looking at a lopsided affair that they could very well win in this game. And they're shaking things up in this group here where I think after that first match, we would have expected Imposters and Empire to kind of be clear through into the next stage. It may not be that way in terms of seeding.
That's a good point. Meanwhile, the Flying Beavers lost to Team Backpack. So it's just a, I don't even know, it's one of those, it's like a puzzle between the top teams. Every team taking out the other amongst our top 4 as we see JSU extending the lead here in the first 30 seconds of the game. A very hot start for the Flying Beavers. So in a group where only 3 can advance, it is actually deadlocked. And now I'm thinking about tiebreakers and stuff. And I'm trying to do some math in my head here because that is a close group. If anyone can do it, go to battlefy.com/thegamingstadium. We're watching Group B right now. Just check that out. Take a look at how close it is at the top between Empire, Imposters, Backpack, and the Flying Beavers. And I want to say, though, honestly, if there is any sort of tiebreaker, it would probably be either goals scored or series score, right? So something like that. So for the Flying Beavers, they definitely want to win 2-0, right? It is always going to be better to win 2-0 instead of having a 2-1, just in case those tiebreakers are lurking. So look out for the Flying Beavers to play strong here. They want to get a nice, clean win. They probably know how competitive it is in Group B. I expect them to really hold nothing back.
They're not holding anything back in this game, that's for sure. They've got themselves a 3-goal lead, only a minute off the clock so far, and they were putting in work while we were busy talking about their previous achievements, and so they're looking at a clean series win here if they can keep this pace up. Oh, Jisoo, it's a great touch there, not found. Ethon's got to look for a touch off the back wall. It's met by Cheese. Oh, what a great defensive stand there. Thought another goal might be coming for the Flying Beavers, but it's fended off nice there by Cheesy GCs, and they're down 3-0. But throughout this series, they've been putting up attempts here at keeping it pretty even. They're not just rolling over in this series.
And it's just making me think more about how strong this group is. This might be the group of death, Group B. It might just be. And Cheesy GCs, although they have a 2-3 record, they might be a lot better also. Like, they just got stuck with a tough group. So, really exciting stuff here as we see the Flying Beavers going for another opportunity. That was Command Noob, a.k.a. Brandon. He's got a really long name there. Another opportunity there for the Flying Beavers. Ethon trying to keep it up there. There's Brandon Noob again, trying to push it to that orange side, but coming back the other way. Cheesy GC is trying to make something happen. They're not out of it yet. They got 3 minutes left to try to bring this back. But now it's going back the other way, and Brandon, almost another opportunity. Got to be careful. Got to make sure your rotations are clean. Make sure you have someone back. But still, the Flying Beavers seems like they have all the momentum here.
It feels that way, and they are going to need it. We were talking about standings in Group B, and we might be calling it the Group of Death at this point, but a very interesting thing about tiebreakers, very often tiebreakers can come down to head-to-head as well. It depends how they structure the tournament. But goals like that might be needed for Flying Beavers because they lost the head-to-head, as you mentioned, to Team Backpack, who are also angling for a third spot as seeding. So if it's going to come down to something like head-to-head, you need to give yourself advantages any way you can. So they got to blow this series out, and they're doing it right now against Cheesy GCs.
And also, live update, by the way, Team Backpack did find another loss, so that's going to be good for the Flying Beavers because Backpack is the team that took them out. So anyway, crazy stuff, a lot of fun as these teams all trying to make it through the groups and into bracket play for our $2,000 Signature Series event. Brought to you by the Gaming Stadium and also, of course, supported by Daily Hive, making this happen. $2,000 a month for different games. Really cool. I encourage everyone to check out the entire series of tournament action. And again, check out the Gaming Stadium venue in Vancouver. It's pretty good. Take my word for it. I've been there. You can trust me. I'm Axel Toss.
Well,
Flying Beaver, another one!
Yeah, you can trust Flying Beavers to be finding some goals here on the field any given moment. There. Oh my goodness, look at the pass from Ethone there, setting up Brandon in the middle. Crazy amount of recovery control there to get that doink off to the middle of the field, and it just keeps coming here for Flying Beavers. They're probably not too pleased about the record that they have found themselves. I think in particular the loss to Backpack was one that they wish they could have back. So it's redemption round here for them at this point. They're looking for the clean 2-0 win here, maybe a clean double touch. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Cheesy GC's, it's looking a little ugly here at this point with plays just coming from all sides.
Yeah, and if it's looking ugly for them, it's looking pretty for the Flying Beavers. Ethone, a little bit of style there, and hey, I'm all for it. Kind of helps you maybe work out your fingers a little bit on the controller, getting all fancy with your dipsy doodles, flip resets. I like it. And in tournament play, it's really important. Get into your groove, get feeling good, and just carry that as long as you can. Feel good, play well, and try to win the tournament. So Flying Beavers doing some good things here. Up 6-0 in this game. Already up 1-0 in the series, so presuming they can hold on, they will take the series against Cheesy GCs, putting themselves at a pretty nice standing within Group B. And I think we're all agreeing that it's a pretty tough group that ended up unfolding here, as all these teams at the top are deadlocked. And Flying Beavers trying to add their names into the mix as a contender here in the Signature Series Rocket League tournament event.
Well, I can't see them as anything but a contender with the show they're putting on in this game right now. There's a lot of mechanical skill on that side of the field, and there's a lot of scoring potential between the players, both in individual efforts and team plays as well. That's pretty scary. So Flying Beavers, with about 25 seconds left to play here, they're just going to run the clock down, demo some players, walk the... Oh, a little bit too confident there was Ethone.
They could try to go for the Brazil, you know, but that they're not. They're just keeping up the offense. That's what I like to see. Why not? But the last few seconds here, formality, as the Flying Beavers just pretty much playing really well from the get-go in that series. Well-deserved 2-0 victory. Cheesy GCs, unfortunately for them, they needed a win there, and almost more unfortunately for the Cheesy GCs is just how strong their group ended up being. Cheesy GCs, don't worry too much. You guys are good. You guys are good at Rocket League. You're just in a really good group. Pretty much displayed by the Flying Beavers there, a team that also was able to take out the Imposters, who we saw play some very strong Rocket League at one of the first matches of the day. So I love it, man. The Flying Beavers looking really strong and trying to show that they're going to be a contender here, as I said. and as we agreed, I think they're looking pretty good as one of the favorites.
Well, if you want any idea, as a casual viewer or somebody wandering in here, as to how far the skill gap in Rocket League extends, if we're talking about Group B, the Flying Beavers laid down nothing short of a beating on Cheesy GCs just now, and Flying Beavers are not the top team in Group B. They've got a couple echelons above them in teams like the Imposters and Empire Esports. It really never stops going upwards in Rocket League as far as how good these players can get and how well they can play together. So you mentioned it a little earlier, Cheesy GCs, keep your heads high. I mean, they knew what they were up against coming into a tournament like this, and a 2-3 record coming into the match that we just watched, that's them performing admirably already. And at the end of the day, this stuff is just about chipping away and improving and finding a little success for yourself. So happy to see them on the field and happy to see these matches moving along here. I think we've got one more before we transition into the playoff stage.
Yeah, I'm looking at our handy dandy spreadsheet. We just saw the Cheesy GCs fall to the Flying Beavers, and I'm seeing 2 more matches on our rundown here in the group stages. I believe coming up next, RNG Champs against Party Time, and I think we're probably going to invite Max back in some capacity because I know he said something about RNG Champs. He likes those guys. And then also on the schedule, Muspies against Slightly Salty Gaming. I'm also seeing that. So I think for now we're going to take a quick break, and we might be changing up the casters. We'll see what happens, but we're going to take a quick break. We have 2 more matches in the group stages, and then we'll be moving on to bracket play. So stay tuned. You're watching the 2,000 Canadian dollar signature series presented by the Gaming Stadium and brought to you by the Daily Hive. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for being here. And again, we got Rocket League going all day long. We'll be right back.
I'm Will. I'm part of the marketing communications team at Big Brothers. So today we're working with a fabulous team building company called Eventology, based out of Vancouver. They've been working with us over the last couple of months to build a bespoke GPS scavenger hunt around Stanley Park. We had a little bit of rain today, but it certainly didn't dampen anybody's spirits.
There was an app that we downloaded on our phone that took us to different places around the park, and we had to do activities like take funny selfies and answer some trivia questions. So I think it was pretty great. Like, this is the kind of event that I really like Big Brothers for. I've been matched with Tommy for just over 6 years now.
I really enjoy about Andrew that he likes to take me outdoors and to enjoy ourselves and enjoy the moment. He's a great big brother.
Great opportunity to do a bunch of interesting things with somebody that you wouldn't otherwise get a chance to spend time with.
So we really want to say thank you to Eventology. They've been great in supporting us and building this through and working with Big Brothers. Great team to work with, and we can't thank them enough.
You can be the positive influence that a child in Greater Vancouver deserves, simply by spending consistent, quality time together. Learn more or get in touch through our website.
Go!
Now we gotta go to the next level.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. This is twitch.tv/The Gaming Stadium. You're currently watching the Signature Series in Rocket League. $2,000 Canadian is the prize pool. It's $2,000 a month in different games presented by the Daily Hive. So really awesome tournament series that the Gaming Stadium is putting together. And again, today is all about Rocket League. My name is Axel Toss. I hosted RLCS seasons 1 through 6. I've been did I play in a gaming stadium tournament? I think I wanted to, and Max
Not
was like,
officially.
Axel Toss, you can't. You're a caster. Max is like, look at me, you're a caster. You cannot play. So they didn't let me play. Anyway, I'm joined by Max. How's it going, Max?
You played it. Let's say you played a gaming stadium show match.
That's fair. That I did do, and it was a great
We
time.
did stream that, I believe.
I think there is evidence on the internet of that happening. But anyway, before we get into the next match, we want to thank the people who have made this happen, the people and the companies. And we've mentioned Red Bull. Shout out to Red Bull. I'm enjoying Red Bull Peach right now. I personally enjoy it. That is not a sponsored comment. I actually do enjoy Red Bull Peach. Is my favorite. New flavor, by the way. But for any of you League of Legends fans out there, there's Red Bull Solo Queue, which is the ultimate 1v1 experience for amateur League of Legends players. It puts a twist on a typical League of Legends match, pitting player against player in a bracket of 1v1 duels. If that sounds interesting to you, registration is currently open for the second Canadian qualifier on September 20th. You can learn more at redbull.ca/solo-q. That's SOLO and the letter Q. So again, League of Legends players, 1v1 tournament, redbull.ca/solo-q. I don't play as much League of Legends, but good luck to anyone who goes for that. And Max, you're going to talk to us about Big Brother.
Yeah, why not? Because I was a little brother for the bulk of my life. As it looks like, actually, I'm going to bomb through this because we're in a. Looks like the game is underway on my other monitor. So, Big Brothers was a huge thing in my life. It gave me a father figure. If you know me, you know I don't have a dad in my life, but they still need our support. Just because we're sitting at home right now doesn't mean the mentoring stops. So you can make a big difference in a child's life, especially during these crazy times, these unpredictable times. Support Big Brother with matches, volunteering, or with donations at bigbrothersvancouver.com/COVID-19-response, and keep the mentoring alive.
I love it, and very applicable to video games. Cool stuff. Very cool stuff. But here we are. Onward, the Rocket League tournament continues. Once again, if you're just now joining us, $2,000 Canadian on the line today for our competing teams. We started with a lot of teams, 4 groups of at least 7 or 8. And right now we're in the group play, and we have a couple more rounds of group play action, and then we are going to get into the single elimination bracket. So a lot of fun Rocket League today, and we're going to find out who is going to be the champion at the end of it all. Right here we have a matchup, best of 3 between Party Time and RNG Champs. And Max, you are a scholar of the RNG Champs, I hear.
I don't know about scholar, but I play with and against these guys all the time. These are this is the top kind of local Vancouver team we're seeing in this tournament. And in these 3 guys, Axel, Padster, and Wondero, the winners of probably like 75% of all gaming stadium tournaments that have ever happened. The first 3 or 4 were won by Padster and Wondero, and their third, Warrior of Blue. Axel didn't start playing at TGS till 2020, but he's easily been the best player in the local scene, the most successful player in the local scene since he started participating. They've all teamed up. The X factor here is Wondero to me. Of the 3, he's the guy who's playing the least amount of Rocket League recently. He's been a very high-rated player before. He was also stuck in Champ 3 for a little bit last season because he just wasn't playing much. Padster and Axel, very solid, consistent players. Wondero, though, can pop off. Can absolutely dominate a lobby, but he can also disappear for stretches at a time. So that's the guy to watch, Wondero, the guy in the Stocktain with, I assume, the Canadian flag, because he always does that. Yep.
Hey, and honestly, RNG Champs, right now, they're currently 4-2 in Group A. So this is a bit of a must-win for RNG Champs.
Yeah, this is, I mean, they are tied right now with Multicultural Crew at 4-2. Multicultural Crew, though, have a much tougher matchup. They're playing HC Esports off stream right now. So if both teams win, because RNG Champs took the head-to-head against Multicultural Crew, if both teams win, RNG Champs take the third slot in this group. They move on. If RNG Champs lose, assuming Multicultural Crew also lose to HC Esports, they still go through. The question is whether Multicultural Crew can pull off that upset. RNG Champs, though, a win can cement it for them. Their destiny is in their own hands as they go down 1-0 here, though.
Yeah, goal from Captomab. And honestly, Party Time in Group A, they're currently 3-3. So, again, my math isn't great, but if Party Time were to win here, that'd put them at 4-3, and RNG Champs would be at 4-3.
That's
so
a good point.
There'd be potentially some interesting things happening there. So, anyway, really exciting stuff here. We're getting to the latter stages of group play, so we're going to find out who's going to advance to the brackets. Very important matchup for both these two teams. Party Time up 1-0, 80 seconds left, just about here in game number 1.
So if Party,
RNG champs.
I believe if Party Time pull this off and Multicultural Crew lose, they would have the tiebreaker by virtue of having the tiebreaker of RNG, who has the tiebreaker over Multicultural Crew. So this is it. This game right here. Party Time can get their way into the playoffs too by winning.
And RNG Champs can make it very clean by winning here effectively. So we'll see. We've had some one-sided matches. We've had some close matches today. And honestly, between these two teams right now, RNG Champs on paper, they have the better average by a pretty decent margin. But we're seeing how much does that actually matter, because Party Time up 1-0 is showing that they are very strong. And they're showing up here. They probably know it's effectively a must-win situation for them.
If Party Time play this well, we might need to see RNG Champs. They might need to see Exel have a little bit of a pop-off. He's the guy with the highest ceiling on this team. Padster and Wondero are a great duo. Exel is the ones grand champ here, though, and he can do a little 1v3. He can solo play in threes. And we might need to start seeing some of that. Oh, big long shot though.
What? Still an opportunity, going up for it, trying to redirect it towards the net. That's a pass to Wondero, and that is a remarkable opportunity to score, but unable to find the back of the net. The ball still in the air, 0-second time. Party Time trying to make the party end, and they successfully did so, knocking it down to the ground. Party Time goes up 1-0, and it's only a best of 3. This is almost a situation where it's like, man, wouldn't best of 5 be nice? But then we'd be here way too long. This is just a best of 3. That is a huge win for Party Time. But it's not time to party yet. They got to win one more, and we all know how formidable RNG Champs are. So we see on the scoreline there, Exel. I kind of like his name, similar to my name. I like it. But he's at the bottom of our scoreboard here. So maybe, what do we need to see from RNG Champs here, Max, to turn this around? This again, a must-win, almost to make everything clean. They would love a win here.
I mean, they missed opportunities, right? They probably should have tied it up on 0 seconds there. They had a couple shots that they just didn't put in. That's an easy fix. Shooting accuracy is just going to come. It's going to kind of regress to the mean, if you will. Like it's going to average out over time, but there's not a lot of time to let that happen in a best of 3. It needs to happen now. You can't rely on, probability at this point. You need to take it to them. We need to see more ball control from RNG. All 3 of these guys are smart players. They got a little bunched up at times in that game. They need to space out and they need to control the ball. They are better. This is a more talented team than Party Time, but if you don't have the ball, you can't really exert your will in the game.
Yeah, veterans, I would say at this point, of the Vancouver greater area. Really fun to see these guys compete, and also really fun to see a lot of local representation from the Vancouver area participating in this tournament. That's where the gaming stadium is, believe it or not. I've been there. There's a Tim Hortons next door. Great business idea, the Tim Hortons next door gaming stadium. Just saying. But we are locked up here in game 2. Party Time, perhaps a surprise.
Oh, there it is.
A surprise party in game 1 for RNG Champs. But now, now we see an answer. A nice goal there from Padster.
Party Time had such control in the RNG Champs corner there for so long. I mean, the first 35 seconds of this game were just spent pretty much along the back wall of RNG Champs, but it just took one boomer from Padster to turn the tide. Doesn't take much. Axel dropping a calculator in the chat too.
See, I keep thinking you're talking about me, but it's not me. It's someone else. RNG Champs opening how they absolutely need to. A goal in the first minute. Now I'd like to see them, you know, you kind of got to lock it down, keep up the pressure, try to add on another one. But the pressure is on RNG Champs right now. They are down 0-1 in this best of 3. They cannot afford. They do not want to lose another one here.
No, you almost want to get another couple goals here. You don't even want it to be 1-0. It's too close. As Exel clears it off that ramp, Wondero's up quick for it. He has a touch. Marvy's there, though, to get it over the top of Exel and away from danger. But again, RNG Champs closing quickly. Wondero, the solo play. And Nisco's right there to clear it up. What's happening?
Perhaps miscommunication there between teammates. But all the pressure belonging to RNG Champs. And that almost felt like it was inevitable. Just an awkward moment everywhere for the blue team. Not really able to figure out their defense, maybe low on boost, couldn't find their footing, and Wondero is there to secure that one.
This is what I talk about with Wondero. He wasn't the best player in the lobby in that last game, but this game, the last minute or so of play, he has been completely in control of the entire field, backpassing it to Padster here. He just is such a quick player and such a weird, like, deceptive player to play against. He disguises his intentions very well. And when what he's doing is working, he's so awkward to play against. And that's what's happening for RNG Champs in Game 2 right now.
And a game they absolutely must win. Or it would be very advantageous for them to win, but they must win it to stay alive in the series. Down 0-1 to Party Time. Party Time trying to find some momentum for themselves. Nisco trying to pass it to the middle. That was disrupted, I believe, by Padster.
Wondero wants a pass.
Yeah, launching up. And a shot towards the goal. The pressure belonging to RNG Champs once again, keeping that ball on the blue side. Marvy trying to get it out of here for Party Time, looking for a pass to the middle. One more hit to the middle. There it is.
Good
no
touch.
one there to necessarily finish it off. Nice defense there from RNG Champs.
RNG Champs up 2-0. Exel still trying to find himself in this lobby, though. Awkward on the back wall on defense a couple times here. That's led to scoring opportunities for Party Time. If you can get into this game, though, I think RNG Champs have this series locked down. Because Padster and Wondero are playing up to their normal level.
Yeah, right now, though, dealing with a perilous ball right in front of their net. It's been there for a while now. Party Time accumulating a lot of pressure on that orange side of the field. Keeping it up, Marvy towards the net. That's at least 3 shots in a very short amount of time from Party Time, but now RNG Champs going back the other way.
That's dangerous.
For a moment, as Marvy able to find a really nice clear, launching it towards the orange net. Nisco with a fake. Marvy trying to pick that up. Capto in the background, sending it back to the middle.
What a touch by Nisco's there. But he couldn't follow it. Got hung up on the wall. Look at the aggression from RNG Champs, Axel. Throwing a guy upfield pretty much on every long ball, trying to make a redirect happen.
RNG Champs. Yeah, RNG Champs, they're going to be feeling nice. With the minute left up 2, they're going to be feeling nice. But they want to keep that up. They want to keep the pressure up. Don't let any questions happen at this point. Just get the win and move on to Game 3. That's what RNG Champs wants to do. Can Party Time mount a comeback here in Game 2? 40 seconds to do it. Marvy trying to set it towards that orange net. It goes back.
They need a goal on this rush right here.
Almost a redirect towards the target. A pretty creative angle attempted, but falling short. And now it's going back towards that blue goal. Marvy on defense. Plenty of boost. Shouldn't be a problem. To hit this to the side. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication there. A second player also going for that.
Oh, what a fake by Exel. That's a fake.
What a fake.
Come on.
What a fake from Exel. It's kind of weird to say his name.
I think that touch will do it, though, because not really enough time to get back up the field for 2 goals. No, I don't believe. I have no belief.
Okay. Honestly, pretty close game. Just like Game 1. And now we have a tie series. I'm trying to think about this one. You would think that after Game 1, RNG Champs were like, you know what, okay, let's buckle down. Let's get into it here. And maybe that was their effort there of really focusing and making sure they get to the win. But it was still close. It was a 2-0 win. It was a nice win, but it was still very close. So I'm pretty excited for this Game 3. It's RNG Champs. They're not out of the woods yet. Again, if they're able to get this series, they're pretty much into the playoff bracket.
I think they're guaranteed if they win. Party Time very much in this game, though. It still wasn't a dominating victory. I mean, we saw better ball control, but it still resulted in 8 shots to 6. Like, it wasn't a huge lopsided, like, what you'd expect with an MMR difference of roughly 100 on average. You know, and we're still, I think, not seeing RNG champs at their best. We're still not seeing the pop-off factor from Exel. He's got to wake up. They should be winning these games by more than 2 goals, in my opinion.
Well, now's their time to do that, because also they have to start thinking about this bracket that's coming up, if they even are going to make it. There's no do-overs. You have to be in your best form once that bracket play shows up. That's when we start counting down to who collects all the money at the end of the day.
Into single elimination. You want to be playing. You just want to be playing at your absolute best, and this is your last warm-up round, essentially. But it's a meaningful warm-up, as Wondero looking to control it, but the touch is too heavy. Marvy's touch, though, ends up helping RNG champs. Straight down, Exel finds the crossbar. Padster finds the post. Who's going to find the goal here, though, as looks like RNG champs just giving up, going back to get boost, giving up on that rush entirely. Nisco tipped away by Wondero. Mav can't find that. Exel will clear it away himself. Chasing down Marvy. Exel still with it. Exel across the goal mouth and stopped at the near post by Mav. A lot of what we were seeing in the early going in Game 1, Axel. Just a lot of control from RNG champs, but not a ton of great scoring opportunities.
Yeah, and the first goal is going to set the tone. Who can get that first goal? And at the same time, who's going to make the first mistake? Sometimes they go hand in hand. But you definitely want to be the team that gets the first goal, and it goes in, Exel. It's not me, I promise, from RNG champs. That's what they're looking for. A goal effectively out of the game. A minute and 20 seconds in. I think there was a bump in there that helped that out a little bit. Nice team play overall.
It's
to
also
get a nice, clean goal.
Also a classic example of the ones player being able to accelerate the ball way faster than he has any right to be with no momentum. You know, Marvy was there to make a save if Exel had shot that any slower, but with one little bounce dribble, he's able to get it on net at about 50 miles an hour, which is a very underrated skill.
And almost another acrobatic shot on the blue side from Exel.
Another big clear from Pad, though. These long clears are putting pressure on Party Time, where it doesn't really risk anything for RNG, and it's pretty much been Padster doing that, just banging it off his own goal line.
RNG champs, another opportunity there. Again, there's good, pretty solid passing as we see another nice pass there. Padster over to Exel.
If you're new to Rocket League, and I know you're not, Axel, but if you're new to Rocket League, you're seeing here in this one the big difference, I think, between a high GC team like Peak or Empire and what I would say a mid GC team is in RNG champs. The pace of play, the accuracy, and just the smoothness of it all, a little bit lacking from some of those earlier series, but these players, their ceilings are just as high as anybody in this tournament. It's always just a consistency thing. As Wondero looking for another touch off the wall. He's got it on net, and he's got another follow-up, and Exel can't put that over Marvy. But blue team, Party Time rather, low boost here. 0 for Marvy as he chases that into his offensive half.
Party Time, they need a goal. It is, once again, a must-win situation for Party Time. They're just trying to fight for their lives in the tournament. RNG champs, though, clearly, as you're mentioning, a very capable team, and they're showing it. Only up by 1, though. Party Time going back the other way. That was Capto Mav. And the follow-up not able to happen, and this is going back towards the blue goal. Could be a disaster. And RNG champs, a nice answer.
No RNG there, Axel. Just a misplay by Party Time off the backboard. Mav Kang needed that touch. Exel's going to score that, let's say, 96 times out of 100.
Up 2-0, 1 minute and 45 seconds. Remember, RNG champs, they lost in Game 1, so this is a serious comeback for them. Retaining their composure in Game 2 to equalize the series again, and now potentially trying to come up with this game number 3, opening up a 2-0 advantage, 90 seconds to go. Party Time. Can they find Success. Can they find the goals they're looking for?
Go
They're
for
looking.
the shot.
Oh.
Game 3, Axel. That's the Axel pop-off this is what I've been waiting for. 6 shots, 3 goals, putting them in from all sorts of weird angles that are surprising this party time team.
And it's happening pretty much exactly when you need it to happen. In a deciding game of a series, that's a good time to start popping off. So good job, RNG champs. Up 3-0 with about 60 seconds to go. Party might be over here in the series, and maybe in the tournament. It's going to come down to math to see if Party Time can escape from this group. But I don't necessarily see it happening.
What did you say? Party time may be over? Not quite, as Nisco makes that a 3-1 game. There's life in them yet, Axel. 44 seconds. That's very doable, especially starting from a kickoff.
It's possible. 44 seconds, got to get 2 goals. Honestly, you want a kickoff goal. You just get a goal there, just get a kickoff goal, and then it becomes much more manageable if you only have to score 1 goal in like 30 seconds. See if they can do it. Oh, no, it's going the other way. RNG champ saying, you know what? No, we don't want any chances to be left here.
No.
We want this party to be done. It's time to go home. It's time to go to the bracket stage, says RNG champs. 20 seconds to hang on.
Oh, Wonder passed up the easy one.
And blocked by his teammate. I like it.
Yep, they're having fun, Axel. They know it. They know they're moving on. And with a win here, they're going to clinch 3rd place in this group. So we do have 1 local team into the knockout stage here. I'm going to pretend
At least one.
not to be super biased in favor of that.
I love it, man. I love the... You're the expert. You're the expert on these guys. I feel like I've probably met these guys. Did I meet them when I was
You met
when I was
Padster.
visiting?
You definitely met Padster. I don't think Exel was
met
playing
Padster.
with us yet at that time.
Okay. We would have had to have a 1v1 over our names because
Yeah.
I don't know, they sound a little similar.
I think he'd destroy you in 1v1s.
I think he would too. I accept my defeat, and I'll stick to talking. But anyway, RNG champs taking the 2-0 victory the 2-1 comeback victory. They were down 0-1 in that series.
Yeah.
Over Party Time. So bringing that back, and now almost certainly ensuring that they will be advancing to the brackets.
And you talked about it at the end of that game about, the mental toughness to come back from down 1-0 there. And to me, that, no disrespect to Wondero or Exel, that's all the influence of Padster. I don't think I've ever played Rocket League with a smarter, calmer person. And on paper, Exel's the captain of this team, but Padster, I have no doubt in my mind, is the leader of their comms. And I have no doubt that he was the one talking it up after that tough game 1 loss. Because after that, it was exactly how I expected that series to play out. The final 2 games were not particularly close, but competitive. That's what I was expecting with a 1,600 team against these guys. And I'm going to go ahead and attribute that to Padster with zero evidence other than knowing these 3 guys.
Fair enough. I'll take it. And I figure I'll kind of go through the groups a little bit here, as I believe the next match we have incoming, another best of 3 from the group stages. Must-Be's going up against Slightly Salty Gaming. They have a clever name. But going through the groups here, Group A, we have 4 groups. Group A, Mechanicals, 7-0, no losses. I think they're one of a couple of teams who haven't had a loss yet. HC Esports, number 2. RNG Champs, number 3. And that might round up who's going to qualify. Multicultural Crew at 4-3. Again, I think we still have 1 more game to be played. Perhaps they could sneak in there. Moving on to Group B, the Imposters, Empire, Esports, and Flying Beavers all tied at 6-1.
I think that's turned into the Group of Death. I know I called Group A the Group of Death because it was 4 full Grand Champ teams and 2 really, really good ones. But the way that the middle part of that bracket shook out, I think that ended up being the Group of Death. And of all the 3 seeds coming into these playoffs, whoever ends up losing the tiebreaker in Group B is going to be the lowest seed coming out of Group B. That's going to be the upset team to watch, whether it's Flying Beavers, Empire, or Imposters.
That's an awesome group, and that's a group where you kind of feel bad for the teams not in the top 3, 4. Like they're so good, and we've been able to see them on stream. These teams are really good there in Group B. I think I agree. I think Group B, Group of Death. Look out.
Yeah.
Group C, LJ Fett 123 have not lost yet, and that was I believe that was the match that opened up the day. LJ Fett against Narnia. No, it was a little bit later, but anyway, Narnia is second in that group, 6-1. University of Alberta third at 5-2. That should be the 3 that qualify.
Yep.
There's some room for movement. And then finally, Group D, Peak Esports, Revision, Bengies Bros are in the top 3. Peak Esports have not lost yet today. So there's an update from the bracket. Congratulations to all the teams that are doing well. But here we go into the next match. Must-Be's against Slightly Salty Gaming.
So
and this is from Group...
This is the big boy group. This is the group of 9, Group D. But it looks to me like neither of these teams, because Bengies Bros won last round, neither of these teams has a chance to steal that 3rd spot. It would have ended up being quite an impactful game if Bengies Bros had lost and come into this one 5-3. Or sorry, if they'd ended up 6-3 rather, the winner of this would finish tied with them. We'd have a whole tiebreaker situation. I'm trying to do my best to like figure it out, but at 5-3 to Bengies Bros 7-2, I believe both these teams are out. This is a fun game. That's why we see players in the Scarab, I'm assuming.
You know, I mean, this is for glory. This match does not matter for the tournament, but it is for glory. These guys are on the broadcast, and they're gonna try to win one in front of the fans.
And a little bit of info for you guys. Must-Be's a team of looks like 1 very low Grand Champ and 2 pretty high Champ 3s. Slightly Salty Gaming, as Blue puts it in to make it 2-0 for Slightly Salty. They have 2 players that look like they're Diamond 3 Champ 1, and then Blue is 16-12, which is mid to low Grand Champ. But the way that B Tolerant and Ty are playing, I think that's the MMR not telling the full story. Maybe they don't play a lot of ranked, but this team is up 2-0 here, trying to win the moral victory, as you said, Axel.
And by the way, to tell a Pacific Northwest story, I feel it's relevant. The sun's coming out behind me, which is not something that has happened in the past week or so. There's been a lot of smoke. There's been a lot of smoke from the fires in California, and our thoughts are with anyone affected.
Yeah.
But the sun is coming out in the Pacific Northwest, and I think the smoke is finally being wafted away, and hopefully all the fires are getting dealt with. We also had a lot of thunderstorms come in last night.
Yeah, shout out to my moms in Northern California who finally can go outside today.
Wow.
Yeah, it's been about a week and a half.
Yeah, and I think we're all thankful that it's all cleared up. I'm pretty sure there's been a lot of rain coming through, so hopefully that all that is getting situated. But I'm happy to report the sun is actually coming out behind me in Seattle.
Which is rare even for a nice day in Seattle, Washington.
Not lately, but don't tell anyone that. You're right. It's cloudy all the time and miserable.
That's what we tell people from the Pacific Northwest. We tell them it's just a cold rainforest, and then nobody comes, and it's a secret how beautiful it is here most of the time.
So we don't have to share.
Yeah.
But you know, if you're watching the stream here, you can be in on the secret. Must-Be's, they're in on the secret.
Complex knows.
They're working out something special here, able to tie the series, and that was a pretty nice passing play to Complex.
Complex has all the trappings of being a bit of a freestyler. Low Grand Champ, breakout, but like plain breakout with black wheels, close cameras. I'm gonna keep an eye on Complex because he's hitting air roll shots where he doesn't need to. I think he's a freestyler. We could see some fun stuff.
And by the way, I'm going to be the voice of the chat here. XL Streams says, "Damn, Max, I got GC." And then he said,
"It was playing with Axel is the answer."
There you go. He said, "JK, no offense. Canadians are too nice. It's crazy."
I said off the top of this stream.
You guys are too nice. You can't even trash talk each other.
It's true. Well, Axel she trash talks me by running into me when we're playing in game together. I told you this right off the bat. The way to get to Grand Champ is play a lot and become friends with Grand Champs, and that's what I did.
See, I need to figure out the making friends part, but we're working on that. Don't worry about it. We're tied to 2. And by the way, shout out to Doomhammer in the chat. He said, "Who's gonna win?" Who's going to win the tournament or this game?
I got Muspies. I like the way Muspies is playing in this series so far. They've come back from 2-0 already. They've been controlling play since about the 3.5-minute mark. I'm gonna assume he's asking about this series.
Yeah, I think you're right. And I'll probably just agree with you. I'm not sure. This obviously it's super close. It's like a cop-out answer for me. These guys are so close. It's great. They're both 5 and 3. Muspies on paper is advantaged according to their stats. And as you said, Blue is the superstar on the slightly salty side. He's the guy who's way up in the ranks. So it might. I mean, if he's able to carry and be ridiculous, then maybe there's a chance for slightly salty gaming. But I think all signs indicate that Muspies should be able to take this one down. But it's close. I like it.
If Blue is going to be the carry on this team, he can't be missing backboard clears like that. And like this, that was a savable ball from Blue. Just didn't react to it quickly enough. And Tadao with the goal. I like that name. You can't say that name.
I like how you said it.
Yeah,
I like how you said it. I think you're right.
You can't say that name without throwing a little stank on it. I think you got to say Tadao.
I agree with that. And Muspies are cruising.
4 unanswered
advantage,
goals, man. 4 unanswered goals after going down 2-0. You want to talk about mental toughness?
Ooh. Almost another crafty goal there. Just barely missing. Let's see if Slightly Salty Gaming has any life left in him here in this game. It's 60 seconds to find 2 goals. It's definitely possible. It's been done before. Let's see if they can make it happen. We got Blue and the Scarab trying to just be an annoying presence on the field by bumping into everything he sees. Muspies, though, an answer to Dow, as you said.
To Dow.
And that was effectively a solo play. Maybe a little fake from a teammate. But
yeah.
Business as usual for Team Muspies.
We're seeing
opening up a 5-2 advantage.
We're seeing a thing that's long been known in Rocket League. Though it's real tough to have one player as a carry. It's hard to hard carry in this game unless you're, Justin or somebody of that caliber. And I think Blue would be the first to tell you he's not Justin. On the other side of things, though, Muspies, this is a balanced team, right? They're all around the same level.
Yep.
Grand Champ, Champ 3 Cusp. That's a good level to be at. This is where you start making those friends for that Grand Champ push. And they're on the same level, right? They can read each other. If you're a 1600 player, it's tough to read somebody who's an 1180 like Be Tolerant. It's just you're not used to it. And a lot of Rocket League is muscle memory and kind of being in a flow state and reading the play. And we're seeing everybody on Slightly Salty struggling with that.
I think you're spot on. As someone who is right around the 1450, 1500 range, or has been, it does get complex.
Yeah.
As you get up into those numbers, and it almost becomes even more difficult because players become so good.
Oh yeah, hitting Grand Champ is like passing the tutorial of Rocket League, basically. As Danny makes it a 7-2 game, it's like, hey, now you've learned how to play. Now go play. Good luck. These guys are way better than anybody you've ever played before.
And there also is there's a refreshing component to it because normally your teammates are going to be pretty good, and I feel like that's kind of what you're touching on here from the Muspies.
Yeah,
they're all around that level, and they're all pretty darn good. Each of them have an ability to come up with a play, to do something pretty gnarly, and I think that's showing in their gameplay here. Muspies going up 1-0 in this best of 3.
They're playing with confidence, which is tough to do when you go down 2-0, and you have 68 ping with or 200 ping with whatever the red thing is. That's not a great sign for Tadao, but I mean these guys are playing confident. Muspies a cross-platform team as well. I think the first time we've seen that. Maybe I'm mistaken, but they're clearly in comms. You can't understate though. 13 shots to 4. That is the way you show like field dominance, field generalship in Rocket League. Is you just control the shooting opportunities. If you're winning 7-2 and you only had to make 1 save, there's actually a lot of margin for error in this series, I think, for Muspies.
Definitely. And honestly, what's really cool is just the equal distribution of everything. I mean, look at it all across the board, even down to their score. They're all really close to each other. And that can kind of speak towards chemistry a team has, rather than having a player who's just carrying all the time or someone who you're having to carry all the time, so on and so forth. It can feel really nice when it just so happens that at the end of the game, not only did you win, not only did it feel good, but you're all contributing evenly. And it's kind of something you'd be like, yeah, that makes sense based on how we were playing there. We were all contributing pretty evenly, and that's a mark of a really good team. So cool to see this Must-Be's team in action, even though, unfortunately, I think they might not be able to advance to the bracket, because that's just where we're at in the tournament. Still nice display of Rocket League from this team.
It looks like we got either a disconnect or just a leave. B tolerance gone.
Man, see, now I wish I was in the game here. I would jump in.
I've got my controller in my hand.
Max is getting ready to jump in.
Well, I don't know how to do I don't know how to control spectator with.
I mean, I would
I'm
almost
just doing it with my controller.
I would almost do it if someone's out of here.
I feel like that's probably a conflict of interest somehow.
That's why I said I would almost do it.
Complex looking to control it into the corner. Now, if B Tolerant is back, okay, we're good. We're back to a 3v3.
All right, that's good.
I think he was scared that the console players were so slow to join that I think he thought the game wasn't starting. Complex hard into the corner. That's a tough, awkward read. Oh, Ty gets bailed out there by B Tolerant. And look what we've done. Axel, we've switched off the Scarabs. They're taking it seriously now. They've lost the game.
Let's go. And hey, I'm kind of thinking about how important this first goal is, especially with how Must-Be's just completely took control the entire game, last game. Slightly Salty Gaming, they would love to come up with something early on here.
Yeah, I mean, it was 7-2, but it was really like after that first minute, it was 7-0.
Yeah.
We're looking at 7 unanswered goals here from Must-Be's. They need something from Slightly Salty needs to come out here early.
Right now, though, Must-Be's on offense. Nice passing play from Danny down to his teammate. And the shot was just barely wide. Slightly Salty coming back the other way. But very quickly giving it up, but now it's going back the other way. This is Rocket League. Towards the orange net.
This is ping pong right now.
Follow that up.
This is.
Yeah, I think a really strong defense is very important for Slightly Salty Gaming. Do not let that ball in the net. Oh, as I say that, it goes in the net.
Just too many free balls over the middle of their offensive
it was a double
third,
commit. They had a double commit back there too. Blue was running off and trying to get boost. But really nice play from the Must-Be's there. Those are the passing scoring plays you really look for. The pass needs to be in a technical location, so it's difficult for the defense to reach it. And that's pretty much what happened there, where you had the ball launched to a technical spot, a great pass, and then you had a play made where a player had to go up and get it.
Yeah, they're putting. Must-Be's are simply putting the ball high in their attacking third, and just saying, Slightly Salty, I bet you can't beat us to these balls. They're not particularly complex goals they're scoring. It's just they have a speed advantage over 2 of the 3 players on Slightly Salty, and they can do stuff like this right here. Just put it in the air in front of the net. If somebody's there, you're probably winning that race. They're keeping it nice and simple, which I like to see. Some teams try to do too much in competitive environment.
Slightly Salty Gaming keeping it close, and I was going to say that's a chance. Not only a chance, it's a goal. Be Tolerant receiving the pass from Blue. Very nicely done from Blue, flicking it over. And looks like another defender just barely missing it on the Must-Be's side. But we got a close game. 2 minutes left. We're tied 1-1. Must-Be's, they won in game 1 pretty convincingly, but Slightly Salty Gaming trying to keep it close here. 2 minutes left.
They finally got a goal. That's going to be huge for their confidence after giving up 8 straight. That's going to be another one, though. Danny Bro, really taking this one over.
Danny Bro 7, not to be confused with 6, 5, 4.
Yeah, there was a lot of Danny Bros. 3 shots though, 2 goals for Danny. You know, really putting the team on his back in this one. Complex being kind of the rock in the middle for this team the whole time.
Yeah, I'm sure they're very happy with how they played in game 1, but they wanna prove it wasn't a fluke. They want to come out and win this one in a comfortable manner as well. But Slightly Salty Gaming fighting. They're fighting hard. The ball right now though on the orange side. Nice fake from Tadao. and trying to set it towards the net. There's some defense from Be Tolerant, keeping it out of the goal. Blue is also going to try to get a clear going, picking up some boost on the side. Sly Guy Ty trying to keep it up on this blue half. Danny Bro getting a piece of it, passing it to the middle. Could be an opportunity for Mustbees. Nice clear.
The defense from Mustbees remaining solid. You know, one or two flicks from Blue have been where the offensive pressure for Slightly Salty's come from. Pretty much, that's been it for these two games. If Blue can flick a guy or two, maybe they can score. Mustbees doesn't really have much to do, though. That just means you challenge Blue early and have a second guy ready to take the ball off him, and that's the whole offense gone for Slightly Salty.
Not a lot of time left, 35 seconds. Slightly Salty Gaming in a must-score
what a pass.
situation, but it's going back the other way. Mustbees, almost another opportunity for them, but 30 seconds for Slightly Salty Gaming to try to send this to overtime. Almost an opportunity there. Complex with a pretty nice save. It's still in a dangerous spot. We need to clear from Mustbees, and that's what they got. Nice clear to the orange side, 10 seconds left.
They need to control this ball. They're not even. I guess their low boost here, I think, was Ty, but he could have just popped that on his hood and carried it out. But that's all. That's all it is. Mustbees. After that first minute of play in Game 1, Axel really just controlled this entire series.
Yeah, and honestly, Game 2 was pretty close. It was entertainingly close. Where it was, Mustbees could have easily ran away with that, considering how well they played in Game 1. But really cool to see Slightly Salty Gaming kind of locking it down, and they had their share of advantages throughout that series. So people might see 2-0, so one-sided. Not really. Slightly Salty Gaming, they played pretty well, all things considered. And unfortunately, though, neither team will be advancing to the bracket, I think. But I'm sure Mustbees is going to be. They're going to be happy about ending on a high note there, getting a nice win on the stream.
The lovely part about it. This is why why I recommended to the organizers when they were talking about this a group stage, because even if you're out, even if your team like Mustbees or Slightly Salty Gaming, you're out after technically the first round of the tournament, but it's the whole group stage. They still got to play 8 games each, and they had a winning record. You can, if you're on Mustbees or Slightly Salty, you can go home today, or I guess stay home. You can log off today. You had a winning day. You're not going to win the tournament, but you can still get 8 competitive games played. A big giant double elim bracket, you can go 0-2 and your day's over. There would have been teams out of here at 9:30 or whatever, 11:30 this morning Pacific time. They'd have been right out. This is my favorite part about a group stage thing. But the real favorite part is coming up next. The single elimination bracket of just the cream of the crop that have emerged through our group bracket stage. I'm going to refresh the brackets page because I think there were still some games going on. It looks like Axel, Group A, Mexicanicals, HC Esports, and RNG Champs are going to move on. From Group B, some in some order, Imposters, Empire, and the Flying Beavers. LJ Fett 123, Narnina, and the University of Alberta, Group C. That gives us basically 2 CRL teams, by the way, in the bracket, with RNG Champs being 2/3 of UBC's CRL team. And then Group D, Peak Esports, Revision, and Bengi's Bros coming through. So we're a rematch of the Peak Esports Empire Esports finals could still be on the cards.
By the way, we have our bracket.
We do. Did it update?
We have the bracket. I have it on my screen. I'm sure someone can probably link it in the chat. Here's what it looks like.
Oh, there we go.
We're going to go through the bracket really quick, and then we're going to go to a break, and we'll probably come back with Max and Thunderballs, and I'll take a little break. But looking at the bracket here, number 1 seed Mechanicals, they get a first round bye. In that same bracket, I'm just going down the bracket here. Narnina versus Bengi's Bros is going to be in round 1, best of 5. Winner of that plays against Mechanicals. LJ Fett 123 also earning themselves a bye in the same side of the bracket as Mechanicals. LJ Fett 123 is going to play the winner of HC Esports and the Flying Beavers. Ooh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Going on down the bracket, the Imposters earning themselves a first round bye. They're going to play the winner of Revision and RNG Champs. I think it's nice that Imposters got that bye. They had to earn it for sure. That was a tough bracket, and we might see a rematch, Imposters against Revision. And then going on down the bracket, Peak Esports earning themselves a first round bye. They're going to play the winner of Empire Esports and the University of Alberta.
And I guess that means the Imposters win the tiebreak in Group B, because they're the team with the bye. Empire and Revision in the lower half of this bracket. I don't think anybody wants to see Empire Esports coming out of the bottom of this bracket just because they lost that one series, the first series of the day. That's something to watch as well. We saw some great stuff from HC as well in terms of the teams that are playing here in the first round. You never know, though. Upset alert for that Empire University of Alberta matchup, though, as well. The University of Alberta, this is, again, another real team. So you're going to have two real teams that play together in competitive environments a lot in that 6 versus 11 seed matchup here in the playoff bracket.
And again, single elimination. Single elimination is the pinnacle of esports. It is the foundation of why we all do what we do and why we love competitive games. There's only one chance to stick around. Otherwise, you are out. And there's $2,000 Canadian dollars on the line today for all of these teams. So we're going to take a short break. And when we come back, we're going to be straight into the bracket matches for the Signature Series Gaming Stadium Tournament presented by the Daily Hive. I'm Axel Toss, joined by Max Busman. Again, we're going to take a short break, and we're going to be back with single elimination bracket play.
I'm Will. I'm part of the marketing communications team at Big Brothers. So today we're working with a fabulous team building company called Eventology, based out of Vancouver. They've been working with us over the last couple of months to build a bespoke GPS scavenger hunt around Stanley Park. We had a little bit of rain today, but it certainly didn't dampen anybody's spirits.
There was an app that we downloaded on our phone that took us to different places around the park, and we had to do activities like take funny selfies and answer some trivia questions. So I think it was pretty great. Like, this is the kind of event that I really like Big Brothers for. I've been matched with Tommy for just over 6 years now.
I really enjoy about Andrew that he likes to take me outdoors and to enjoy ourselves and enjoy the moment. He's a great big brother.
Great opportunity to do a bunch of interesting things with somebody that you wouldn't otherwise get a chance to spend time with.
So we really want to say thank you to Eventology. They've been great in supporting us and building this through and working with Big Brothers. Great team to work with, and we can't thank them enough.
You can be the positive influence that a child in Greater Vancouver deserves, simply by spending consistent, quality time together. Learn more or get in touch through our website.
Welcome back to the Gaming Stadium Signature Series featuring Rocket League. I'm Max. With me is Thunderballs. This whole thing presented by Daily Hive. Wondering what's going on in Vancouver today? Daily Hive has got you covered. Check them out at dailyhive.com.
Also, a big thanks to Big Brother. Just because we're at home doesn't mean mentoring stops. You can make a big difference in a child's life, especially during these unpredictable times. Support Big Brother matches and donate at bigbrothersvancouver.com/COVID-19-response.
Indeed, and we're about to get underway here in the round of 12. The bracket has changed a little bit from what Axel Toss and I previewed. I'm just waiting to see a graphic show up on the screen so I can know for sure that what I'm looking at is finalized. But Thunderballs, a series of upsets in that group stage and a variety of groups have led to, let's see, the number 1 seed going into the tournament, I think being the number 2 seed coming into this bracket. Empire Esports, the 2 seed, coming into this as the 6 seed as far as I can tell. But our first matchup is going to be RNG versus Revision Esports. So while we wait for that, the bracket confirmation, we've seen plenty of Revision and RNG. We saw RNG in our last series on stream. It's time now. I've been really easy on you, Thunderballs. Now it's time I want a prediction.
Oh, it's that time, is it?
Yeah, well, we've seen them. I can't bail you out by saying you haven't seen these teams play anymore.
Fair play. I mean, at this point, I've got to put my reputation on the line a little bit here and make a prediction. We saw Revision very early in the day. They opened the day for us, and we saw RNG champs much more recently. But with the looks that we had at those 2 teams, I think I'm going to give Revision the edge on this one. I think it's going to be a close bout between these 2 teams, and RNG champs depending on how Revision's schedule went, RNG feeling the pressure a little bit more recently and staying possibly a bit warmer, but it's been breaks for, I think, all teams here. So it's a bit of a reset heading into playoffs, but I think Revision might just squeak one out here against a tough opponent in RNG.
Revision very nearly pulling off that upset in the first round against Peak. It was a much closer series than we anticipated. That was not the only upset we saw, though. As you'll see in a second, the Imposters getting a bye into the next round. I think they came in that group as the 3rd seeded team in that group. And LJ Fett, that Group C, Thunderballs, was the group we knew the least about as far as previous Gaming Stadium results and like just having no local players in that group, and we didn't really know what was going to happen with it. That ended up being a crazy group with LJ Fett coming out on top undefeated.
Yeah, it was a fantastic match to watch too that LJ Fett played against, I believe, Narnina, and it was a waking up over the course of that match. LJ Fett took a while to get their gears shifted upwards, but once they did, they showed no signs of slowing down, and they showed a huge amount of dominance going undefeated in the group stage. So they are a team that, their name looks more like a password to a lobby, so not a lot of points awarded there. But in terms of play on the field, they're killing it, and they're the top contenders as far as seeding goes going into the playoffs.
And we didn't, like you said, we just knew nothing about this team. A team that we knew a lot about going into this, though, was Peak Esports, who do have a bye. And assuming this matchup goes chalk, we will get the Empire Esports Peak Esports rematch, the finals rematch from last tournament. We'll get that in the round of 8 if Empire can beat the University of Alberta's CRL team. It looks like we're just about to get underway. Players have joined. Let the round of 12 begin. Thunderballs here at the Gaming Stadium Signature Series presented by Daily Hive. And we're off to a quick start with Wondero looking for the flip reset. He can't find it. Kinley back the other way. It was Kinley who was pretty quiet in the series we saw from Revision on stream. Dragon was easily their best player in that one against Peak. Saito had himself a game too, though. Wondero up the sidewall. Stopped there by Dragon, patrolling the midfield as he has been all tournament. Looks like the emphasis from RNG champs right now is a volume of shots as Wondero hits the crossbar.
You know what I will say about Kinley? That's a little bit, that was a close chance there. Saito almost finding one, but that's an interesting, you know what? Kinley, that's fantastic timing.
There you go.
I was just about to say, when you have an unknown element on the field, as Kinley was quiet in that series that we saw on stream earlier, it's an unpredictable factor that can really throw you off in a series. And as if on cue, Kinley finds a great flip cancel aerial off of the sidewall and buries one. And here they go, opening up the scoring. Revision making a statement.
1-0 here in the first best of 5 of the day, round of 12, single elimination bracket. Kinley looking for another shot, and Padster's there with the save. Wondero needed a touch there because Dragon can 50 it now. Padster up quickly. He'll get it only as far as Saito. Saito? How would you say that? It's got a very Japanese feel to it.
I mean, don't put me on the spot. I already had to make a prediction. Are you really going to make me do more here? That's,
you know what? I'll
been
make
enough
the call.
Punishment.
I'll make the call. We're gonna say Saito. How about that?
All right, I'm happy with that. Let's run with that.
As Padster makes a nice save at the near post, Dragon keeps the pressure on, and it's been Dragon as that kind of third-man midfield player, just keeping the ball in for Revision Esports.
And as you mentioned it, or perhaps Axel, I'm getting my wires crossed here as we play musical chairs, but it's that top skilled player on the team that so often drives the bus on controlling the game in the midfield, and Dragon has been doing a great job of that for Revision.
I think that was me. That sounds like something I would say. Dragon missing that. Got a little bit of a touch, but not the touch he wanted, and he's got a bad recovery as well, which means that is a dangerous touch by Saito. Kinley able to keep control. RNG Champs unable to punish the slow rotation. Wondero's there to meet that ball at the near post. Kinley looking to center. Padster's going to center it for him. And Saito, what a pass, but Dragon I'm not sure was ready for that. As RNG Champs come back the other way. They're on very low boost, though. Nobody with more than 35. Wondero's got that. Finally,
these have been great looks passing-wise, I will say, between, in particular, the team in orange on the side of Revision. They've been looking for some seriously creative plays. It's caught each other off guard. Oh no, trouble here. What a save there on the goal line to keep that off. But Revision has been surprising each other with some really creative passes, and if they can get their comms to a state where they're ready for that stuff, it's really going to catch RNG off guard even more.
Wondero clears it into the corner. There's Saito off the joint into the center. Dragon again, solid touch to the backboard. Every touch from Dragon being threatening, I think, in this game. 1-0 with a minute 45 to go. Pre-flip gang with the shot. Dragon finishes that on the pass from Kinley. What anticipation from Dragon here.
Two defenders diving across there from the same side. The shot placement is high and behind both of them. It doesn't get any worse than that if you're trying to make a diving last-second save. That's brilliant presence of mind there from Dragon. It's going to make it a 2-0 lead here.
The margins get so slender when you get up at this level of Rocket League that shot placement becomes paramount, and Dragon with the perfect placement there on the pre-flip. RNG Champs looking to answer. This game's still very much in the balance with 90 seconds to go, but Dragon can finish it here. Exel able to get to it first. Padster wants a pass, but Exel's vacated that spot. Wondero, desperation save as he came off his line. For some ball control. Excel and Wondero tag teaming in the corner. They've managed to keep possession for now. Is there a shot? No, Padster's not there soon enough. Excel gets the dunk. Wondero, can't blame him for not reading that one.
No, and it's an interesting change of pace after those two goals have been scored, and it's working in the favor of Revision, who want nothing more than to burn the clock off with a lead in the game, and that's exactly what they're doing. It's not the worst thing in the world that they're not scoring, really. They just want to keep RNG away from their net. They've been doing a good enough job of that to probably secure themselves a game here as Saito takes that one way downfield. Oh, what a bump.
Was that a fake or a bump? I was on Padster's camera there.
Well, I'll take a look here in the goal replay. I'm fairly certain Dragon was on the prowl.
Yep.
Oh, man. Got a huge chunk of Exel's card, who was looking for that final touch. That's more highlight reel stuff from Dragon, who's really been leading the charge for this Revision team.
Dragon with a classic example of carrying from the bottom. Bottom of the scoreboard here right now, but he is making plays that don't show up in the statistics for this Revision team. Pass ahead, headmans it to Saito, like that, right there. That's not a goal, there's no points there for Dragon, but just that pass is so threatening upfield to Saito. Excel Looking for an air dribble, but he doesn't have enough boost for it. Gives way to Wondero. RNG Chimps are going to want a 0-second goal here. I know these guys, they want the momentum back before they go into game 2. But it's...
Might go the other way.
Yeah, it's Revision threatening. No, Padster scored that. He'll count that in his head.
Yeah, that's a goal for RNG, right? They're going to get a little momentum back, put the ball in a net-shaped thing of some kind, and they can find a little solace at the end of that.
You hear about it a lot in basketball with guys who are struggling shooting, that like just hitting a couple free throws and seeing the ball go in makes a big difference mentally. That's what Padster's doing there.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Well, we knew all along. I mean, you know, Max, it takes getting to our level of caliber on the field to recognize these really next-level 200 IQ plays in reshaping the mentality of RNG here.
You had me for about a second there. As we get ready for game 2, 1-0 after that first game in favor of Revision Esports. The number 5 seed is Revision, number 12 seed RNG Champs. Revision number 2 in Group D, RNG number 3 in Group A. Group A, the group that I tabbed as the group of death at the beginning. Group B turned out to be the group of death. We'll see those teams coming up in a little bit. Right now, the game 2 in this one, a best of 5. And RNG's got a lot to do here, Thunderballs. They're the team that has to answer. They're the team that needs to make the adjustment. If you're their coach, which they don't have one, but if you're their coach, what's the adjustment you're making here?
If I'm their coach, the first adjustment is fire me as a coach of a Rocket League team, because I don't think that's a good plan for anybody. But if I were stuck in that position, I would say to them, the match that they played previously, they had a lot more control because I think it was in their favor. The match is not in their favor anymore, but what needs to work for them then is that the opponents are going to lack a little bit of respect, and this is more trouble though for RNG. This is just an amazing play here from Kinley. Look at the delay on that. The defenders thought for sure he's going to go for a flip reset. Might have had the flip, but opted not to use it and just bamboozled the defense.
They're giving. I'll tell you what I'm seeing. They're giving Revision Esports too much space, time on the ball. That's just again a symptom of playing a team that's faster than you. You end up backing off a little bit too much, but they're giving them. Look at all this space here. That ball was free for about 3 seconds before Dragon came up to get it. RNG just weren't really in position to capitalize off that. So maybe it's a positional thing. Looking for Padster, but the pass just doesn't have enough mustard on it. So Excel's got to go back in a little bit of a 1v2. He's done very well to delay, but he's whiffing that touch there. Or he's faking, sorry. Oh, Kinley looking for the allot shot. Didn't find it, but Saido's there. He did manage to keep RNG on the ground with this fake off the board. This is the second time we've seen Kinley miss that touch, but it worked out in the favor of Revision today.
It did, and the wall did more or less what Kinley wanted to do up there.
Yeah.
Anyway, they got the right roll down off of that curve. Kinley wasn't going to make the touch very much better than it really was, maybe a bit of extra speed, but other than that, that's certainly something that Saido can work with, and they did. So it's going to be another lead here for Revision, picking up right where they left off, and Dragon putting the hurt on even more here with a double touch attempt.
We're seeing the adjustment that RNG have decided to make. Padster going upfield for some demos here already. And this is a style that him and Wondero enjoy playing. They're both very physical players. They get a kick out of it. And it could kind of even some differences here in this lobby as Excel looks to pass it for himself, but the touch was too heavy. Same with Padster. Another couple touches in the corner where RNG just can't control it. Wondero wants the pass down for Excel, and the save is made by Saido. Great job cutting off the angle there by Revision Esports. And on the other side, a quick answer. We talked about this, I think you and I did again, Musical Chairs Casters, how hard some teams are having to work for their offensive pressure, and then another team, the team defending gets one counterattack, and it's kind of an easy goal. That's a little bit disheartening and deflating.
It is. It just feels like it takes so much resources on the side of RNG to get into a scoring position. And meanwhile, on the other end of the pitch, Revision are finding this stuff almost out of nowhere when they should be just trying to get out of their zone. And in about 2 seconds, they're into the other attacking zone and making a great play on it. And that efficiency of boost and efficiency of rotation, that's a big separating factor in teams at this level where you start to get up into the close to that 2K MMR range. It's not just what can you do on the field, it's how efficiently can you do it so that you can do it repeatedly in a game to another team.
Another piece of bad news for RNG. They're down 3-0 in this game, down 1-0 in the series, and Dragon hasn't done much in this game. When you started talking, he had 48 points. He's got like 120 now, but he really hasn't had to do much, and he has been by far Revision's best player in this tournament. Wondero gonna back off and leave it for Exel. Controlling touch, he'll fake under, looking to beat the last two defenders, but you can fake one guy. If there's two goalies, you can't do much. Wondero and Padster get their wires crossed a little bit there, and Kinley will carry it away with an air dribble for Revision. Wants to go under Exel, nearly did. And that will do it for that attack. But again, no control coming out for RNG there. When they get the ball, they move it downfield, but there's not a lot of control, and it rarely has resulted in a scoring opportunity. They're out shooting Revision, but the quality of shots has been different.
Yeah, and it's flashes of brilliance here and there for RNG, and meanwhile far more consistent as Kinley nets another one there. Great touch by Dragon, time and time again. That might show up in the stats as a shot on goal, something like that, but it's not making him the MVP of the game. But my goodness, Dragon just really showing how important it is to get the penultimate touch in a play exactly where it needs to be, and got it there again, just giving Kinley a walker into the net. I was going to say that there have been some signs of daylight a little bit from Exel. You saw there, as you mentioned, the 1v1 skill in particular of that player, shining through both on attack and defense for a moment, but it can't just be one player. It's got to be a coordinated effort here for RNG.
That's why I thought this team would have some upset potential, as Exel can't go under that time. You can't do that every time, but you know, Exel has that mechanical ability, and then Padster and Wondero are just a really good duo that have played together a ton. Like, they've played more hours together than most people have played this game. And that's often the makeup of a solid team, when you get a good duo with a solid ones player, but Revision's just shutting them down at every turn. And as I mentioned, Dragon's quiet game, by the way, he's 10 points off the MVP right now. Because in the last minute and a half, he scored about 450 points.
Well, it didn't take long.
No.
Obviously, putting in work in all the right places in a very short span of time was Dragon, and RNG trying to threaten here. They're doing an admirable job, but just not enough. We're down to the last 20 seconds of this game with a 4-goal lead in the hands of Revision, and that, my friends, is going to spell probably a 2-0 lead in a series that would only need them one more win to sweep here. And the seeding, it kind of suggested this, but I'll be honest, I didn't expect it to be quite so much of a commanding performance from Revision as it has been.
Yeah, and I mean, and this is the first round, round of 12 game. I think you wanted to be in, just based on the top 4 seeds and where the teams that got buys ended up. I think on paper, Imposters are probably the most beatable team that got a bye, as Kinley makes it 5-0. And the winner of this plays the Imposters, as far as I can tell. So, you know, if RNG can pull this upset off as a number 12 seed, this would be their best chance to make a deepish run into this tournament. But down 2-0, they'll need to pull off a reverse sweep. I do think, though, Thunderballs, that there is the blueprint for a win in the game we just saw for RNG champs. Look at the shots, 13-9. They did control the pace of play in that game. They just didn't have as threatening a scoring opportunities as Revision did. They need to find ways to, with that ball control, put it into places that are a little more scary to deal with for Revision.
For sure, and to be honest, looking at that shot total, I'd kind of rather see less shots from RNG, because there is a point at which, when you're talking of play at this level, sending a shot on net is passing the ball to the opponent. If it's not threatening enough, it's really not a good sign necessarily for a team, depending on how the chance looks. So to me, I'd say look for quality over quantity. You don't need to just be sending shots in every chance you get. Look for a pass instead. Look for the unexpected play that makes your eventual shooting opportunity that much more efficient. And that might be the key here for RNG to get some goals on the board.
So we get set for game 3. Everything still to do here for RNG champs, the last local hope, full team local hope. We've still got Mizu on Empire Esports and Avenger on the Imposters as far as local players, but This is the last full Vancouver team we have in this tournament. No pressure.
None at all.
These are smart guys. They're not listening to the stream right now. So 2-0 Revision coming into game 3 here. As Saito whiffs that wall touch. Wondero popping it up. Looking for another. And he's going to look to drop it for Exel, but Kinley read that before Exel did. Padster up quickly on defense. Exel's going to clear it, but it went right to Saito, and Padster's got to bail his team out on defense. Wondero with a nice pinch. Dragon, the back pass to Saito, though. Just the ball control again from Revision. There's no panic on defense. They're just passing it back to each other on the goal line. That's the best way to keep the ball.
It's a difference I spotted right away, too, when Exel tried to send that clear out, and it ended up just being a pass to one of the players on Revisian. Exel, surprising there as a ones player, not to take their time and control the ball out of the zone. Instead, they just gave it away, and that's not the kind of defense you want to be looking for from RNG if they want to claw their way back in this series.
I will say, I didn't mean to characterize Exel as a ones player. He's just the ones grand champ on this team. He's very much He's very much a twos player, if I'm being honest.
Okay.
But of these 3, he's easily the best ones player. And
right. Be curious to see.
Well, just the skill level between a grand champ and ones and somebody who's just grand champ and threes, the difference is usually pretty big in terms of individual skills, right?
Right. Yeah, I'd be curious to see who is that role player on the other side of the field. If I had to hazard a guess at who that might be, it starts with a D and ends with Dragon, but
it ends with a smiley face.
Exactly, but who knows? It might be another player on that roster because Kinley and Saito, each in their own right, not slouches in any regard. So it could be any one of them, but on the side of RNG, they got to find it in more ways here. It can't just come on the back of some one skill from Exel.
Well, we just saw Padster and Wondero 1-by-1 missing, just didn't have the boost to capitalize on what was really 2 straight open net scoring opportunities. Pad didn't have enough to get over the ball. Wondero didn't have enough boost to get around the ball. But there was, for about 10 seconds, nobody in Revision Esports is on their goal line. Just 0 people there. I'm not sure what had happened to their rotation. The Dragon can punish with this touch. It was a little soft. As Exel will carry out for RNG into the corner. And Dragon will clear it away. Dragon looking for another. Never mind. He'll back off and look for a bump, and they won't find it. But Saito will find the shot. And again, halfway through this game, it was RNG controlling the pace of play, struggling to get scoring opportunities, Thunderballs, and then a quick counterattack has Revision up 1-0.
And forced so often to collapse on their net. You saw it there, all 3 players inside the box for that play and having to defend what was initially not a very threatening attack, really, for Revisian, but it's so tough to manufacture confidence for yourself in a series like this, and you can see that RNG feel the need to collapse into their back end because they're afraid of being aggressed upon by this Revisian team, but you need to fake it till you make it. As RNG here, just look for some confidence in plays, go for some slightly lower percentage plays, and you might catch this Revisian team off guard.
I also think they're giving them a bit too much respect. I think they're playing like the speed difference between these 2 teams is greater than it is as well. Mm-hmm. I've seen a lot of rushed plays from RNG champs where they had the time because I think they saw the MMR and thought, well, this team is better than us. As Dragon finally puts one in, he's been mostly the setup man in this series, but he's been their lead man for most of this tournament. Look at the ground pinch. And Saito looking to bump a goalie who he probably expected to be there, but again, the back half rotation from RNG champs leaving a bit to be desired as it's 2-0 on match point here for Revision Esports.
This could be a very swift exit out of the playoffs for RNG at this rate, as Revisian show no signs of slowing down, and it's really, I would imagine, there's a minute and a half about here left to play, but RNG can't leave this until we're down to 30 seconds or less to score a goal. You'd like to see them find one now, so that they don't have to generate all this momentum and do all the work when it gets to be too late.
You want a goal before a minute, and then break it up into thirds of 30 seconds. Score a goal in the next 15, but it's not going to go like that. The defensive rotation again from RNG champs, completely collapsing under the pressure from Revision. The boost wasn't there, the positioning wasn't there, everybody's scrambling, and Saito capitalizes, and that's going to more or less put this one on ice with 1:14 to play. 3-0 Revision leads on match point here in the round of 12.
That that about does it as far as RNG's chances for anything less than a mystical comeback. They would have to score 3 goals here in a minute against a team who hasn't granted them really many favors at all.
Have they scored a goal in this series?
You know,
I don't think that. I'm not sure they have.
This might be just donuts across the board. I'd have to look back and look at the game results, but you might have a point there. This could actually be a whatever they call a complete shutout on the side of Revision. And I know I made the prediction that they would be taking this series, but as I said before, I didn't quite expect it to go down this way, and it's too bad to see RNG fall in a way where they never really gained any purchase against the Revision team here.
Ball off the joint of the ceiling of the backboard there. That's a tough read to make. Dragon faking. They'll leave it for Saito, and they're just going to do a little dipsy-doodle, control the ball here and run the clock out. Revision has punched their ticket to the quarterfinals. They'll play the Imposters, who will be one of the 2 teams remaining who are local hopes for the Vancouver Rocket League seed, featuring their Captain Avenger, a local Richmond player. The other being Empire Esports, as Saito scores the own goal. Padster gets credit.
That's about it, though, I suppose, for RNG. Unfortunately, that had to come in the form of an own goal from one of the Revision players, but that, unless we're totally off on our stats here, that's probably going to end up being the lone goal for an RNG team that just looks severely outclassed here.
That Empire University of Alberta happening off stream right now. Finally, RNG champs get a proper goal. Padster, you know, the defense from Saito wasn't great, but Padster can say at least I made that touch into the net on purpose. As it's 4-2, but that will do it for this one, Thunderballs. Revision moves on. Give us a quick preview if you can. That Revision versus Imposters matchup. The 5 seed versus the 4 seed. So in the round of 8, that should be on paper the closest matchup. Look ahead for me. What do you think of that matchup?
I think I'm pretty darn excited for that one. That's 2 teams that made a lot of great statements in the group stages of play, and they showed maybe moments here and there of weakness, both things that could be exploited upon by either team. But compared to the match we just saw, which I don't think there's any real arguing that it wasn't pretty lopsided, it's going to be way closer than that was, and those teams are going to be really fun to watch squaring off against one another.
I can't tell you for sure who our next game is. I'm pretty sure it's going to be another round of 12 game, but I'm definitely sure it's going to be Thunderballs with Axel Toss live here in the Skybox, aka our bedrooms, I assume is where you are as well.
Yeah.
For the Gaming Stadium's Signature Series featuring Rocket League. It's presented by Daily Hive. We're going to take a quick break. Back with the next round of 12 matchup in a moment.
we gotta go to the next level.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Gaming Stadium Signature Series presented by Daily Hive. Wondering what's going on in Vancouver today? Daily Hive has you covered. Check them out at dailyhive.com. I'm Axel Toss, joined by Max. I also want to give a shout out to HyperX. Check out hyperxgaming.com and follow their Facebook and Instagram at HyperX for the latest products. Now, they've been playing a commercial during the stream today. The products that are featured in the commercial: Cloud Alpha S, and it's blue. Quadcast microphone, Alloy Elite G2 keyboard, or Alloy Core RGB, Pulsefire Core RGB mouse, and they're all available at MECC and Best Buy within Canada. So take advantage of that. And thanks to HyperX and Daily Hive for making this possible. Again, we're here about to get deeper into the playoffs. Nice and spicy single elimination bracket play. 3 versus 3 Rocket League. I believe it's best of 5s until at least the semis, I want to say.
I think the semis are best of 7, yeah.
Yeah, so we're buckled up here. We're done with the group stages, done and dusted. We saw a nice round of 12 match, but now we're into the quarterfinals. 8 teams to go, and here's a look at your bracket. The 8 teams are LJ, FET, 123, HC Esports, Imposters, Revision, Mechanicals, Nenia, Peak Esports, Empire Esports. Max, what are you thinking, man? I like it. I like the bracket. 8 pretty good teams.
Indeed, and as we said in the first round, like once you get into the top 8 of this of a bracket of this caliber, it starts to get real fun. All the lobbies are going to be 2K plus lobbies pretty much from here on out. And if I'm not mistaken, we've got the right matchup. We've got Peak Esports. We've got Empire Esports. The rematch of the grand finals of last month's big Rocket League tournament here at the Gaming Stadium, which was won by Empire Esports. Peak ended up in the lower bracket because they were upset by Accuracy, which now we can call the Imposters, who are also in this top 8. Peak's going to be looking for a little bit of a revenge because if I recall correctly, they were up 3-0 and got reverse swept. It might have been 3-1, but they gave up a big comeback in that grand finals.
And by the way, Peak is currently undefeated today. They have not lost. I don't know if they've lost a game. They probably lost at least a game, but they've not lost a match today. They are 9-0 coming into this, at least from their groups. If you count the last match they just played, actually no, sorry, they had first round bye. So Peak Esports, they're feeling good. Meanwhile, Empire, they've got Mizu, and we've been talking all about Empire. So we got a tasty matchup here. These are 2 really good Rocket League teams. And either team can take this. Right now, Peak, they're on a pretty serious winning streak. Keep a Falcon and Patty.
And I'm assuming, unless there's a sub, that Midas is Patty as Falcon pulls it up the wall. Mizu demoed, just trying to play it out. The speed from Peak high above the pitch here, as they've been able to control this early. Cynical and Storm need to find a 2-man way out, and they do. It's ended up just being Cynical. For himself, he's got a shot here, and he hits the crossbar. Oh, the finishing touch just not there for Empire Esports. Patty looking for Falcon. That ball cleared away real quick. But Patty right back to it. Empire starting to get a little bit of control here. Mizu's looking for the backboard. For Cynical, the shot again saved on the goal line by Patty.
What a shot and what a save there. Pretty impressive sequence of events from both teams. I thought it was a goal, but the save was ridiculous right on the goal line. So really even so far. Would it be Midas? I almost just want to say Midas. And, you know, we'll just go with the name on the screen. I almost want to say. Falcon, Keepa, and Midas. And there's a shot on target. Keepa from Peak Esports.
Midas,
Peak
Midas
Esports
is a
on the
sub.
board first.
It's not Patty.
Oh, okay, gotcha,
Yeah.
gotcha. That's what I figured. Midas, right?
Yep.
Okay.
As in King, everything he touches turns to gold.
Exactly.
And this
See,
game,
that's
so far, it's true.
So it's interesting we see that change after such a successful day. A sub coming in.
That's big. That's big news, though, because I mean, from all that I've seen of Peak Esports over the past 2 tournaments, Patty has been their best player. So look for it. Let's see. I mean, we've seen some super subs in Rocket League history with what can Midas do, but most importantly, you need to see Falcon and Keepa stepping up as part of the main part of this roster.
Oh, another great shot on target, but another even better save on that far side. So close. Such a close game to start things off. There's a demo. Demos, we've seen how strong demos have been today. Notably, the imposters really took advantage of some demo play that we saw earlier on stream. I'm sure that'll be a reoccurrence as the matches go along.
I think if you're Empire Esports, you're probably feeling like you should be up 2 or 3 to 1 here with the scoring opportunities they've left right on the goal line. Just the desperation saves, they've been mostly from Keepa. There's another one and another, nearly another save. Very nearly Storm was denied there, which would have just been heartbreaking for this Empire team. This pretty much exact play has happened several times, but Falcon was able to has been able to get the save on most of them. So we don't know what happened to Patty. I just followed up, and tourney admins also don't know. So apparently we knew from the beginning Midas was going to have to sub in later in the day. What a shot by Storm, Axel.
Yeah, and you were talking about the opportunities that we've seen from Empire. They've certainly been there. They just haven't quite been able to capitalize. And honestly, it's mostly because of the defense that we've seen from Peak Esports. It's been absolutely insane. Saving goals that they probably shouldn't be saving. But they're doing it anyway, because they're really good at Rocket League. And that's why we're here. So Empire Esports finally taking advantage of a couple opportunities, and just like that, Peak Esports almost had a nice shot on goal, trying to send it back to the middle. Keepa is there, towards the net. Oh, he wants that one back. But the follow-up, Falcon from the skies, is going to finish that one off.
Falcon in the full Cloud9 fanboy car. You love to see it. Even with the Cloud9 Apexes, ties this game up with 100 seconds left to go, and I think it cannot be understated. Empire cannot afford to throw this game away. They probably should have 4 goals in this one, and it's only 2-2. You know they're thinking about that. We might catch them gripping the stick a bit too tight, to use a Canadianism.
And you wouldn't think it with the scoreline being 2-2, but you're right. Empire, they have had such a strong showing in this game. Just not quite able to finish off some of these opportunities.
9
but
shots
honestly,
to 3, bro. They've had complete control of this lobby.
And honestly, that alone can be something that you can take to the bank. It's something that you can feel good about. But it doesn't mean you got to stop. You got to score. You got to get those goals in, but you can at least feel good about how you're playing.
Mizu can turn on this. He's going to back all the way off. Let Storm play it, though. Keepa looking to set up a double tap. He's going to miss that touch, though, which buys a little bit of time for Empire. Mizu backwards. Awkward touch, but he's able to make it work. Now Midas trying to pre-flip. We've seen pre-flips be successful in this tournament so far, as Mizu's able to clear that over Keepa, but no further than the midfield line. That's been the problem when Empire's looked bad in this tournament today. It's been lack of ball control. It's been just they've been content to play Bim Bam Rocket League and just give it back to the other team. On the other hand, though, when they've looked good, they've just been burying shots like Mizu did there.
Yeah, that was really well played. Mizu didn't have the best approach.
Nope.
Obviously, he didn't have the best look at it, but he went for it anyway, and he got the Midas touch. He got the touch that he needed, put it in the perfect spot. Very well played, and that's why this is someone we talk about a lot, Mizu. He's a regular in the Vancouver esports scene. He's been at the head of many Rocket League teams. I think I've met the guy.
Yep. You casted with him.
Right.
Yeah, when they were off stream, he was casting with you.
That's right. There you go. So cool to see him playing so well, and he's a big reason why Empire's up 4-2 and why they're playing so strong.
Oh, what a fake by Storm. Just outplaying the defender there for Peak Esports. I couldn't even see who it was. They flew by so quickly. Oh boy, I would have liked to see him throw faking in the quick chat there when he did it, but just faking enough is savage by itself.
That is a new quick chat, right?
Yep. Oh yeah. I don't know about you, but every time I miss the ball, that's what happened. That's what I do now.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I invented faking in Rocket League, and I probably appealed for that on Twitter to be a new quick chat. But I love it. I love that it's in there.
I have been pushing for a nice demo for about 4 years, and they finally put it in, so I'm happy about that. As Empire Esports 5-2 in game 1 here, over Peak Esports, and I believe that is 5 consecutive games won by Empire over Peak in elimination series here at the gaming stadium. They just have their number, and really, actually, it was Storm in that one. We've seen Cynical carry this team a lot, but that game, the one-on-ones were just Storm was burying every opportunity he got 1v1 or 1v2 on offense.
Now, what's the story with Storm?
I don't know. I've never met the guy.
Because it seems like, I mean, just looking at the pings alone, I'm surprised Mizu has the best connection. I thought Mizu was West Coast.
Yeah, I think they're playing on a West server, and the other two boys are East. Yeah.
Yeah, so Storm and Cynical must be from the East Coast there. So Mizu kind of breaking out from the region sometimes to get some super teams going. What a display. And there's nothing that we see there that will make us think that, honestly, Empire's not going to win this, right? Like, Empire played so well there that you got to be like, could this be a sweep? Is this just a formality? I mean, that was some strong Rocket League. And led by Storm, obviously Mizu, big part of that mix. The whole team just having a really good game one. So it's going to be up to Peak Esports to disrupt that quickly.
Yeah, and
if they're going to want to turn the series around.
Storm had all the goals, but I think Mizu and Cynical both missed pretty open nets early on in that game when we were talking about their shooting accuracy. It could have very easily been either one of those guys at the top of the scoreboard if a couple bounces or saves by Midas and Keepa went the other way. I mean, they're in tough, Peak Esports. This is a team they couldn't beat last time with their main roster. Now they're playing without Patty, who's been their best player throughout this tournament. You know, we really need to see some of that Turbo Pulsa Arju sauce from Midas, just the super sub coming in and elevating his squad where you don't expect it to happen.
And again, Peak has been undefeated coming into this match. Meanwhile, Empire losing a little bit earlier in the day. So Peak Esports got to bring it back. It's a good start so far, keeping it as a relatively even match in the first minute. By the way, though, Empire had a ridiculous scoring opportunity in the first, like, 5 seconds. Yep. I don't know if you noticed it, but off the kickoff, it was almost like one of the craziest goals. So already showing a lot of pressure, but just like that, Midas finishing it off there. Relatively simple play. Falcon kind of just hitting it towards the goal, and then Midas in a great spot.
It's a shame
Ready
there.
Waiting.
Cynical probably thought he had that ball controlled, but his back wheels hit Storm when he landed, and he just ended up sideways. That gave the free shot to Midas. It's little things like that. A lot of the times you'll look at a Rocket League goal and say, oh, Storm whiffed or whatever, or that was just a good shot by Midas, but there's usually one or two things that happen right before the shot that are the reason the goal happens.
And that's exactly what needed to happen for Peak Esports. Again, they're down 0-1. They need that momentum. And now they're up 1-0 in this game. Can they turn that into a bigger advantage? Falcon with possession in the middle, flicking it towards the net. Just barely disrupted.
Great demo by Storm. Keepa was going to be the next guy to touch that ball for Peak, and he was just deleted.
Those demo plays, we've been looking out for them all day, and definitely instrumental in the success of some of these teams, how solid their demos can be.
And I know Mizu likes the demo. I've baited him into playing silly Rocket League just by trying to get him to chase me around the field. You demo him once, and then you spend the rest of the game running away from him. I've baited him into that in matchups where I knew I was going to lose. So, you know, he's a guy who likes to kill people.
There you go. Look out. It's such an important strategy. Honestly, shrouding the field, the smoke that comes up after a demo is a huge deal. And just, if you're trying to find momentum, just delete one of their cars and get that momentum back, snatch that momentum back. Halfway through, though, much more low-scoring game than in Game 1. Peak Esports holding on to this 1-0 advantage.
Just getting word that Midas is about 1750 MMR, which is a pretty big drop-off from the 2100 of Patty. But he's very much holding his own in this lobby. He's got the only goal in this game. It's pretty hard to complain about it.
That's a good point.
Mizu looking to carry it over the top. Storm will just take over that air dribble. The dunk from Mizu lets Empire keep the ball, but they're all bunched up on this near side, so not a lot of follow-up coming. Where's Mizu going to spawn? He spawned on the proper side to get that out of there for Empire. Storm dribbling into the corner. Cynical A lot of back passing for Empire
Oh,
in this game. Cynical nearly put that in. Nearly caught Falcon sleeping.
yeah, it's like a double commit on defense to save that, but that's almost a double commit you don't mind. As long as you make that save happen, you're happy. As Peak Esports trying to turn it around on the other side of the field.
Mizu another shot.
Gosh, these
And-
guys in their colors, I'm telling you, please,
I know.
if anyone were to hear me, just make your color the same as your team. And it's
Yeah,
not much to
Mizu-
ask. Before you try to argue with me, it's not much to ask.
Mizu in the Rogue is very confusing, I agree. The Rogue skin is... Look at that, just a little overcommit by the third man. It was Storm on that play for Empire. Easy peasy goal for Falcon, and it's probably going to be a 1-1 series here, which makes, you know, barring anything crazy, that makes this game 3, as they say in the business, pivotal. You know,
I'll say there's time right now for Empire.
there's
especially
time.
Based on how well they played in the last game. I'm looking for them to just get a quick couple goal. I can't tell who's on what team. I just
what
don't
a
know.
bump, though. Yeah, you got the gold team on blue
my
team
God,
and the
dude.
blue on red team.
Oh.
The Falcon bump, though, on the Cynical. Midas is going to get another goal, but the good thing Falcon got an assist on that one, because he deserves some credit for that play.
This is huge. Peak Esports absolutely need a win here, no doubt about it. And the better they can win, the happier they're going to be. Meaning, if they can get a big score advantage here, they're going to be super happy going into the next game. So they're going to hold on and try to add to their score, and that's exactly what they're doing. And just more acrobatics. You can tell why he's called Falcon. So fluid in the sky.
And the early flip there to put that behind Cynical was what Falcon needed. I think a lot of people would try to hit that as hard as they could with the front end of their car, but the timing of that meant he would have been hitting that right into Cynical. Such a smart play by Falcon. We've talked a lot about Patty and Keepa early on in this tournament, but Falcon really coming into his own with Patty not playing in this series.
Yeah, I mean, that's so important. And kudos to Midas and kudos to the other two players. I mean, they have to be convicted that they're really good and that they can handle it, and they are handling it. And sometimes, even though you have a teammate who might just not be as good, if the two of you can really hold it down, and then Midas can play a little better, you're playing some good Rocket League. So the whole team, Falcon, Midas, Keepa, doing good things there in game number 2. But this is a best of 5. And we saw how strong Empire was in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, and this makes for quite the interesting series that Peak was able to take this game, because now we got a best of 3 between the defending champs and the defending runner-ups of the TGS Signature Series, and that's not a lot of Rocket League left to be played to separate these two teams. Midas, though, I think he did exactly what I said he needed to do going into that game. He was the MVP of that game 2, coming out as the sub. Lowest ranked player in this lobby by quite some margin. 300 plus MMR is the difference.
And he is arguably the MVP of that last game.
I mean, he was, by game stats, definitely the MVP, but, Rocket League in-game assigns you points for stuff that shouldn't always get points, Yep. I do agree, from a subjective perspective, he was also the best player on the team that game.
That is pretty huge if that matchmaking metric is accurate for him. And that's going to be the key here. Can they keep up that momentum and keep it going here in game 2? Empire, they're going to be looking to turn this around in a big way. Remember, in the first few seconds of game 2, they almost had a pretty crazy passing play to a goal that would have put them up 1-0, but they barely missed it. It went high. So they're certainly capable of switching that momentum and turning the switch on in a very quick fashion. So let's see what happens out of the gates. Minute down, we're tied 0-0.
Shooting accuracy has been plaguing Empire, even though they're tied in this series and they won game 1. They lost that game 4-0. But, the last 2 goals, whatever, that was them just kind of forcing the issue and giving up goals on the back end. Early in the game, and it was close, though, they missed a number of relatively easy scoring opportunities for players of their caliber. So, I mean, I see a lot of room between where we're at right now and the ceiling for Empire. I think Peak is playing as well as I've seen them play with or without Patty.
Ooh, nice demo. Midas
Yeah.
out of the game for a second. Can Empire Esports take advantage? They've got the ball on that blue side. Storm trying to redirect it towards that goal. Storm was instrumental in game 1.
Oh, that's a freebie. Oh, Cynical couldn't get over it and tried to take it up for a double tap. I think he was just not expecting the whiff coming out from Midas. That's a great gamer tag, by the way. Shouts to Midas. As he puts that shot off the near post. Just kind of asking a question, not really too threatening of a shot.
Oh.
Midas receiving the pass off the backboard again. Storm is there for that one. And
Keepa barely not able to follow that one up, but another good opportunity there for Peak Esports, and again, able to bring the ball pretty far into that orange territory. Keepa going up to get it, deflecting it to the middle. That was actually a really good passing play, but no one was there in the middle to finish that off, and now Empire going the other way. Great play there from Falcon off the back wall, floating down to get that. He's out of boost, though.
What a pre-jump by Falcon there. That takes some onions to pop off the wall with 18 boost there.
Gotta do what you gotta do. I've seen the most magical plays from players that just didn't have any boost.
Oh, Storm can shoot this. Just didn't get the right part of his car on it. It ended up being a pretty soft shot. I'll tell you who's not going to shoot softly. Keep is going to boom it at the net every time he can.
Cynical is getting quite a few saves from the Empire side. Locked in at 0 here for both teams. 90 seconds to go here in Game 3. In this best of 5, we're in the quarterfinals of the Gaming Stadium Signature Series Tournament in Rocket League. $2,000 prize pool, Canadian dollars that is. And we have 8 teams left in the tournament. I'm sure the other matches are unfolding as we speak.
Oh, that's a big miss there. That shot was there for Keepa. He tried to pick out the upper 90 and he missed. But Mizu was not in a position to make that save. But he's in a position to make that clear. This is the classic Game 3 in a 5-game series where both teams are real tight, knowing how important this game is to the lifeline of this series.
Absolutely.
Oh,
the demo, or the bump attempt. Very nice plays, and honestly, at the very least, Peak Esports is keeping up this pressure on the offensive side. They could have angled that a little bit more down towards the goal, but floats it over. Peak Esports trying to go the other way. Empire trying to get a touch on it, but now the ball just floating around the middle. Who's going to take control? Storm trying to get that 50-50, gets a demo on the Midas at the same time. Now Cynical getting demoed. Midas with the touch, though, towards the net. Again, I can't tell what team he's on. Must be the blue team. Over to Keepa, and Keepa finishes it off. Again, Midas taking initiative and defining that play.
Again, as you said, it's Midas. Midas stepping up in big moments as the sub for this Peak Esports team. You know, a shot would have been great there. He probably could have scored it, but you can never go wrong in Rocket League as the first man banging it off the opponent's backboard. That's usually going to lead to something for your team. Is now Empire need to find a goal here.
It's possible.
Storm is up. They're going to need to reset with 3 seconds left. Mizu's got the boost, and he's got the control. Does he have a passing option because he's going down? Oh. They keep it up. They keep it up again. And Storm couldn't come in for the shot. Peak takes 2 straight games, Axeltoss, to make it 2-1 in this best of 5. But we've seen Empire come back against this team before. Put your analyst hat on. What kind of adjustments do we need to see from Empire, who are getting outplayed right now by a Peak Esports team minus their best player?
Well, Peak Esports was just slightly more resilient in that game. It was only 1 goal that separated both those teams, and that goal came with 17 seconds left, like a snake striking. They were barely able to get that goal in the end. And honestly, it's a close match. We know every player on this field has some pretty ridiculous capability in Rocket League. So it's going to come down to the playmaking. I expect Mizu to step up, make a play or two. Storm had a ridiculous game 1. We need someone from Empire Esports to step up and really make some plays.
Yeah, hey Mizu, your name is Ones Grinder Mizu. Let's see some of that ones grinding.
Oh, yeah, and you see they almost opened up with another goal. So it's like they've got the synergy. They're getting the chances.
Yeah, that's like the third kickoff goal they've come really close to scoring. It's just that finishing touch. It's just not been there for them. And they're on their last tournament life here. They lose one more game, they're done. There's no second chances.
Oh!
And Midas pots the goal 28 seconds in to give Peak Esports a goal one step closer to pulling off that upset.
And just a nice little play. Falcon with the obvious pass to the middle, and Midas just reading it very nicely. And he got there slightly before the defender to redirect that into the goal. In a moment where Empire almost had a goal, Peak Esports able to turn that around very quickly as another opportunity from Midas towards the goal. Cynical this time with the defense. All right, Empire, it's time to shine.
Falcon will control this into his corner. Real quick elevation of the ball, but Storm is there for the kill. Mizu will challenge. Low boost, though, for Empire. They need a goal, and they need a goal bad. They need several goals, probably to feel comfortable about this one. They want to force a game 5, but first they got to tie this game 4 up. Storm clears, wastes a little bit of boost there, though, and Falcon's able to put it right back in. Empire now struggling to get out of their own defensive half.
Yeah, and still super close overall. Falcon with the fake. Yeah, I'd be a little nervous if I'm Empire Esports right now. These opportunities are getting a little too close. Got to turn something back the other way. No one in front of him. Storm was about to say thank you very much. He was out of boost, though. I think he was able to steal a corner boost, though, from his opponents.
Keepa, he got that reset. Can he get the double tap? He can't find it.
Yeah, Keepa he just barely ran out of boost there. And now Empire going back the other way. You can see all 3 players.
That shot's got to be on net right there. That's what they've been missing the entire series.
Another miss. They're fine, though. Storm trying to get control of it, passing it over to the middle, and that is ushered on a little bit further. Can the follow-up happen? Every member of Empire's team involved with that. A pass to the middle, trying to finish it off. Not going to connect with anyone. But the pressure is here for Empire.
Empire really keeping the pressure on, even on low boost. Players half rotating, cutting rotation with like 12 boosts. They just want to keep the pressure on. They know that if you set up siege for long enough, you're gonna get good scoring opportunities. And Cynical, this is one right here. If he can get it past Midas, but the sub again stalwart on the backboard.
The ball has stayed on that blue half for a good 30 seconds or more now. Empire, the objective here, as we see Mizu in the blue car, thank you. The objective is to just keep taking the boost, keep it on that side of the field, but Midas, in just a moment, taking it back the other way and threatening the goal on the other side.
Falcon flicking into the corner. Oh, Keepa, the quick double tap. Puts it on Falcon, saved that. That was a team save right there. Mizu gets the demo and knocks the ball down, all the way down the field. Falcon has to stretch to recover. Cynical's shot, not good enough. Midas with 96 seconds left makes the save. Empire on their last leg. Storm couldn't get the redirect, so Cynical will have to recenter. The Astral Pinch goes nowhere. He bumps his teammate Mizu out of that play, so Storm has to come in and clean up. Cynical, can he shoot it? No. And the bounce is not good for where Mizu was. 1:15 left, Axel. Empire Esports needs something.
Oh.
They've controlled this game, but the scoring opportunities just haven't materialized.
Yeah, and still opportunities coming down from Peak Esports on the other side also. But you're right, Empire, they got to do something. Less than 60 seconds left to score a goal and stay alive in the tournament. Single elimination, there's no double elimination bracket, no lower bracket here. Either you win or you're out.
Oh, that's a shot that could have been in if he'd put it on goal. Again, just the last touch. It's been Empire. A lot of teams struggle with their first touch. Empire today struggling with their final touch, what should be the scoring touch. This Keepa booms it down the field. 30 seconds left. Will this leave Avenger our final local hope for Vancouver if Empire gets eliminated? 20 seconds left. Mizu looking to center it. Gets it past Keepa. He's got Cynical, but Falcon's there. Probably time for 1, maybe 2 more pushes for Empire as Keepa shuts that down quickly. Cynical tough read. He gets a touch, but is over to Mizu. Storm can't get to it. And that will do it, Axel Toss. Peak. They beat their own personal bugaboo. They finally pull off the win over Empire Esports. And our defending champions are gone in the round of 8, the quarterfinals. Goodbye, Empire Esports.
That was definitely an upset.
Very much.
That was surprising, especially with how strong Empire was in Game 1. Like, if people were to go back and watch Game 1 of that series, they'd be like, wow, Empire, this team might go all the way. This might be their day. But all the credit to Peak Esports and Midas, of course, the super sub coming in there, able to lock it down in Game 2, able to win a like a thread of a game, and how close that Game 4 was, I believe, where 17 seconds. Sorry, Game 3, where 17 seconds left. Midas able to score to give Peak the 1-0 game win. That's some grit. That's something to hold on to. So I'm looking out for this team right now, man. Peak Esports, as you can see in the bracket, they're advancing forward, and we're almost ready to get into the next match as we have 4 teams left. Good job counting, Axel Toss. HC Esports, Revision, Mechanicals, and Peak Esports. And I got to say, man, I was expecting Empire to win there, especially after that Game 1. So huge props to Peak Esports for accomplishing what they just did.
And the entirety of Groups B and C have been eliminated. My group of death prediction remains true. Group A has half of these teams. The other half, Group D. We didn't even really talk about that group because that was a group we didn't know any teams in. If we can just really quickly, because I know these games happened off stream, but I like to shout out to the teams who played off stream going into that round of 8. LJ Fett swept the number 1 seed, swept out of the playoffs by HC. The Imposters falling to Revision. An upset that I kind of predicted. I'm going to go ahead and claim that one. Mechanicals dropped 2 games to Narnina, but they won 3-2, and then we had the Empire result on stream. So there's your semifinals are set. I'm not sure who the next match on stream is, though, Axel. So I'm not going to say anything.
I think we're going to find out. We're gonna thank some more of our sponsors here in the form of a break from the stream, and when we come back, we are rocking and rolling straight into the semi-finals. 4 teams left. We're also going to have a 3rd place match. So stay tuned, guys. You're watching twitch.tv/The Gaming Stadium, the Rocket League Signature Series presented by Daily Hive. We'll be right back.
Now we gotta go to the next level.
I'm Will. I'm part of the marketing communications team at Big Brothers. So today we're working with a fabulous team building company called Eventology, based out of Vancouver. They've been working with us over the last couple of months to build a bespoke GPS scavenger hunt around Stanley Park. We had a little bit of rain today, but it certainly didn't dampen anybody's spirits.
There was an app that we downloaded on our phone that took us to different places around the park, and we had to do activities like take funny selfies and answer some trivia questions. So I think it was pretty great. Like, this is the kind of event that I really like Big Brothers for. I've been matched with Tommy for just over 6 years now.
I really enjoy about Andrew that he likes to take me outdoors and to enjoy ourselves and enjoy the moment. He's a great big brother.
Great opportunity to do a bunch of interesting things with somebody that you wouldn't otherwise get a chance to spend time with.
So we really want to say thank you to Eventology. They've been great in supporting us and building this through and working with Big Brothers. Great team to work with, and we can't thank them enough.
You can be the positive influence that a child in Greater Vancouver deserves, simply by spending consistent, quality time together. Learn more or get in touch through our website.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the Gaming Stadium Signature Series, which is presented by Daily Hive. Wondering what's going on in Vancouver today? Daily Hive has you covered. Check them out at dailyhive.com. Again, thanks to them. This tournament is happening. $2,000 in prize pool, Canadian dollars, in a different game every month. It's pretty crazy. This month is Rocket League. Of course, I'm Axel Toss, joined by Thunderballs. Also want to give a shout out to Red Bull. I got my Red Bull shirt on. And actually, I just learned today that this shirt that I'm wearing from Washington, D.C. Red Bull Battlegrounds, actually today is the 5-year anniversary of that, and I didn't even think about that. But so anyway, that's my cool story of the day. I know everyone's just enthralled about that, but I have some League of Legends related news / info for people out there. Red Bull is having a solo queue competition. Red Bull Solo Queue is the ultimate 1v1 experience for amateur League of Legends players. It puts a twist on typical League of Legends match, pitting player against player in a bracket of 1v1 duels. Registration is open for the second Canadian qualifier, which is taking place September 20th, which is tomorrow, I think. You can learn more at redbull.ca/solo queue. Anyway, what's up, Thunderballs? How you doing?
Doing fantastic. It was nice to watch. Take a little back seat there. We've all had a little bit of rotation today to take a breather and just watch these great games that we've had in that one. It was the salty matchup again, the rematch between Peak and Empire, and it went the other way this time. Peak getting some revenge for dropping the last major gaming stadium tournament in Rocket League, and now they're pushing back, trying to make a run for themselves. And I gotta say, Peak after that one looking like a possible favorite here. But enough about that. We're getting into game time here between these two next teams, and this is our first of 2 semifinals.
Best of 7, game number 1, Revision Esport against HC Esports. In Revision, they've been putting together quite the run, taking out RNG champs in the first round of bracket play, round of 12, and then taking out the Imposters by a score of 3-0. They are 6-0 in their games in single elimination bracket play so far. Going up against HC Esports, who also had to do a run from the round of 12, taking out the Flying Beavers and taking out LJ Fett. So both these teams, lower seeds coming into the final bracket, but now here they are, a best of 7 to determine who's going to be advancing to the final. And before we go too far into this, no goals are happening yet, right? Thunderball, as I said, you sound like someone I know. What's the term for a doppelganger except for voice? Is there a word for that?
A doppelganger? I mean, I'm making it up on the spot. I don't think there's an official.
That's the first time I asked that question. I have no idea. But
yeah,
anyway, so there's a tournament in golf this weekend called the US Open. What you need to do is turn on this production, and I'm sure people watching turn on this production. I think they stream on their website, US Open. But anyway, you sound like just like one of their golf commentators, and it sounds good. And also, there's a golf game called PGA 2K. You sound exactly like the guy in the golf game. It's the same guy, the golf commentator. You sound great, and that's your doppelganger for voice, Thunderballs.
Hey,
in case you were wondering.
It's a sportscaster. I'll take that any day of the week because there's some overlap there. But it's hilarious that you mentioned that. You're not the first person to say that. When you mentioned that US Open for golf was the connection, I knew you were going to say the PGA video game after that. Yeah. And yeah, I'll take that.
You sound like that guy, dude. You should do voiceover work for that. It's hilarious. As we see a goal out of the cage, HC Esports. Thank you very much. And who knows how important that goal will end up being, the first goal in our best of 7 series here in the semis.
I think that's a big deal. And you know what? I wanted to make a point about this HC Esports team in particular. For those of us who weren't able to join for the group stage of play, who close shot there and they're putting more on, HC had to essentially 2v3 a team in the group stage of play, and not an easy team. It was Mechanicals they had to 2v3, and they had a fantastic showing with only FTM and Wellis on the field. JD, they were having major technical issues and not able to settle themselves in the match. This team is no slouch, really. This HC Esports team, they were able to stand up against Mechanicals with only 2 players, and now that they've got 3 on the field, they're proving to be a major threat.
And you can tell, I mean, just based on the pressure we've been seeing, we've seen some really crazy shots already in this game. We've seen some pretty nice saves as well. So clearly both these teams giving it their all, and for now HC Esports has the edge. Kinley on the blue side trying to get control of it. He doesn't have boost though, as we can see. He's gonna pretend he has boost, and this might be an advantage for HC Esports. FTM able to get that right in front of the net, but no one able to capitalize. Back in control of Revision Esports. Kinley trying to usher it forward. Wallace says no thanks, or Wellis I should say. Ball gets to the middle. JD trying to make a play. And as you said, HC Esports, we can see them here applying this pressure. Oh, I don't know how that didn't go in. Kinley with a crazy save. He's going to have to save another one, and he does. 2 shots in a row, 2 saves from Kinley. Make that almost 3. 3 shots in quick succession from HC Esports. They have all the pressure. Make that 4. No, that's a miss in the middle. But HC Esports putting a lot of pressure on.
Oh, they're piling it on right now. This is just relentless from them. And yeah, we talked about what kind of moves can this team make at full strength. You're seeing it in plain view here as they are really pressuring a Revision team that put on a show of their own in the previous match that we saw. And this is a testament to the level of play and the level of skill we have on display here at the Signature Series tournament. As we get towards these matches, it's just going to get closer and closer and more impressive. And there it is. That's going to be the equalizer there. Sido from midfield, just threading the needle, finding the hole.
Great pass from Kinley, straight to the middle, and with nice pace on the pass also. And Sido in the right place at the right time, receiving the pass, redirecting it towards the net, and getting a goal when Revision absolutely needs the goal. Tying it up 1-1, 50 seconds left. Also in a time when HC Esports was applying a lot of pressure, so Revision able to break out of that effectively and get a goal for themselves. JD going towards the goal. Decent shot on target. Pretty much every player having to be involved in defense. That's an open net for a second there for HC Esports. Not able to take advantage. JD passing it to the middle. But looks like a clear coming through. And almost an opportunity the other way for Revision. You can see just how quick things can change.
The counterattack here very strong for both teams, but in particular we saw that on display from Revision in the last match. For them, it didn't take a lot of chances to get goals. They just capitalized on the good ones, and they're trying to do that again here, but we might be staring down an overtime. And you know what?
Oh, the net.
Oh my goodness, so close, just inches away from finishing it there, where HC Esports trying so hard to get that heroic 0-second play. Oh, they're looking for more here. HC, they've got the bulk of the momentum heading into this overtime. You got to watch out if you're on the side of Revision.
Yeah, be careful. They mixed a demo in there as well, so 3v2 for a moment in the beginning stages of overtime. Only game 1 here is semifinal, and that's an open net. Thank you, says FTM here. That
FTM.
was Wellis with the pass. And I believe he had the pass on an earlier goal too. The passing plays coming through here for HC Esports.
And you know what? It's Wellis to FTM. That's the connection we saw in the 2 players that had to 2v3 earlier today. I'm not surprised to see them passing to one another on the field. They have already proven they can put up a stand just on their own, and they've got backup now in the form of JD and HC. What a fantastic performance here in game number 1. It's hard to believe that was a 1-goal game. It really felt like they controlled so much there. You can see it in the shot totals. 12 shots to only 4. This is tripling the shot total for Revision, and yet still only a 1-goal game. It looks close on paper, but it sure didn't feel that way.
Yeah, we were mentioning the pressure that whole time, just the pressure that we saw from HC Esports. We had a moment where Revision was able to turn that around and have an opportunity on the other side, but ultimately the pressure won. HC Esports took that momentum into overtime and were able to secure a very close game 1. And now we're going to advance on into game 2 of this best of 7, the semifinals. Only 4 teams remaining in this tournament. $3,000 prize pool here, twitch.tv/thegamingstadium. Rocket League's signature series event presented by Daily Hive. I'm Axel Toss, joined by Thunderballs, aka golf commentator extraordinaire. I'm telling you, you could probably fool a lot of people.
All right. Yeah, if there's an impression job out there for me, if there's a position open, they need a sub one day, I'm totally there.
I'm like about to come up with a script for you, but we're gonna talk about Rocket League right now. We'll might do that later. I might be your agent, just so you know.
Yeah, we can talk about that later.
If game 1 is an indicator of what this series is like, I'm ready to drink some more Red Bull. I'm so excited. That game was so close. It went to overtime. It had everything. And it also had a lot of HC Esports momentum. And I think the key is, if they can turn that momentum into goals, this could be a short series. It could be a sweep from HC Esports. And I think the first 30 seconds here, that might be a little inkling of what we're seeing. They might have figured something out, turning that momentum into a goal early on here in game 2.
Very possible. That's a really quick chance for them. An unexpected shot perfectly placed there outside of the middle of the field. And you want to talk about the momentum that they have and possibly trying to build towards a sweep. Even if it is a sweep, we're talking best of sevens here now as we get into the semifinals. No more, it's not stolen series. You can talk about best of three. Oh yeah, that team, they stole the series. You know, the other team just couldn't get warmed up. That just straight up doesn't happen with a best of seven. It's not stealing. You really have to earn it. So we're at the stage where you can't really, you got to win 4 games in a row to quote unquote catch a team off guard. That's just dominating the series pretty much. So if HC can do that here, they really just were the better team. But trying to push back here now are Revision, who've got some work to do.
And as we can see, the pressure still belonging to HC Esports. Another opportunity there. That was Wellis setting it just above the net. And Revision, we can tell that they need to find something here. They need to figure something out to have some pressure of their own, because it's going to be a long series for them, which effectively would be a short series if they're not able to get some momentum for themselves. It's all HC Esports, and again, another double touch, and the ball just precariously floating in front of that blue net. JD going up for another redirect. Opportunity after opportunity for HC Esports.
This is unbelievable from them. You think to yourself, surely this has to end at some point. They're not going to be able to uphold this pressure for this long. And time again, they keep banging away at this net from every single angle you can imagine. It's going to take stuff like that. You see the demo in the midfield? That really disrupts the rhythm that HC have found for themselves, and that might be a key here for Revision to break open some space.
HC Esports, as you say that, a shot towards the net. Kinley barely able to deflect that away. Now trying to set it towards that orange side. Double commit from HC Esports, which one could be critical of. And now Revision trying to take advantage, finally keeping the ball on the orange side for a little bit. Sido gonna try to kick that over to the middle. It's Kinley over to Dragon. I haven't said Dragon's name in a while. He needs to step. Maybe he needs to step up and force the issue for his team here, as this could be one of the best opportunities Revision has had. The ball just staying on that orange side.
And Dragon quiet in. Oh no, heartbreaking there. Sido missing the touch in front of the goal line, and Dragon has been quiet in a tournament where they have been driving the bus for Revision. Such a standout performer for this team, and that might be the biggest difference maker here. When your star player goes to being relatively quiet on the field, obviously that opens the door for HC, and they have walked through that door time and time again in this series so far.
Yeah, it seems like Revision, they're still just trying to find their footing. Find their footing in this match. They've been on their heels the entire series, and they're trying to even it up a little bit. HC Esports with the 1-goal lead, 70 seconds left here in game number 2. Another shot towards the net. This time Revision almost able to score, finally, but barely going wide on that one. So the opportunities, every once in a while, they're happening. Maybe another one there from Kinley. Could have potentially angled that towards the net. Now Dragon going up, over to Sido. Off the back, we're going to try to double touch it towards the net. That's what you need. Tying it with 47 seconds left. You know, this is very similar to what happened last game. HC Esports is up, Revision with the tie. Last game we had overtime. Makes you wonder what's going to happen here.
Sido, that's a huge time goal. Such a crucial play. And you know what? It's plays like that that can really ignite the mentality and comms of a team. It wasn't your average vanilla goal. It's a really nice double tap, getting it through 2 defenders to that opposite side placement. So hopefully that can ignite some confidence here for this Revision team. They're no slouch. Oh, great save there. Sido doing it on both ends of the field, looking for a double. Oh, okay. All right, well, they're going to do it for him. And Dragon finally waking up after having a quiet series so far.
Yeah, the Dragon waking up. Someone's trying to steal his gold, trying to steal his bread. So Dragon waking up, and that's 2 straight plays from him. And honestly, that was an opportunity off of a scary moment where they almost let one in on the other side, but Dragon turning that into offensive momentum. And now Revision finally having a lead at some point in this series, up by 1, under 20 seconds remaining. Let's see if HC Esports can find one near the end here. A great save from Dragon. It's a great shot on target, had some really nice pace to it, trying to be a little bit fancy. But HC Esports running out of time here in game 2, and Revision, they were down all game, but scored twice in the last 40 seconds to snatch that one. And now we got a tie series.
You love to see it. What a comeback there in that game. So hard to mount. It's one thing to get a series comeback where you've got time between games to settle things and talk about your strategy. But to mount a comeback like that mid-game, it takes unspoken communication between players. It's just like, we each know what we got to do here. We know what needs to happen. Dragon knew that they were quiet in this series. Clearly, they woke up in a big way. And it was Revision just silently mind-willing themselves into that game and coming out on top. It's a great push at the tail end there. And this is a tied series that I think is, as we head down the stretch, is going to stay pretty close, if you had to ask me.
I'll tell you what, it's a lot of fun so far. So back and forth. Each of these teams has a lot of character. You can kind of tell who the playmakers are, and you can appreciate the team plays that we're seeing, and also the really strong defensive plays. And then you're also identifying players that are just stepping up and making plays when they need to, which is taking advantage of those small moments in game, whether if the other team makes a mistake or you just have a moment where you can make something special happen, you got to do it. So it's been really fun. Every player on the field here is stepping up, and that's why the series is tied 1-1. Best of 7, now effectively a best of 5 in the semifinals here of the Signature Series Rocket League Tournament, presented by the Daily Hive, brought to you by the Gaming Stadium here on twitch.tv/the Gaming Stadium. Once again, I'm Axel Toss, joined by Thunderballs. We've got Max Busman helping out with commentary as well, and this is one of our semifinals. Revision versus HC Esports. 4 teams left in the tournament. I believe after this match, we're going to watch the next semifinal. And then we're going to go into the 3rd place match. And then we're going to the finals. I believe that's what's going on.
Yeah, no shortage of action. We'll drop right into the next semifinal after this one between Mexicanicals and Peak, who we just saw not long ago take down Empire. And then we've got the 3rd place and the 1st place to settle, and that's getting into real money territory. Right now, 4 teams left in the tournament. They're winning themselves with each match win a whole chunk of change, and they're going to be happy to see those wins. And now let's get back into it. These 2 teams fighting one another again, just back and forth are these 2 squads, and it's not slowing down.
We have noticed that most of the momentum has belonged to HC Esports during the series. That might have changed a little bit at the end of last game, but it has mostly been in control of HC Esports. They've had control of these games. So we'll have to see if they can really turn that into some nice momentum here and get some goals and win. But for now, Revision has figured that out. And the momentum has been less. So very back and forth series, and this could go either way in a tie series here.
Well, to be honest, don't make me predict which way. I know your pedigree with predictions. I think you weren't renowned as being the most accurate on the old prediction desk. I don't want to, sound too harsh there, but trust me, I'm not all that great at that kind of thing either. So I'd rather just watch some great Rocket League here. And these teams, not much separating them. So I don't envy anybody who would try to predict this one.
Well, since you're making me comment on it, I'll say that I probably had the best predictions when it mattered. If you really went back and watched and looked at my predictions, I predicted most of the really big matches correctly. But
Fair
anyway,
play.
that's neither here nor there. But kind of just a fun little tidbit if anyone's interested. There's JD from HC Esports. But I agree with you 100%. Sometimes in Rocket League, there are some teams that are just so good. It's like you can't really predict. Like, if they're just so good, it's like, you know what, this could literally go either way. If they played 100 times, they'd split them. That's my prediction. And that's kind of what we're seeing here. It goes along with what you're saying, really. Like, these 2 teams are so good, it could go either way. We don't have to predict. That's the joy here. We get to sit back, relax, and watch it unfold as HC Esports taking that momentum and turning it into a goal. And the key here is they need to hold on. As Dragon answering immediately. Like HC Esports, we've seen them get advantages, but they've had trouble holding on to the advantage. So HC Esports, they need to get up and just hold on to that lead. We'll see if they can figure that out.
I feel as though the hold on move, you got to take it one step further than that against Revision. This is a team that has really been impressive throughout the entirety of this tournament, and holding on to a 1-goal lead is just about the most stressful thing I could possibly imagine against a team like this. So HC have got to go one level above that and put on the amount of pressure that we saw them mounting in the early games of this series. And Revision are pushing back in a big way. And it's time to find another gear here for HC, as there we find another one. Saito, another great angle shot. I got to say, their shooting today has been really on point.
That was just a pure read from Saito. We're talking, you know, crushed through that book in one day. That was a serious read, and that was really fun to watch. Just the fact that, just how fast he was going to be able to direct that properly really shows a lot. And just an immediate answer from Wellis and HC Esports. That was an excellent pass from JD, putting that right in front of the net. And this is a brawl right now. We are going back and forth.
It's a slugfest. Yeah, no doubt about it. These teams trading blows in the biggest of ways and just outpacing each other by the finest of margins. It really doesn't take much. There, that setup from JD was just hard enough along the back wall, with the player tracking it there and trying to pull the Spider-Man, just couldn't quite get to the ball in time, and it gave the shooting opportunity. But no ball is free here. Nothing is going uncontested. It's all challenged when you get up to this level. And so to find yourself a win, even to find yourself a goal in these games, is really a tough task when you're just being attacked from all sides seemingly on every play you try to make.
That's why the best players are typically the faster players who can really control that momentum, control the pace, control those passes. And it is a sight to behold. We're seeing some pretty gnarly plays on both sides. You might wonder, okay, who's really going to step up? Because I know our eyebrows will be raised. And I might guess on this next goal, it's going to be ridiculous. I mean, we're tied 2-2. These are two incredible teams. 30 seconds left. Will there be a playmaker that steps up and really makes some magic happen?
It's got to be here. 24 seconds left to play here as it's heading down into the HTC end, but Wellis sending it away nicely. Dragon trying to send them away. Ooh, this is a good slow play here from JD. Now we're down to 13 seconds. Probably the last attack for either team here. It's going to be slow. Again, these teams bringing the pace of play down to a crawl at the end of this game, just trying to find some space.
Demo
nice dunk there from JD. Yeah, big demo.
JD coming forward.
Oh my goodness. That
want
could
that one back.
That could not have been any closer.
I could have scored that. I'll say it.
Don't make
wants
me
that one back.
Don't make me do it. If you talk about you thinking you'd be able to score that, please. That's a nightmare, just a waking nightmare for me to have to be put in that scenario and try to score that goal. So I'm glad we just get to watch other players try to do that.
Yeah, he wants that one back. HC Esports, they feel like they deserve this one, but they got to finish it off. No boost for FTM here. Managed to snip that boost in the blue corner. My gosh, HC Esports, they've had some opportunities here, but we know Revision has been able to just counterattack and score, even when we see these ridiculous chances from HC Esports. One thing's for sure, I'm wondering, I'm hoping all these guys are taking good breaths here, because I'm almost holding my breath at this point. I can't imagine what it's like for these players.
Oh no, yeah, we're just watching, we're commentating, we're half spectators at this point, and yeah, a shortage of breath on my end as well. I'm right there with you, Axel. Oh, this could be a huge chance.
I'm holding my breath again. Oh, man.
Breathe, Axel, breathe.
Sorry.
You can do it.
Yep, gotta breathe.
These teams are so
Oxygen
close.
is important.
My goodness, this is probably the tightest overtime we might have seen on stream in this entire tournament so far. And it's between two teams that are tied in a series, in a best of 7, trying to gain that first burst of momentum into what it effectively is now a best of 5. And who's going to find it here? Is it going to be a mistake or an outplay?
With the shot. Oh, the save from Dragon. In the right place, at the right time. Back pass to JD on the HC Esports side. He's going to keep control of it. Another flick, but Dragon is there again. Dragon in the clutch. Watching over that goal.
Well, this challenge in the midfield is decent, and so many of them are. Both of these teams not really making critical mistakes. There are mistakes here and there that touch on exactly where they want it, but trust me, these teams can both attack with the effectiveness that if you make a big enough mistake, that ball's going in the net. And that makes overtime so unbelievably nerve-wracking when you know you can't make a single big mistake. Oh my goodness. Now a chance back the other way for the counterattack. Saved. Kinley keeps it off of net. I want to know what the shot tally has been just in overtime so far. This is ridiculous.
And still, as back and forth as possibly can be, esports. I mean, Dragon has had to make some pretty good saves, but there's another opportunity. Not the best shot. Kinley just pushing it towards the target. Not quite going to be enough. Now Dragon off the sidewall, trying to send it to the middle. Another flick on it. He has boost left, trying to block it. Decent attempt there, but no one really able to carry through that play. And
trouble.
that is not a good thing for Vision Esports.
Not a good thing. That is a very difficult read. You know what? Full credit to JD for that touch. I'm not sure the intention on the placement of that particular touch, but regardless, they were trying to beat the defense who were undoubtedly waiting on the back wall, and they did. Hit it right up into the waterfall at the top of the back wall and gave up what it was essentially a free shot to this HC Esports team who, my goodness, they steal one of the most competitive games we have seen in this entire tournament so far. We can actually breathe now, Axel. We finally can.
I know. I'm trying to collect my breath. I hope everyone else is too. Maybe take a sip of your Red Bull. Take a sip of some hydration, some beautiful water. Every stream is sponsored by water, okay? Dude, that was crazy. Again, I wasn't lying. I'm still trying to collect myself here. Okay, so JD popped off. I think that's clear. HC Esports, it felt like that was their game to lose. I mean, they had many opportunities at the end there. It almost felt like we were just waiting for a goal from HC Esports, but at the same time, Revision is able to pull out those plays, man. They're able to have that playmaking ability where any one of them can step up and pull off something ridiculous. And that's all it takes sometimes in really close games to prove the difference. So crazy stuff, man. HC Esports, though, I still feel like they have overall been applying some serious momentum and pressure, but Revision, they've been getting stronger every game almost.
And that's scary if you're HC. I mean, the shot totals in that game, I know it was overtime, but they were astronomical for both teams. All three players on the teams having at least 3 shots, sometimes far more than that. And that's exactly what you're talking about with the attack coming from seemingly anywhere for both teams. But it's Revision who have they've snuck up more on HC. HC has been the dominant possession team in this series, and Revision just sneaking through in those situations and finding goals in places where you wouldn't expect them to. But is that enough to take a series? Because HC have got a 2-1 lead now, and it might take more than just sneaking up on your opponent to really clutch out a best-of-7 series in this semifinal.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. HC Esports putting themselves in a very nice position here in this best-of-7. If you're just now joining us, you're watching the Gaming Stadium Signature Series. This has been an all-day Rocket League tournament, and we're currently in the semifinals. $2,000 prize pool, 2,000 Canadian dollar prize pool here. And the winner of this will be advancing to the finals. Wow, that was a crafty shot. We've said his name throughout the day, Dragon. That's a solo play. And not just incredible shot placement. Nothing too fancy there. He just placed that in a great spot in the top right.
Interesting that he was granted so much space to do so. I was pretty surprised by the lack of pressure coming out, and it might have been because Saito was threatening a physical play there. They might see another goal here, but that's weak from Dragon. But might have just been the aggression from Saito that fooled the defenders into thinking that they didn't really have a chance to push on it. And Dragon, that's pinpoint placement on that shot. And once again, here it is, Revision stealing goals out of situations that don't seem that threatening. And hey, if it's working for them, I said they might need to change it, but maybe not, because they've got themselves up here. Oh my goodness, what a save from Dragon. Thought there was a goal coming there from JD, and
yeah, I thought for
out.
sure that was a goal for the orange side, but Dragon somehow getting in the right place to save it. But as we said, as we've been saying, I mean, these really nice opportunities means that HC Esports, they're getting some momentum. So, and another shot. Oh, wow, just great pass, great follow through, and we have a tie game.
That's one of the finer passing plays I think we've seen all day. Look at the negative angle redirect, moving across the ball, away from it, away from the net, and putting the ball bar down ski, unsavable. That's the laundry list of all the things that make a great shot in Rocket League, and that was really picturesque there from HC Esports.
I feel like these guys are getting warmed up. I feel like they might even be fully warmed up at this point. We are seeing some spectacular play across the field, pretty much from every player. As this is a dogfight. Who is going to take this one? HC Esports. That was a nicely synchronized goal there. Kind of passing it. And yeah, that is kind of passing it. And that's kind of accepting the pass and shooting it straight towards the net. HC Esports takes the 2-1 advantage. Revision opening things up with a goal in game 4 here. But HC Esports coming up with 2 unanswered halfway through game 4.
That was kind of a you got it, I got it, you got it defensive push there for when we saw that last goal from HC Esports. It was 2 back, Saito and one other player who neither really seemed willing to commit to the play, and it opened the door straight down the middle for that shooter to take that. Oh, look at this play here. Oh my goodness. Kinley, keep this party going. Honestly, these goals are sick.
I'll ask a question I asked earlier. Are people getting better at Rocket League? Because that was one of like the sickest goals I've seen, dude.
I don't think, like, how am I going to argue against the fact that people have been improving when we're watching that replay unfold? There's no way you could say that the skill level is staying the same. That's happening mid-game when that's the kind of goal you saw get scored in a freestyle competition. Oh my goodness. Wellis gets denied on the first attempt. Watch the player out of the corner here. Dragon. No, it was Saito, and they combined on the save. But Wellis follows up nicely and buries it. This series is an absolute heater. I am loving this right now.
I mean, no goal is like easy. No goal is like, oh yeah, some goal we've seen many times before. Now, every single one of these goals has been kind of ridiculous, and I'm not understating anything here. The goal we just saw was almost saved by 2 different people, and they almost combined for the save. So this could not be closer. And these plays have just been ridiculous. I think these players are understanding that, you know what, we've got to make some crazy plays to be competitive here. You've got to pull out the tricks. You got to pull out everything to be able to win here.
Trick there was the demo. I mean, it's always, there's always an X factor here. You nailed it. In every single one of these plays, it's not a conventional goal. There's something involved that is remarkable about the play. And there, it wasn't necessarily individual skill, it was the demo play that opened up the space there. But every single time, these players are just coming up with the creative play they need to open the door. But that door has been opened more by HC Esports here. Nice touch. JD looking for one there. And HC, they got themselves a 2-goal lead with just about a minute left to play here. They're in pretty good shape to take what would be an even more commanding lead. They've already leading 2-1 in this series.
And the fact is that, you know, they got those 2 goals after that crazy goal from Kinley, which is even more impressive. Kinley pulls off one of the craziest goals I've seen personally. And then HC Esports is just able to answer with 2 goals for themselves. Almost 3, which just speaks towards the strength of this HC Esports squad. Even though they're having to deal with they're facing some pretty good play themselves, they're able to lock it up, tighten it up, and just deliver some ridiculous plays for themselves. Pretty good team here.
Might see another one. Bouncing. Oh, Dragon. Great save there on that bounce shot. Wasn't overly threatening, but they're looking for more here off the post. JD with the rebound control. And Revision keeping it out, but my goodness, this very reminiscent of the early series play that we saw from HC Esports, where it was just complete control of the field. Oh, they're going to find one here, though. Okay, so you're telling me there's a chance, because we got 7 seconds and 1 goal to score, and a Revision team that might be able to do it.
And that was a pretty good goal, too. That wasn't easy. That wasn't an easy touch from Saito. He was kind of coming across the ball. He had someone about to demo him, and he had to find the back of the net and with less than 10 seconds to go. But Revision, they know it's possible. They know they can do it. Can they make it happen? Can they send this to overtime?
Still up. Oh, smart. That's a great touch there from that player. Didn't catch the name tag on the who made that final touch straight down into the ground. Wellis there, though. That was a fantastic touch. No momentum on it. Literally straight down into the ground and between the players who are trying to catch it, just shutting down the heroics in the late game there. And HC take a 3-1 lead there on match point and trying to book their ticket to the grand final.
Yeah, and it's almost like they're amping it up as the series goes along. They keep playing a little bit better and a little bit better. And I would almost argue also that a different player is kind of stepping up when they need to. We saw earlier JD was at the top of the scoreboard. Now we're seeing FTM here up at the top, mostly based on assists. So we're seeing really nice team play from HC Esports. I think one of the keys is first getting on the offensive side and then just keeping up that pressure. They've done a really good job keeping up the pressure, managing boost, and keeping up those opportunities. If I could be a little critical, though, they have left some openings. Like, they've had this momentum, but they leave some openings sometimes, and Revision is able to take advantage. So really dynamic series, really a lot of fun. And HC Esports is 1 win away from advancing to our final.
Yeah, on that note, for the HC Esports team, that's the game that you play with trying to maintain pressure for a long time. So in these long bouts of momentum that they have where they're hemming another team in their zone, if that team can find a creative way to transition out of their zone and take you by surprise, you've kind of sent the house at that point. You've got nothing left on the back end. So HC, you're right, does have to be careful of that, but they just seem infallible sometimes in the way that they apply that pressure, and Revision's got to find a way to crack through.
I think it will be a very difficult task, especially because Revision has to do it 3 times in a row. HC Esports in control of the series. Can they close it? Can they close it out?
Well, they got 3 and they need 1. But that 1, boy, is that a hard game to win when you just need 1 more. Not saying it's easy for the other team who are on the precipice of defeat here, but that final game is never an easy mental task to overcome. Oh, speaking of mental breakdowns, this could be very bad, but HC bailed out on the back of Wellis there. They're still in trouble. Kinley not able to find the dunk, and Dragons putting more pressure on. So this is now some momentum on the side of Revision that they sorely need.
Yeah. Absolutely. And they're going to take advantage. Kinley. I like saying his name. You know what? I kind of like his name. And I like saying his name because I know there's probably a really good goal associated with it. That time, receiving a nice pass and honestly redirecting it nicely. If he had shot that straight towards the goal, it might have been safe. So he actually hit it downwards, which is pretty heads up there from Kinley. And I'm just thinking about that goal he had in the last game, the acrobatics required to make that happen. I'm sure someone clipped it. But so much talent across the field here.
And showing it. I mean, it's not just that you have talent that's not being fully realized. These teams, as we talk about how special each of these goals have been, they're putting all this stuff on display. And as a spectator, you really can't ask for anything more than that. People really getting to enjoy themselves here for the Signature Series tournament.
Revision up 1-0, and again, at the end of the day, that's all that matters. You can win by a goal. You don't have to worry about much else. Just win by a goal, and that's exactly what Revision is going to try to do here. At least they need to hold on to this lead, or they will be out of the tournament, or at least they'll have to play in a 3rd, 4th place match. But they will not be advancing to the finals unless they can come up with a win here. Holding on this 1-0 lead, and as you said, applying a little bit more pressure than we've seen in previous games. Those are good signs for Revision. Can they keep it up?
Scary here, though. HC obviously no slouch on offense, and a lot of skill on display for them as well. Oh, they're threatening here. A lot of bunched up defense there on the side of Revision in their own net. They got out unscathed, but that's a warning sign. You do not want to be collected like that against this HC Esports team. They're going to threaten you. And Sido barely escaping the clear there, but this could be more trouble. Physical play happening as well. There were some bumps there in the back end that almost opened up some space for a shot.
see JD passing into the middle, and it's a great pass and a great follow through from Wellis. He's in the right place at the right time. Dragon trying to save it. There's a double commit on defense, but JD, great awareness, and Wellis putting himself in a great spot to receive that pass and put it in the back of the net. HC Esports equalizing with 2 minutes, right around 2 minutes to go here in this game at number 5. Again, if HC Esports can win this, they will advance to the finals.
I gotta say, standout performance. JD doing a great job of setting up plays on the side of HC Esports, but it's just been the characteristic of that team in general. There is not much that separates these two teams in this match, but I think one of the things might be how the HC players are able to connect with one another and look for passing plays on the field. They seem to be able to find that stuff more often than the Revision team can do, and that could have been one of the factors that gives HC a chance to move to the finals here.
Yeah, just clearly great awareness amongst each of these teams. Great awareness of each other, great passing plays, which critical to your team's success. 70 seconds to go here. It's a tie game. Ball is currently sitting around that blue corner. JD off the wall, sending it to the middle. Wellis not able to get a handle of that. Now Dragon with control, but Wellis able to interrupt. He's got plenty of boost. Over to JD, what? That was a laser from JD. Unfortunately went just above the top of the net. But HC Esports hanging on to a little bit of pressure here. There's a clear though. And the ball a little bit of a dangerous spot in front of the HC Esports goal. But JD able to clear it, and there's a follow-up towards the net. Dragon pushing that to the side, back to the middle though. It's a little scary. JD getting control towards the net again. This time Kinley on defense with the save.
It's troublesome here for this Revision team. It looks, again, like HC really have found the rhythm of controlling the pace of play. Nice breakout though. Could be a scoring chance here. Late game, we saw it once already. But no, that's going to send down the other way. This is the last chance here. Time is out. Kinley's keeping it up. This might be a chance. Nope. That's going to drop here. Axel, I could hardly handle the last overtime that we saw in this series. I really don't know if I can do it again.
I know. For some reason, I'm not surprised there's overtime. Thankfully, I guess you don't have to suffer that long here. 5 seconds into overtime. HC Esports, they finally get the kickoff goal they've been looking for all series, and what a time to do it in overtime to send themselves to our finals. HC Esports, I think I see them in the chat also. Incredibly well played from them, and they're getting one step closer to the juicy prize pool here. Again, $2,000 in Canadian dollars is our prize pool. HC Esports going to the final.
That's a fantastic finish. Kind of an unexpected one, to be honest. We spoke so much about how all of the goals that we saw in this series had a special characteristic to them. And then, of all things, it's a kickoff goal that ends that overtime. Mercifully for us, my heart honestly could not take another 3 or 4 minute overtime between those teams. But HC Esports, probably thankful for that as well. They found a quick one, and they're in the final. That already, just to give yourself a guaranteed second place, is a big jump up in prize pool money. But they're not going to stop there. They want more in that finals that we're going to see a little bit later.
Yeah, and Revision isn't done quite yet, although they did lose that match. They will still be playing in the 3rd, 4th place match, which will be coming up after our next semifinal. So without any further ado, I'm sure the teams have been patiently waiting for their turn to play. I'm going to be stepping away. We're going to invite Max in to commentate the next semifinal with Thunderballs. So we're going to take a short break here from the Gaming Stadium Signature Series in Rocket League, presented by the Daily Hive. Thanks for tuning in. Next semifinal coming up.
go to the next level.
I'm Will. I'm part of the marketing communications team at Big Brothers. So today we're working with a fabulous team building company called Eventology, based out of Vancouver. They've been working with us over the last couple of months to build a bespoke GPS scavenger hunt around Stanley Park. We had a little bit of rain today, but it certainly didn't dampen anybody's spirits.
There was an app that we downloaded on our phone that took us to different places around the park, and we had to do activities like take funny selfies and answer some trivia questions. So I think it was pretty great. Like, this is the kind of event that I really like Big Brothers for. I've been matched with Tommy for just over 6 years now.
I really enjoy about Andrew that he likes to take me outdoors and to enjoy ourselves and enjoy the moment. He's a great big brother.
Great opportunity to do a bunch of interesting things with somebody that you wouldn't otherwise get a chance to spend time with.
So we really want to say thank you to Eventology. They've been great in supporting us and building this through and working with Big Brothers. Great team to work with, and we can't thank them enough.
You can be the positive influence that a child in Greater Vancouver deserves, simply by spending consistent, quality time together. Learn more or get in touch through our website.
Gaming Stadium's Signature Series featuring Rocket League. I'm Max. With me is Thunderballs. We've got semifinal number 2 coming up in just a moment. This action of course, brought to you by Daily Hive. Where's the thing? Wondering what's going on in Vancouver today? Daily Hive has got you covered. Check them out at dailyhive.com. Thunderball's semifinal number 1 went the way of HC Esports, which goes the way that seeding would have had us expecting it to originally on paper, though, an upset of the 2 seed. But we have now Mechanicals up against Peak Esports, which means if Mechanicals win, we get the rematch of a series you and I did earlier in the day between them and HC Esports in the finals.
Yeah, it's a great storyline. We touched on it a little bit, and we say we got to talk about this rematch because HC, they just put up a great performance, not without some fireworks. That was a great series between those two teams, and they had to work for it to beat Revision. But now, if Mechanicals takes this other semifinal, HC had to play. I guess you could call it a 2v3. It was a bit of a roller coaster of a player leaving and joining and coming back. JD just had a technical nightmare in that match. And still, HC Esports put up a challenge against Mechanicals and made it a fight 2v3 for the most of the match. So it's going to be...
They took a game in that one, man, which you never would have expected.
Yeah. Oh, no, not at this level. You wouldn't think that they would be putting up a fight like that. So if we get that rematch, it's going to be very exciting. If we don't get that rematch, it means Peak is in the final, who lost in the final of the last Open Series tournament. So you got excitement either way. The storylines are great here.
And I'm seeing players joining, but also saying sorry, so I'm not quite sure what's happening. Yeah, I guess we're getting underway here. Semi-final number 2 in this $2,000 prize pool tournament, the Gaming Stadium Signature Series featuring Rocket League. It's all presented by Daily Hive. And Midas, the super sub, coming in for Peak Esports midway through this day. He will play the rest of the way for them. If they win, they're not getting Patty back. This Keepa dropping it. Falcon's got a feels backflip, and Pringle will clear it away. Midas last man back, and we saw Midas really step up in their quarterfinal game, Thunderballs, and that's what we asked of him, essentially, coming in as a sub for the best player on this team.
Yeah, and I was going to say, you talked about Midas having to play the remainder of this tournament. That doesn't really seem like it's going to be all that much of a bad thing with the way that they've performed. They've been doing a great job of slotting in, finding chemistry and passing plays with this team and playing the role that they need to. And I'm sure that this team in blue here, they're very thrilled about having a sub that can slot in and not upset the apple cart too much. So it's 0-0 here with a minute played now off the clock in a series that could get very close down the stretch.
Keepa could have beaten 2 with a heavier touch there, didn't get it. A lot of dribbling out of defense from Peak Esports. They want to control the ball. That's the name of the game for them. They're a team-first team. Like, they're not out here trying to solo play. They want to control the ball, make passes, find Keepa for boomer shots. Kokita now to Falls. Not a lot doing offensively for Mechanicals in this one. Though, as I say, that big shot from Kokita. That's the anti-caster's curse right there.
They're trying to find it, and it wasn't overly threatening. I wouldn't say the shot was from a pretty predictable position. But you're right, it has been quiet for Mechanicals so far here, and we know there's a ton of capability and excess of capability on their team in general. They've got a lot of threatening plays. Here's one, Falls, bangs a shot. What a save. 2 players had to dive up for that one to secure it. Still trying to keep it out of their zone. Our Peak, and finally they do, but that's a first big defensive stand by either team.
Kokita with just 2 consecutive phenomenal passes to his teammates. The defense standing strong for Peak for now. Falls, puts it backboard. Nobody's there for Mechanicals, and Kokita will backflip out of that play. Pringle into the corner. Kokita continuing this breakout for Mechanicals. Pringle's pushed all the way up, though, making Kokita's positioning a little bit redundant there. They're all in serious, boy cars. No more mercs for Mechanicals now.
Well, and they're taking this match pretty seriously too. Obviously, they know how important it is to win each and every single game here. It's a longer series than they've played so far today, but you just can't take your foot off the gas. You got to really focus on the moment at hand. And both of these teams, especially as the 0-0 game starts to wear on more and more, you wish that icebreaker would get out of the way quicker so that everybody could take a breath, but neither team has taken a breath yet. It is airtight here in game number 1.
Midas got a flip reset, used it. That's like rule 4 of Rocket League, I think. Pringle's flick nearly goes in. If you get a flip reset, you must use it. I don't know what number rule that is, but it's a rule.
It's a receipt, like it's a transaction
Yeah.
with the ball that you make, and you get a flip reset. And if you don't show your receipt, you never bought it. So
Exactly.
you're right. I don't know what rule it's called, but it's definitely a rule. I respect that.
Ball's beaten to it by Midas, who's got a second touch. Can he get a third touch? No, Pringle's under him with the challenge. Pringle wants an air dribble, looking near post, and he wanted to dunk that one in, but up to the task for Peak, but not up to the task for that one. Clean, slick infield play right to Falls for the finish. And again, it's Kokita. Kokita. Hasn't been scoring in this tournament a ton, but the assists have been there big time.
Yeah, the awareness on the field really shows the level of play that they have found themselves, getting that top 100 placement in threes. When you get up to that level in threes, no level of mechanics alone will get you there. They just simply won't. You can't reach that level of play just being mechanically good at the game. So Kokita is showing not the mechanical side of what got them there, but the awareness, the mental, and the strategic side in setting up their team on these opportunities. And meanwhile, on the other side of things, Peak, they're showing gaps and a little bit of double commits in the situations on defense where they really can't afford to make that. But hey, they're going to find themselves one here. Falcon off a great setup flick from Keepa.
I was going to say before the series started, but we didn't get a ton of time to talk before gameplay started, that, you know, this matchup, we've seen great offense from both of these teams, and I think both these teams can score on one another, but Peak tends to have a few more holes on defense, and this is what we've been seeing. Like, you know, they've been giving up good scoring opportunities, they've been making the saves, but on offense, Peak looks more than up to the task of scoring against this Mechanicals team.
Well, one of them's got to do it. We got 1-1 tie here and 23 seconds left to play in the game, so it's crunch time, folks. One of these teams is going to be looking for a goal, as it's going to be the first attempt here by Mechanicals off the back wall. This is a big chance for them, but the shot is wide. Where's the follow-up? Not happening. That was a chance gone by the wayside where they could have iced game number 1, but instead we are looking very close to overtime here between these two teams.
Smart play, though, by Pringle, not coming in as the third man there. They don't need a goal, and that's highly risky with his teammates both in the back wall. They'll take overtime from that situation. If Pringle challenges there and loses, they probably aren't making it to OT here. Game 1, tied 1-1, heading into overtime. Peak Esports trying to make their second straight Gaming Stadium Tournament Finals. Mechanicals trying to make the rematch with HC Esports happen, and Kokita misses near post. Falls is stopped by Falcon. Oh, and the first offensive pressure in overtime comes from Mechanicals.
Would have liked to have seen a slow play there from Falls. I think the shot attempt was a very difficult angle that was never going to get much power on the shot, and I think could have been a difference of play of looking for something a little bit more controlled there that might have found them a goal and win this game. But speaking of finding goals, Kokita, after all that passing, gets a great dunk in front of the net and seals this game number 1.
It was the rush touch by Falcon. He knew he had to beat Pringle to that ball, but he pushed it across the front of his own net in the touch, and Kokita's going to beat pretty much everybody in this lobby to the ball on balls in the air. Falls needs to restart his game, so we're going to take just a quick moment and think about that Game 1 Thunderballs. That was a very close game, despite the fact that Peak Esports, as you can see, only got 3 shots. They were up to the task defensively, which was the question I had of them going into this series.
But on the other end, just not quite. 2-1 game. It was settled in overtime. It was extremely close between these two teams. But it was, and we saw examples of this in the last series too, the separation between HC and Revision ended up being how engaged all of the players were on offense in looking for one another. Yeah. Kokita set up 2 passing plays and finished on another one to score the goals that, there were only 2 goals there. So set up a play and finished on one. But it's that kind of connection between players. It's such a slight difference, but it was enough here to earn a Game 1 win. But you know what? That's not going to be enough to just walk away with a Series 4-0 here. It's so little separating these two teams that I think, yeah, you're going to see Peak Esports coming back a little bit here with their own strategy and trying to push back and tie the series.
As we always say, the margins when you get this high up in rank in Rocket League are so slim that on a day-to-day basis, it can really just be about who's feeling it, you know? And when you get down to one series, really anything can happen. as we do have Falls back in the lobby. So it looks like we are underway for game 2. Mechanicals taking that one in overtime. They didn't have to make a single save to win that game 2-1. Look for Peak Esports to try to put a little more offensive pressure on wherever they can. It's going to start, though, with Pringle looking for Kokita. Will find its way to Falls, who wants the double tap. What a read! Ooh. But he just ran out of boost, couldn't get over it. Doesn't matter. Pringle is there to put her away. It's 1-0 here early for Mechanicals.
That's the level of play from Falls on that one, where you just feel like if the touch is close enough, regardless of if the play is successful or not, it throws the other team off enough that the follow-up's going to be there. So even though Falls doesn't get the clip for themselves, it's enough to totally throw the defense off with that waterfall read and set up the play that was needed there. So that's another one here for Mechanicals, living up to their name with a great mechanical play off the back wall there, and it's 1-0.
Falcon was so sure. Oh, Midas is going to find a goal here to make it 1-1. Falcon on that first goal, though, was so sure that Falls was hitting that double tap that it put him out of position to make the save on Pringle's follow-up. Midas simply just reading that wall bounce better than anybody else in the field and putting it in. Not much to say about that one, besides that it's 1-1 30 seconds in.
Well, not much to say about the goal in particular, but about the game, that's exactly what we expected from these two teams, to keep it close. But that's just going to be a runner back the other way. Kokita diving on a challenge and getting all the right pieces of the ball there to shut down the player in midfield.
We've been calling on Kokita to step up, to show us that number 35 in the world skill level. You know, it's been a lot of falls pretty much offensively for this team, and maybe that's just how Kokita plays. He's been a lot of second man in this, just holding down the midfield. As Pringle can take a shot off the crossbar, he'll miss that one. But maybe he's just been holding it back till the last few rounds of this tournament, because nobody's seen this team play. You can hold stuff back if you can win without using your best moves, so to speak. And there's Kokita on the dribble. Can he put it in? He does! Oh, a minute of pure domination from Kokita for Mechanicals to start game 2.
What a recovery on that secondary flick to beat the defender who was coming in with a full head of steam. Kokita just dusts that last defender, and then it's, for them, an easy tap in from there. So you talked about Kokita not being the primary attacker role on this team, but clearly, in a pinch, they can definitely make it happen.
You absolutely love to see a 3v3 dribble play. They're so rare, and it takes so much control and speed. Falls whiffing on that. Nice fake by Keepa, and Keepa finds the goal on the answer. What a
interesting.
Fake.
Total confusion. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Keepa. There's some axles that need cleaning up on the field. I think that was the Mechanicals defender just diving into another dimension for that ball, and it left all the scoring opportunity there for Keepa. That was a great play in front of the net there. And there's two things that you don't see work out as often at this level of play and in threes is fake plays like that and dribble plays, but we're getting to see both of them here. It's a wide variety of goals happening.
Falls found the angle, but Falcon is there, flying in for the save. Midas puts it into the corner, where it's kept in by Kokita. The Mechanicals pressure starting to wear even on their own defensive end. Thunderballs, they're controlling this game, even when they're playing defense.
Yeah, and it's so impressive to me that these teams, they face at any given moment a considerable amount of pressure from either side. Look at the pressure here from Peak Esports, who finally find a goal there. But the adjustments on defense that need to be made here, just not to break up your rotation entirely, it finally folded there for Mechanicals. And it's follow-up plays at the end of the day. You can talk about dribbles and fakes all you want, but the bread and butter goals that are going to tally up and win you a series, it's team efforts that are coming from these teams that are going to break down defenses consistently. And so there you just saw a real picture of the kind of goal that can win you a series in the long run.
Peak making me look pretty smart. We've seen they can score on Mechanicals. The question I think in this series is, can they stop Mechanicals from scoring? Because we have not really seen that yet. Pringle clearing it away, but only as far as Falcon. Midas will win that race. The shots coming from Keepa. Falls is equal to that task. Pringle up and over the top. Low boost, though, for Falls. Midas backs off, lets him have it. Interesting decision. We'll see if that pays off for them. Keepa barely gets that one wide of the net. Falls. That's going to be a little bit high. Falcon wants to set up an air dribble here. I don't think he meant for that jump to happen. Midas, first big whiff we've really seen out of the sub since he came into this tournament. Midas can shoot this one. He'll look far post. What a save, Kokita.
Falcon actually dived across the goal line, trying to interrupt what the save would have been, or maybe look for a cheeky redirect, and that would have been a serious highlight reel play coming off the pass from Midas. But nothing doing there. These teams looking for really creative plays, and they're deadlocked here with a minute and a half left to play. One of them is going to have to find something to break through.
Pringle just wants to put it near the net. Falls. What a shadow play. The patience on defense gives Kokita a chance to come back, rotate behind him. But I'm not sure it's going to work for them anyway. Keepa's there on the far post. Falcon just pushed the issue here. I don't think they expected him to challenge. Definitely not. Pringle definitely didn't expect the challenge there.
No, Pringle caught completely off guard. Also by the fact that I don't blame them for not reading that the ball would stay on the wall close to the net there. When you see a player diving in for a challenge near the wall, the math says that's going away from the wall almost every time. But this is one of the rare times it stayed perfectly in line with the wall, threaded the needle between the defender, and became an easy tap in for that the Peak team here to find themselves a lead. Not much game left here. This could be pretty important for the Peak side.
What kind of answer does Mechanicals have? How do they play from behind? We haven't seen a ton of that in this series, or in this tournament. They've not dropped the series yet. Also worth mentioning, we didn't really even talk about this. These are the last two undefeated teams in the day. Neither of these teams have dropped a series. So whichever one of them does drop this one, it'll be it's the one series you don't want to drop, the elimination series, as Falls nearly ties that up. Ball in front. It's finding Falls. He wants a pass for Kokita. Kokita, the hook shot, but Keepa's there. Pringle. There's still pressure, and that's gonna find the goal. Kokita, the quick turn, the light shot, but he doesn't need anything more than the placement to put this game tied.
Okay, so slight miniature pat on the back to myself here. Just want to talk about the bread and butter goals that I mentioned earlier with repeat efforts and how that can win you series, because that's exactly what we saw there. Again, it wasn't flashy, it wasn't mechanical and solo oriented. It was just a perfectly clean rotation, breaking down a defense, and that's going to give us overtime here in game number 2.
Kokita wants the ceiling shot. Kokita gets the first, turns it into a double, but Falcon's there to stop it from being a lovely drop down in front of the net. Kokita really popping off in this one for Mechanicals. They need to get a win out of it, though, and they do. Pringle, 20 seconds into overtime. It's a 5-4 Game 2 win. Mechanicals now, they take control of this series up 2-0.
Oh, that's a heartbreaker, too, for Peak, who you really felt. We got into the tail end of the game. They were up 4-3. They gave themselves a great shot at tying this series. And in the blink of an eye, Mechanicals have come back the other way to make it 2-0. It's such a different picture that this series paints now, between being tied and now Mechanicals starting to take strides towards running away with it. And this is really the moment now where Peak have got to find something for themselves, because 3-0 means reverse sweep needed in a best of 7, and that is very few far in between in Rocket League.
In a best of 7, esports or otherwise, if you drop the first 2 games, game 3 becomes the must-win game. Every game becomes a must-win game, essentially, once you drop those first 2. And that's the spot Peak Esports find themselves in. They've been on the bad side of a big comeback in a big tournament at the gaming stadium, but we've not seen them play from behind in a series like this pretty much ever. They've dropped 2 series in their gaming stadium history before, going into today, and they haven't dropped one today. So we've not really seen them play from behind much.
No,
go ahead. They need something out of Midas, though, is what I'm saying. He had some plays there in that game, but he was arguably their best player in the series they won with him already.
And it's interesting because that's the player I was just about to mention in Midas, and talking about when you test this Peak team to the limit, when they're used to playing with Patty on that side, do the cracks start to show with using a sub? I mean, undoubtedly, there's going to be differences in the rotation, and Midas doing their best to fill those gaps, but you're facing the ultimate challenge here in an undefeated Mechanicals team. We're putting on all kinds of pressure, and it might just be that's, well, you know what, Midas, come on, I'm trying not to Caster's Curse stuff here. You can't even let me finish my point. They go ahead and score a goal and give Peak a lead here.
Midas watching the stream confirmed. He heard you. That's about as much as the delay is. He heard you, and then he scored right after he heard you.
Yeah.
1-0 here for Peak in a game they very much need, and they're playing like it. You feel the sense of urgency as Keepa wants a second, couldn't find it. Midas couldn't find the follow either. And now Pringle, he sets himself up, but he can't find the angle. A lot of scoring opportunities here early in this one, but not a lot of finish.
No, and Pringle, not the finisher of any of the players on the Mechanicals team. Ordinarily, it's really been the 1-2 punch of Kokita and Falls that have put on the bulk of the offense. We haven't seen Pringle really light things up on the scoreboard. It's not necessarily a bad thing. You don't need all three players to do that evenly, but there was a chance where had it been one of the other two players, might have found a goal there from Mechanicals to tie this game.
Falls finds Kokita, who somehow found a shooting angle. Big bump onto Keepa, but Falcon's there for the save anyway. Kokita will keep it in. Here's more of that extended Mechanicals pressure. It's really been counterattacks from Peak Esports against the aggression of Mechanicals in this series. And here comes Falcon breaking out. Not any further than the midline though, again.
You don't want counterattacking as a style, to be honest. Oh,
it's hard,
well,
it's hard to maintain it.
It is, and it's just stressful. It really is. To be on your back foot the entire game and try to rely on breaking out every once in a while and trying to steal a goal, it plays a lot on the mental side of the game, whereas Mechanicals, I'm sure, in comms and in their minds, are far more relaxed with the game that they get to play in not playing that counterattacking style. So, in a best of 7 in particular, it's not really a sustainable style, and Peak Esports needs to push and aggress on this team, not just be hemmed in their own end the entire time.
Kokita puts it off the mid wall for Falls. Falls has another touch, and it's right down in front. Midas can't make the touch. Kokita's there, and again, Mechanicals answer a counterattack goal from Peak with like a minute and a half of extended pressure, followed by a goal.
And that's the connection I was talking about earlier on offense. It's Falls, it's Kokita, it's those two that so often find each other on the field. Falls with an unbelievable dunk, just sniping that one off the back wall with the player trying to escape their zone, and Kokita there to follow up, flirting with pushing that off the bar and out, but instead they got a fortuitous bounce. And there it is, a tie game between these teams once again. There's not much separating them, but when it is separated, it has been Mechanicals so far, so Peak, they need to find a game here in a big way, and they've got half of it left to do.
Peak has been in every one of these games, though. This could end up being like one of the closest sweeps you'll ever see, if this keeps going the same way it's been going. As Pringle clears it away, Falcon, he wants a teammate off the backboard. Nobody's there. Keepa's there now for the 50. Another center, and another Mechanical player there before the offense is. What a big whiff. Kokita is not punished as Pringle's able to still beat Falcon to it. Keeper looking for something. He'll just back off, let Midas take over, looking for the double. Met there by Kokita. And look at how Mechanicals is just not panicking on defense at all. I think they feel like they're very much in control of this game, despite the fact that they've trailed for most of it.
You can't exactly blame them for that. If you watch the personality of the game on the field beyond just what the scoreboard tells you, that's not entirely surprising. Mechanicals, they've been put in some sticky situations, but their rotation has not ever really fully broken down to the point where they just hand Peak Esports a goal. Peak has to earn it almost every time to beat these folks, and they've got to do it again here as we head into the final minute of the game, where this is seriously it for Peak. They are up against it here. They need to find a goal. They need to find a win to get themselves back in this series, because if not, they're down 3-0, and that is about the least enviable position in all of esports.
Pace of play has slowed way down in the second half of this one since it became tied. Keepa wants a redirect. He'll doink it high off the belly of his car. Midas centers. Keepa can't find the shot. Falcon can't find the shot. Keepa finds the rebound. And there it is. 4 shots in quick succession. 3 shots rather. Keepa, Falcon, Keepa again. The third time's the charm. I don't even think those first 2 registered as shots. They were so far off, but the one that mattered found its target.
Well, if at first you don't succeed, as they say, and they tried and tried again, and finally, that was a pretty sharp angle from Keepa, nicely placed. False has got a flip reset here, looking for the ground pinch, but Mechanical's wasting no time and trying to push back the other way. This is a very capable team, and 15 seconds is more than enough time if they can create a play here to try and tie this game late. But Peak, this is crucial for them in these last dying seconds, just to keep the ball in the Mechanical zone. They've got all the control in the corner here. Falcon's gonna flick one home with the dying seconds, and Peak, this is such a crucial game win in this series. You can't speak enough to how important it was for them not to go down 3-0.
They can finally breathe easy for about 20 seconds here until, game 4 starts. But this is the first time in game they've had a chance to relax a little bit. They're going to fake the kickoff to get the ball to touch early. Kokita couldn't put it in. I guess maybe that's why he's left the lobby for a moment. Just real frustrated he couldn't score that kickoff goal. Peak takes the game that they needed the most. After, frankly, they let game 2 get away from them, Peak's probably going to feel like they should be up 2-1 in this series.
Yeah, it's Peak is really a team where they seem to be made or broken on the consistency of their rotation and their transition play. So when you play that kind of style, you can really feel like a game can disappear in an instant if that breaks down for even a moment. Mechanicals have looked much more comfortable on the field, so they have that tiniest bit of breathing room, but Peak has had none. They've had to be so perfect on the plays that they're making because Mechanicals will just jump on it in an instant to punish. So, like I said before, it's a stressful style to play. They've found themselves a win here, but can they keep that up long enough to stretch themselves into a best of 7 win? This is a long road yet ahead of them to try and fight their way back here in this series.
We'll find out if this playstyle is sustainable. Even winning that game by 2 goals, they absorb more shots than their opponent, and they have in every single one of these matchups. And if you're not on fire defensively, that's simply not sustainable. So we'll see if they can keep this up, or if they can start controlling the pace of play a little bit more, because Peak Esports, we got a Ronicky kickoff from Pringle, and it worked out. That was incredible. Turn that into a dunk. No problem. I don't even remember what I was saying.
Wow, how could you? I mean, that's stuff you do not see very often. It was so perfectly done, too. It literally looked like a postcard for Rocket League of just the way to do that strategy, and didn't amount to anything for Mechanicals on that play. But it just shows how their style exudes confidence compared to Peak Esports. And I think that paints a picture of how this series has been so far. But Peak, they're hanging in there, and they're going to try to do it again here in this next game.
Falcon can't get off the wall to follow his touch center. Good turn by Midas. They'll pop it. Keepa gonna have to make something of nothing here because he's got no real angle to play at. Mechanicals resume control over this field that they've had control of for the bulk of this series. Kokita looking for a centering pass. Pringle half flips away. This is a better opportunity for him, but Keepa's there for the save. Oh, Falcon, don't do it to him. That first touch off the ceiling, a little bit too heavy for a continued play. Straight shot on Kokita, nobody's there, and you want to talk about rotation breaking down and free goals being given away. Peak Esports, textbook definition of that.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's the risk that you run with being so oppressed on the field as Peak have been here. Not sure where exactly the breakdown in rotation occurred. I know Falcon sent themselves way downfield looking for that ceiling touch, and maybe there was another player who tried to follow up on that, but it left pretty much nothing in the back end. And Mechanicals, they had another quick one here. What a play there as Pringle, a rare finish from them.
Kokita Que rico. That was such a good pass. He has been such a good passer. I've been holding on to my Spanish for this whole tournament. I had to let a little bit loose. That was a phenomenal pass.
The restraint is admirable. I mean, it's you just choose the right moment, just spice things up here and there, not work it in too much. You pick the right spot. And oh, speaking of picking the right spot, Falcon not letting Mechanicals run away with this one. Great dunk in front of the net there. Midas, good follow-up touch as well to get the pass out, and there's a goal for this Peak team.
And we've seen this continually since Midas came into the lineup. This Peak team seems to live and die with Midas. If he's playing well, they're in the game at worst and winning it usually. Midas looking for the dunk, can't find it. He's feeling himself in this series, though, I can tell. After we called him out after game 1. Falls. Tough read off the corner for Falcon, but he gets it to keep it. They'll team pinch that. Not sure you need 2 for that kind of play, but Kokita looking for the reset, couldn't find it. Midas has a shot. He's just going to go quick. Didn't pick his spot correctly, though, as Pringle was more than up to the task. Kind of the understated backbone of this Mechanicals team, Thunderballs. We haven't talked a lot about his scoring ability, but he's holding it down in the midfield.
Very reminiscent to me in terms of how they show up on the field to NRG and the role that Garrett G plays on that team and has been playing more recently, especially with the addition of Squishy to that roster. Squishy and Justin are so often up front doing a lot of what is visible on the field and the intangibles left to that third player, and Garrett G has always been great at that stuff, but he continues to be in Pringle. Much like that style is that third player that just invisibly in the background is making the gears turn for this Mechanicals team.
I was gonna compare him to Rizzo, but I think Garrett G's better because he hasn't had a lot of demos in this game.
Yeah,
he's just been playing a very smart third man role. Kokita looking for a teammate off the corner of the wall, but he just finds Midas. Peak hanging around in this series, down 2-1 in both the game and in the semis. Against the #1 overall seed coming into this tournament in Mechanicals. Featuring this player, Kokita, that you're seeing right now. Number 35 in the world in threes. Falls, we'll just let that go back to Pringle. Pringle's going to set himself up. Falcon's going to read it, though. You can tell Pringle respected that touch. The back pass from Kokita to Falls. Doesn't turn into a shot. In fact, it turns into a pinch the other way. Are you kidding me? Midas!
Oh, it turned into a shot, all right. That's
You're
just
right.
not the net it was meant to be shot at. Midas jumping on that challenge. This is just textbook Peak stuff in this series. They manufacture goals just trying to transition out of their own end and sending it straight through, and it really catches teams off guard. It has continued to catch this Mechanicals team off guard, but to be honest, there is not a lot that you're going to do about a play like that. It's impossible to read a pinch going so fast and straight goalward that you can't blame Mechanicals for not being ready to make a save on that one.
Oh, talk about being ready to make a save. Falcon just rips one away from Kokita, and we're still 2-2 going into the final minute. Whoa, that's a weird touch. It'll work out for Peak Esports. Falcon pushed up way too far, though. Midas is going to have to retreat. He gets just enough of a touch to end that offensive pressure. Keepa wins the 50, but he can't follow up. Doesn't matter. Midas is there. And that clear turns to gold for Peak Esports as we enter the final half minute of play here. Pringle. Not a great touch and not a great follow-up. Falcon looking for a pass off the backboard. Midas is up. Probably called him off. Kokita deleted from the field of play for 3 seconds here. Falls, doesn't care. He's going to take a shot. It's going to go wide. Pringle pushing. Midas taking it back for Peak. But we're playing Bim Bam here in the final bits of regulation. We're going to go to overtime in game number 4. Peak trying to tie this up. That series that is at 2-2. We've had some quick overtimes today, Thunderballs, because kickoffs are volatile.
Well, we've had some long ones too. In particular, oh my goodness, that was close there. Staying scoreless here in this overtime. We had a long one in the last series, Axel and I did in that other semifinal, and it was an absolute nail-biter. You get the sense that the way these teams have played so far in this series, since we haven't seen a quick goal, this might go the distance here. Oh, well, you know what? I give up at this point. My caster's curse has just reached new levels of absurdity, and just as I was trying to make a point about the overtime lasting, Falls bangs a great pass off of the post and falls to Kokita. Once again proves to be the bread and butter for Mexicanicals in finding the win.
That puts Mexicanicals up 3-1. They are on triple match point to punch their ticket to the finals and give HC Esports the rematch that I think we all agree they probably deserve from that early round game when JD, they just could not stay in the lobby. That's what's on the line here for a neutral spectator, in my opinion. I really just think that we deserve to see that rematch with both teams at full strength. Peak Esports, though, they will have something to say about it. 6 saves in that game 4. But I mean, that's indicative of what you said, Thunderballs. It's tough to play the counterattacking style because you need to bend on defense but never break. And, you know, 6 saves, but they still gave up 3 goals. You never love to see that.
No, the shot total pretty mountainous there for Mexicanicals on their side. You kind of expect it at this point with the pace of the series being dictated by them. But Midas had none of the saves that actually came on the side of that Peak team. It was all Falcon and Keepa in the back end, laying it down on the line, and Midas found a goal on the front end, as did Falcon. And it's a 3-2 game again, where you feel like, wasn't there more separation between these teams in goals? But somehow, Peak always playing them close, never letting Mexicanicals extend too far away in this series. But they're out of extra chances. At this point, they got to win and win again, or else they are not punching a ticket to the finals.
Game 5 underway. This would be the gentleman's sweep if Mexicanicals wins this 4-1. This Falls looking to set up an air dribble, but he's not got a lot of boost. He'll look for a must-see double tap. That's ambitious with 36 boost. Pringle clears, sweeps it over to Falls. Just more controlled play from Mexicanicals, but that's a big demo on the third man. Luckily Pringle was sitting there on 100 boost. That's pretty much what saved their bacon. Kokita looking for the ceiling shot. He used all his boost to whiff there.
That demo could have been a lot bigger than it was. You had the feeling, we both spotted it immediately. We both said, oh, that's a big demo. But then the rotation just not there to follow up on that play. That's another one of the risks that you play, and obviously being, you know, letting the opponent control the pace of play and really dictate the style, is that they're the ones who are choosing where the ball goes in most passages of play. And so you get a demo and open up a ton of space, but you're not the ones setting the pace, so you just can't follow up. And that's tough for Peak there, who opened up a gap and just couldn't find themselves a goal out of it.
Pringle continuing this pressure for Mexicanicals again. It's tough for Peak to get out of their defensive zone. Keepa with another fake. Keepa has had success faking in this series already, but Pringle's shot saved away by Falcon. Falls has got the flip. He's going to use it for a ground pinch, and he's going to miss the ball. As Mexicanicals have to backtrack now as a result of that commit. Keepa wins the 50. Looking for a teammate mid. But Midas is pushed all the way up the field here. Looking for a bump maybe, and he can't find it on Pringle. Great avoidance with low boost for Pringle. And great control as well. Mexicanicals. This has been the story of the series, Thunderballs. Close game that Mexicanicals are thoroughly in control of.
Yeah, there's not much else to say beyond that as far as this game is concerned. We haven't seen any goals thus far. We haven't seen anything truly uncharacteristic from either side. And it just seems to go this way so often, where you have a long passage of play in what you could call the rally, I guess, where the two teams just trying to break through, not really able to do it. And let's see. I mean, if Mexicanicals make a big enough mistake for a counterattack, it's going to happen. But this is very close. Falcon, again, this Peak team having to do it at the last possible second. They do it for now, but how long is this going to last?
Demo's starting to really come out for Peak Esports, but they're not turning him into offensive pressure. A demo on their third man could spell doom, but they're able to delay long enough for everybody to get situated defensively. Pringle right at Keepa. Keepa can't win the second 50. As Falls just leaves it for Kokita. The speed from Mechanicals starting to show out here as they're winning race after race to balls in the air. Pringle sets it up for himself and want one more straight down to his teammate, but Falcon's there to knock it away. Keepa rather. Falcon on the shot. Didn't find the angle. I think that Midas wanted Keepa on the pass there. I don't think he was ready for it though. Keepa.
And that passing connection was, as I mentioned earlier, what might be missing as one of the differences between Mechanicals and Peak. It really showed itself there where these teams, one player at a time, might be trying to find someone else, but it's the unspoken communication of knowing when your teammates are going to look for that stuff and just positioning correctly. That positioning, hard to find when you're being outpaced by a team like Mechanicals.
Good bounce here for Peak, but Keepa can't win the race. Falls is equal to that speed. They want to pass up ahead for Kokita. I think Pringle got stuck between trying to control it and pass it, and he did neither. But he'll find some control there as he baits a good save out of Midas.
Oh,
The
what a dunk.
Oh my goodness. The pressure continuing for Mechanicals. This is like a old school Rocket League 2016 level where you'd call it a siege that they're laying here on Peak. Good bounce out for Peak though as it forces Falls to wait. Keepa just looking for some control on defense. It's still nothing. As much as Peak is struggling to hang on here, they're still on the verge of forcing yet another overtime in this one.
Oh,
Midas
maybe.
got there, but the shot was lacking. Keepa can't find it. One more rush here for Mechanicals. They
Ooh,
do
look
keep
out.
it up.
Nobody home.
Oh.
That was very dangerous there for Peak. They really sent the house on that final attacking play, trying to steal it in regulation, and instead, almost a counterattack. They could have got a taste of their own medicine there. But that's it. Another overtime here. We've seen so many in these semifinals, and you'll love to see it so close between these teams. Can Peak steal one, though? Because they have to. If they don't, it's going to be Mechanicals rematching against HC Esports in the final.
And the loser of this game does get a third place match against Revision up next. Still some money to be decided in that game. Midas bangs it off the corner. There's nobody there. Falcon wisely did not commit to that with zero boost. Keepa wants some control, and he's got a teammate on his left, but the flick gets only as far as Pringle, who has been just stellar in terms of taking the ball away from Peak Esports. As you said, just doing things that don't show up on the scoreboard.
Yeah, those intangibles are so important. This is a tangible, though. Kokita was looking for a double tap, almost burying it. And Mechanicals, they just seem really to choose their moments on rotations where they elevate the speed that they're playing at. It's not consistent from them. They're not playing fast all the time, but they recognize when they should be. And it doesn't always turn into a goal, but a double tap there from Falls. That's going to seal the series. That's going to punch them a ticket to the grand finals and set up the run back and the rematch between Mechanicals and HC Esports.
Falls has really been the guy putting the, I guess, canicles in Mechanicals. He's been the dude hitting the impressive, as you say, the tangible shots where he's hitting tornado spin double taps, to himself off the backboard. It's been solid, smart play from Kokita and Pringle, but Falls has been the dude popping off for Mechanicals. This is a terrifying team going into the finals if you're HC Esports, but I know, Thunderballs, that HC is sitting there going, all right, we get to play these guys for real finally, and we get to do it with everything on the line.
And nobody is that thought more present in their mind than JD,
Yeah.
who suffered the technical issues that didn't let them play for the bulk of the series that they had earlier in today. JD is going to be chopping at the bit to get some revenge in this series and prove what HC Esports can really do in the final. But I think, Max, we've got another match in between that we got to talk about that's going to be coming up.
We do. We've got the third place match. Peak has got to come off that, what is I imagine, a heartbreaking loss. And they got to play Revision Esports, who is also coming off a bit of a rough loss, but they've had some time to either stew on it or get over it. We'll see. That's coming up next. A third place game between Peak Esports and Revision here on the Gaming Stadium's signature series featuring Rocket League, presented by Daily Hive.
go to the next level.
I'm Will. I'm part of the marketing communications team at Big Brothers. So today we're working with a fabulous team building company called Eventology, based out of Vancouver. They've been working with us over the last couple of months to build a bespoke GPS scavenger hunt around Stanley Park. We had a little bit of rain today, but it certainly didn't dampen anybody's spirits.
There was an app that we downloaded on our phone that took us to different places around the park, and we had to do activities like take funny selfies and answer some trivia questions. So I think it was pretty great. Like, this is the kind of event that I really like Big Brothers for. I've been matched with Tommy for just over 6 years now.
I really enjoy about Andrew that he likes to take me outdoors and to enjoy ourselves and enjoy the moment. He's a great big brother.
Great opportunity to do a bunch of interesting things with somebody that you wouldn't otherwise get a chance to spend time with.
So we really want to say thank you to Eventology. They've been great in supporting us and building this through and working with Big Brothers. Great team to work with, and we can't thank them enough.
You can be the positive influence that a child in Greater Vancouver deserves, simply by spending consistent, quality time together. Learn more or get in touch through our website.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back. Twitch.tv/The Gaming Stadium. I'm Axel Toss, joined by Max Bussman. This is our second annual commentary together. I don't even know when the first one was.
It was in 2019.
About a year ago. Okay,
Yeah.
we're going to stick with it. That's great.
Better times.
But Max, it was a great time hanging out in Vancouver at the Gaming Stadium, commentating with you. What a time! Now that we think about it.
Simpler times,
but
man.
also
I shook your hand and everything. It was great.
Yeah, dude, we hung out, man, and what a pleasure it is to do it once again, but now online. And here we are, about to get into the third, fourth place match, and then the finals. There are 4 teams. Well, there's 2 teams left in the tournament. We're going to do a third, fourth place match between Revision and Peak. But first of all, really want to thank some entities for making all of this possible. Of course, this is by the Daily Hive, but special consideration to Red Bull. And we have a competition that we're shouting out that Red Bull is doing that is very cool, and it's happening tomorrow. For League of Legends fans, Red Bull Solo Queue is the ultimate 1v1 experience for amateur League of Legends players. You guys know all about 1v1 League of Legends. Sign up right now, redbull.ca/solo queue. And we're getting into the best of 7, third, fourth place match. Max, before this gets too far underway, I know you were going to mention Big Brother.
Well, yeah, I mean, I mentioned it once earlier. I still /am a little brother, even though I'm in my 30s. My big brother's now in his like 50s and has kids of his own, but you know, I consider them my nephews and I consider him family still. And you can make a huge difference by volunteering or donating with Big Brothers. Because we're at home right now because of COVID, it doesn't mean that like mentoring kids stops. Kids continue to develop. You can make a big difference in a kid's life, especially right now during these unpredictable times, and I think it's going to get even more unpredictable. But support Big Brother with matches, volunteering, and donations at bigbrothersvancouver.com/COVID-19-response. Do it today.
I love it. It feels like there's a really nice medley of local support through the gaming stadium and also national/international support.
Yeah, there's like the normal esports sponsors and plus local stuff like Big Brothers Vancouver. I love to see it. It's a true community thing going on here.
Definitely recommend checking out the Game Stadium in Vancouver when they are operable and all this COVID stuff is done with, which hopefully is soon. But here we are, Game 1, best of 7, Peak Esports against Revision. Third, fourth place match. After this, we're going to have the finals, and that's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, that finals match, I can't wait. I'm almost
crazy Rocket League today.
I'm almost happy that I'm not doing that series so I can sit back and watch a rematch of a series that I've already done, but it was JD having connection issues. Right now, though, we've got Revision up against Peak Esports. Peak, kind of the last local angle we have left in the team that was founded by Quadburger, who's a local grand champ here. As Keepa makes it a 1-0 lead right off the bat. 2 minutes into this one, Keepa getting Peak up to a good start.
Yeah, you know, it's really the level of play we've seen is ridiculous today. Okay. As someone who has watched a lot of Rocket League, I'm like surprised at how good a lot of these players are. The quality of play and the plays that we've seen have been, if not just entertaining, incredibly skillful. As we see Keepa make me look like I know what I'm talking about with another really cool shot. I don't know, dude. I was saying it earlier, like. Rocket League players are clearly better, and this is a threshold that is continuing to increase, and we're seeing it today. We're seeing some really good Rocket League. That's what I'm trying to say, Max. I'm sorry.
Every time I do one of these tournaments, actually, it like terrifies me how good these players are at Rocket League. I feel like I'm still getting better every day. 2,600 hours into playing this game as Midas makes it a 3-0 game. I'm still 300-400 MR below these guys, and like even this pace of play is terrifying to me.
And by the way, Midas is a sub here.
Yeah.
And we've seen him play some really nice Rocket League, stepping up in a big way today. These guys fell just short of the finals, both these teams. So just a successful day for sure.
I think
for both. And Peak opening up things very strongly, 3-0 through halftime.
A couple small things go differently in those semis, and this could have easily been our finals matchup as Midas puts that in. Upper 90 on the pass from Keepa. Halfway through this game, Axel, and Keepa is doing what I thought he would be doing a lot of once Patty had to stop playing, which is kind of dominating lobbies. I thought Keepa was going to be their next best player.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like a lot of different players are just carrying at some point today, which is really cool, especially if you have different players who can do that at a certain point. But Midas in particular has definitely stood out to me, and he's already off to a hot start. I mean, Peak, they're up 4-0. There's Keepa again, up to the ceiling. In the purple Fennec, I guess kind of a fake there. Falcon following it up.
Call it a fake. Call it a fake.
We'll call it a fake. I mean, Peak Esports, they are starting out so strong here.
Falcon wanted the redirect, but all he found was a 50-50 with Saito. But as you said, Peak has been in control. It's so tough to come off of a loss like they just had in the semis, where I think they probably felt like they should have pulled off that upset because it was darn close. It's tough to come off a game like that and you know, reset and play this well, and they're playing so well.
Wow, just sit back and watch it unfold here as you see.
It's beautiful.
Keepa jumped before that pass was in the air. Pretty sure he read that, he jumped, and then the pass came through. I would say also that the fact that they just had a really close series with a really close team is only good for them here.
I mean, they're warm, that's for sure.
They are so warm, dude. Imagine coming off that game and you're like, it's so close, but you're playing pretty well, and then coming straight into this and just trying to keep up the speed, you know? Trying to keep up the speed and just turn it into some really strong play. I think that's a little bit of what we're seeing here in this hot start from Peak Esports.
Kinley looking for a dish, but his first touch off the wall was a bit too heavy, which means Dragon's going to have to pull it back. Not much doing here. Keepa, again, even losing the ball, he's in control of this game. Every touch Keepa gets kind of goes where he wants it to go.
Aw. Took me a while to notice Dragon's name change.
Yep.
I'm still going to call him Smiley Face.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
Dragon starts with a D, ends with a smiley face.
It's a tough spot here, obviously. You know, you're down 0-5, game one in a best of 7. Really just gotta reset for the next game. Come out strong.
I think you just disregard this game and say, we just gotta go win 4 out of the next 6. How often do you do that every day in ranks? All the time.
It's like, what game one?
Yeah, it just didn't happen. Alright, so I think I believe we're gonna remake this server because Revision did not love that server.
Some pretty nice plays coming out from Peak Esports there. Keepa there we saw in the final screen had some highlights for himself. Just a lot of acrobatics, a lot of pretty crazy angles, and I've said it, like, it's what we've seen all day really from these players. Can you do that when it matters, when it counts? And that's pretty much the best start you can ask for in a best of 7 from Peak Esports. What they want to do is just keep doing exactly what they're doing. Try to just do the exact same thing, and then call it a nice 3rd place.
Well, we know from experience, Axel Toss, that Peak Esports can perform at their best when they need to. We know that. They've done it in 2 tournaments now. This is, you know, at worst 2 straight top 4 finishes. I mean, they've overlapped Empire, the team they lost to last time in this tournament. I would say making them historically the best gaming stadium, you know, major tournament team. We know they can do it. The question is, for me, for Revision, can Revision answer? You know, they had a bad server game. They weren't super happy about that. I know that's tilting. Anybody who's played this game and had a server you didn't like, it's horrifying. But in the end, they lost. They lost 6-0, and that scoreboard, even if they can say, we had a bad server, you're still going to see that 6-0, and it's going to affect your mental coming into this next game. I think Peak is going to be looking to kick them while they're down. Going up 2-0 the way that game 1 went might spell doom for this Revision team.
I think you're right. Definitely don't want to go down 0-2, and you definitely don't want to start out slow in game number 2 if you're down 0-1. So Revision, they've had a pretty dramatic day. Coming into the bracket stage, they swept RNG champs, and then they swept the Imposters. The Imposters, we saw them play early on in the tournament, and I believe they were considered a favorite. Revision sweeping them. So I guess the easy answer is find that whatever you had there that led to that nice sweep of the Imposters, a very capable, very good team. Try to find that, try to bring that back, try to remember how you played. But also, I do think Peak Esports is a little bit stronger, having come off of that loss to Mechanicals. They're going to be playing slightly fast. They're just super fresh on a game that just happened that was pretty intense, and that's going to spell a slight advantage.
I mean,
so
Revision, the last team remaining, Axel Toss, with no players over 2K on the squad. The last team remaining with an under 2K average MMR. They've taken out 2 teams that are full 2K teams. This has been the team, in my opinion, that has exceeded expectations the best. They can do it. They've done it all day. They just need to find whatever that magic. I would have loved to see that 3-0 sweep over the Imposters, because we didn't get to see that. I want to know how they did it, because I would have had the Imposters as a top 4 team easily coming into this one.
Right. Yeah. I kind of wonder about that too. And the fact that it was a sweep also, it's just like, okay, that was a pretty convincing win. It's as convincing as it gets.
Yeah.
And now that they're going to try to find that form here in game number 2 of this best of 7 third, 4th place match.
Oh, what a shot.
Okay, Keepa.
Keepa. The hot shooting Axel Toss of Keepa from last game has carried over. Look at that. You could not get a tighter angle than that. It was so tight.
These guys are just, they're pulling off these shots so casually, man. It's upsetting.
I'm just going to quit. Once I get out of this lobby, I'm uninstalling this game.
Oh my gosh, man. That was a sight to behold. Keepa dazzling once again, picking up where he left off in the last game. These guys are feeling good. They're like, you know what? We should have been in the finals, man. Oh, we had it, and we're going to show you why.
Yeah, I mean, I said it at the beginning that, Patty's been their best player from what I've seen, but when Keepa's popping off, this Peak Esports team elevates to a different level than what they're at normally. I don't know if that applies when Patty's not on the roster and Keepa elevates his game, but we're seeing what it looks like when Keepa elevates his game in this series. It's a shame it had to wait until the 3rd place game.
Right. But we definitely see their potential. And hey, if they can pick up 3rd, they're going to be happy with that.
Hang on.
They'll be back.
Might just put that pinch on net somehow.
Oh.
I don't know how he did that.
And another really nice opportunity saved. Peak Esports pouring on the pressure. Now Revision trying to go the other way, trying to find something here. They have yet to score in this final. Well, maybe all it takes is 1 goal from them, though, to turn it into something special. Looking for it here off the backboard, and we'll call that a fake. It's not going to work, though. Falcon bringing it back the other way, intercepted by Dragon. Saito passing it to his teammate in the middle. And he's not going to have quite enough boost to follow that up. It's going to stay on the blue half, though. In front of the goal, no one able to finish that off, and Falcon trying to push it out of here.
You can tell Revision are frustrated with their inability to score in this series. They are pushing up. They are turning early. They're committing so much to offensive aggression to try to get a goal here, but they're going to give one up. And who else but Keepa? He's there to finish that one off.
So Midas just simply tapped it, got a bump. That bump was critical. Midas, nice playmaking there, and Keepa again in the right place. You can tell it's just the pacing too, where these passes are super smooth and quick, and the teammate is usually going to be there, ready and waiting, expecting the pass. They've got the chemistry is going. But can Revision find anything? Putting it in a nice, dangerous spot in front of the net. Keepa actually got demoed. That might be one strategy. Just get him off. Get him out of the game.
Yeah. When in doubt, just delete the player that's giving you fits. That's the virtuoso way of playing Rocket League.
I can appreciate that. I like a good demo. Oh, speaking of demos, some bullying in the net.
Kinley did really well to get a touch on that ball.
Yeah, the bullying almost worked. Oh, on the other side, almost a goal. Yes, it is. Finally. And could that be Pandora's box opening for Revision? They certainly want to say that. They would love that to turn into some nice momentum here.
Kinley gets just an assist out of that, but he did so much more on that play, from the goal line save at one end to the full court carry right into the pass down to his teammate Dragon. And he's going to get getting 50 points out of that.
Very active in front of the net, but just like that, Keepa's like, oh wait, I forgot, we're supposed to be scoring. All right, here we go.
This is the reverse of what Thunderballs and I talked about in the Peak Esports versus Mechanical matchup, where now it's Peak who are being able to score with relative ease when they want to, and Revision is having to work so hard for every scoring opportunity they get. Which is, you know, that's a way you can reveal rank tier, essentially, is who's scoring easier, simpler goals is probably the better team.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those moments I want to just watch Keepa do his thing. Like, can we just watch Keepa? But I don't know if we want to do that. Director Cam is fine. But this guy is on fire.
Observer hit
Keep
3.
Keep an eye on Keepa and just see what he does, even if it's the corner of your eye. But I think he scored every goal in this game. He's playing well.
He has definitely scored every goal in this game. I've been on Keepa Cam for about a minute. And
there you go.
And he's playing so smartly. He's not even really been in the play, but he's just been sitting midfield, just letting his teammates work, keeping a 100 boost, and putting the ball back into the offensive zone when he needs to. He's doing no more than he needs to, and it's being incredibly effective.
Maybe it's his car.
The purple octane or the purple fennec?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe that's it. Look out, we're going to have some purple fennecs populating the ladder here shortly.
It's a pretty French fennec, too. Purple anodized. That's a very Peak style of car.
Meanwhile, the red fennec from Dragon trying to disrupt the onslaught here. Peak Esports, I mean, between last game and this game, that scoreline is pretty heavily in their favor.
I mean, and Midas gets the goal, but that another one. Keepa had scored that. That was a straight-up goal steal. The domination of this series has been 100%. Keepa has been far and away the best player on the field in this one. And I mean, I said earlier Rocket League's a hard game to carry in, but when one player's popping off to this degree, it is a game where one player can steal you a couple series. You're not going to carry a full tournament unless your name is Shawset45, probably, but you can carry a series.
That's a solid point.
Yeah. How many, you know, we don't see a lot of single-player carries in tournaments. I can think of like 2.
Well, Jane-Apps
and E-League for sure was one.
Yeah, Jane-Apps and Shawset are two good ones to mention with that, though.
But there's not a lot of players in the world with that capability.
7 shots on goal, 3 goals.
What there are is more players who have the ability to do what Keepa is doing, which is steal an entire series. And he's just dominating every end of every play. He's there. If he's not there, he's somewhere else where he needs to be. And every shot is dangerous for him. It's just been the Keepa show.
And remember, Peak Esports playing with a sub, Midas. I mean, what does that even mean? To me, it just seems like they have an incredibly strong 4-player roster that either can play at any time. But Midas is lower on the MMR rung, apparently, according to our data. So he is stepped up in a huge way for Peak Esports. And just a sight to behold.
Yeah.
We are about to get into game 3 here of this best of 7. Dominating performance from Peak Esports so far. This is the 3rd, 4th place match in our signature series tournament by the Gaming Stadium, presented by the Daily Hive. We will have the grand final after this match. Tell your friends, tell your parents, tell your pets. The grand finals are next.
I think my bird will be pretty interested. I might bring him to watch the grand finals.
I thought I heard some chirping in the background.
Yeah, he was here for a second. He's not here. He's not here when I'm on. He's not supposed to be.
Okay, we'll have to have Thunderballs commentate a birdie.
There you go. I will put my bird into a golf hole and he can do a commentator bit about that.
There's something there. We'll
do
something with that.
There's something. Keepa.
Oh!
That's the first.
Again!
It's the first kind of foot he's put wrong in this game. He probably should have scored that.
Should have scored that, Keepa. Come on, man. All right, will the streak continue for Peak Esports? Up 2-0 in the series by quite a strong goal advantage overall. Falcon from the corner, trying to bring it forward. Peak Esports just going to try to continue with what they've done. Meanwhile, Revision trying to throw a wrench into this operation.
And that's a big goal for Revision. It wasn't really much of a goal, but it was a 50-50 win for Saito that went into the net. You will take those if you're down 2-0, losing games 5-1 the way they were last game. I mean, it's so huge in Rocket League to go up by a goal. Just forces the other team to be slightly more aggressive, which gives you more opportunities on the counterattack. You want to be playing from in front in this game. I don't care what anybody says.
I think it's their first lead of the series, pretty sure.
Yeah, I believe so.
So Revision needs to take that, hold on to it tightly. As Keepa already threatening on the other side. Potentially an opportunity there. Dragon on the defensive side. No boost for him. That's a double commit though. But Midas is up there, going to keep that in a dangerous spot. And honestly, a really nice touch.
Keeping it in though. Yeah, he was able to get back to the wall and recover in time to be right here to keep this ball in yet again. Midas really showing us something on the recovery. Can Dragon solo play it? He nearly beat Keepa. It was one touch away from a goal there.
Yeah, he ran out of boost too. If he had slightly more boost, you wonder, that could have been pretty interesting.
If I had $1 for every time I needed 10 more boosts in Rocket League,
exactly.
I would be extremely rich.
Yep. Happens all the time. And Midas with a pretty quick answer.
Midas didn't need 10 more boosts. He had 100, and this ball was
finally,
sitting on the ground.
Finally, Keepa not involved with a play. Ladies and gentlemen, Keepa was not involved with that goal. News bulletin.
And they aren't just playing for pride here, actually. We forgot to mention there's a small difference between prize money between 3rd and 4th place. So there is money on the line and a reason to try. And which is why, again, I think we would see everybody in scarabs and weird cars if there was no money in the line here. But we're still in our try-hard Octanes and Fenix. Let's keep
It's been so one-sided. This is the closest it's been all series, and Revision, they're going to try to add to it. A very good opportunity, and actually followed up, and was that a save from a teammate?
That's the opposite of an own goal right there. Team save. Saito just in the wrong spot, wrong time.
Hey, they still got the momentum, though, towards the net. You know what? That almost should have been a goal. Also,
yeah. Just a lot of crossbars where they could have
missed
scored.
opportunities there, and you can't miss those opportunities in critical situations like this where you're tied. You gotta hit some of those. I mean, the good news is that pressure existed, so Revision is going to try to turn that into a goal here soon.
Keepa, look at the patience. He'll just let Falcon have it. He had no reason to go for that ball. He just didn't do it. I love the way he's playing. Just so efficiently, no wasted motion or boost. He's not even touching the ball if he doesn't think he's being forced to touch the ball.
There's Keepa again. Nice chip. Chipped it. Not to keep the golf terms going, but chipped it to the middle there. Just barely tapping it with his car. And
oh, the pass.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Those slight touches can really throw off your opponents and also make your teammates very appreciative if it's placed in the proper location.
Midas. He's got the boost for this if he wants it. Not quite, never mind. But it doesn't matter. There's Falcon. Yeah, call it a fake Axel toss. 2-1. Peak Esports looking to put themselves on quadruple match point for 3rd place.
The Midas fake. Keepa finally not involved with another play. His teammates stepping it up here in game number 3.
Yeah, you never want one player to have to steal you a full series.
Right.
He's probably sitting back there like, oh, thank God, I don't have to win this one with just my own shooting.
All right, 10 seconds Revision. They opened up with the lead finally, and they were tied for a moment, but they're down. They need a goal. It's not going to happen.
Unfortunate for Revision there.
It was so close.
That ball just stuck to the ground.
Such a close game, honestly. And you wonder, did Revision absolutely need to win that? Because now it's sweep territory.
Indeed.
And Revision would have loved to have claimed that one. They were close enough to do it. They had it. But Peak Esports, once again, this time Keepa at the bottom. Midas and Falcon stepping up.
This Peak Esports team...
quite literally together. I mean, the identical score, goals, assists, saves, shots. Holding hands to make sure Peak Esports won that one.
And Peak has looked like what I expected Peak to look like with Patty when Midas is playing really well. And that's what we've seen a lot of in this series. Midas has been able to keep pace. This is not a full 2K lobby, which I think has probably allowed him to play his game a little bit more. We've seen far more confident touches. Midas setting himself up for stuff instead of just getting the ball and banging it to a teammate for a shot as quickly as he can. I mean, we're seeing what Midas, I think, normally plays like when he's not trying to keep up with a 2100 full 2100 MMR lobby.
Yeah, and it's, it seems like they're having a good time, at least in games 1 and 2. Clearly, having some fun with those scorelines the way they were. But Revision, they stepped it up in game 3. They made it really close. But now it is a definite mountain climb incoming here for Revision Esports if they're going to make it back. They are down 0-3 as we get into game number 4. Peak Esports, it's been the Keepa show. His teammates stepping it up in game 3, but oh my god, on the way to a sweep as Revision about to get almost got a crazy kickoff goal.
That was almost like a set play.
Dude, you know what, dude? Teams are getting creative with their kickoffs too, man. They're not only are they getting better, these kickoffs are starting to look so threatening.
Well, whenever anybody asks, like, hey, are we close to the Rocket League skill ceiling? My thought process always is we're not even close because we're still not seeing, like, designed team plays, you know?
Yeah.
And Rocket League might seem free-flowing, but guess what? So is hockey and soccer. And there are designed set plays as Dragon makes it a 1-0 game. Revision scores first for the second game in a row.
And honestly, starting off really strong otherwise. So aside from that goal, like, they had some opportunities. They had some, you were talking about, they had almost a design kickoff play there. They've been threatening. They've had their pedal to the metal throughout the first 40 seconds here. So really playing strong, and this is what they need to do.
No doubt Peak Esports has an answer in them. The question is whether it comes early enough. Big bump onto Midas by Kinley, but Keepa's there as per usual. Falcon up the middle. Does he have enough for another one here? Well, kinda. As Midas gets dunked by Kinley.
Dragon almost able to navigate a double touch. Sido off the side wall.
Oh, good fake.
Keeping it under control. He's out of boost though. Trying to flick it to the middle. Could be an opportunity. Kinley, oh, they double committed.
That's what it looks like when Dragon feels like, I think he's probably a little bit faster and better than his teammates. Kinley had an easier angle there, but yeah, Dragon had the speed and the momentum, so he's just like, well, I can get there first, so I'm going.
See, what I thought was going to happen, Kinley locked it up, and then Dragon did the double touch type play. Like, Kinley off the backboard, which I think is what Kinley was going for, but then Dragon just went to the ball first. It happens. This happens to the best of us. Those double commits, got to make sure you're on top of your comms and well aware of where your teammates are.
Kinley's.
But the scoreline here, Revision up 1-0, and that's a pretty strong start. Let's see if they can hold on. Midas threatening over to Falcon, and we know Keepa is lurking somewhere.
He's going to have to half flip away to get into defense. He did not do so very well.
Oh.
Midas gets the clear.
Almost a roll one situation in the corner. Looks like it was resolved without any rule breakage.
Keepa gets a block, but it's going to go sailing at his own net. Luckily.
A little double commit. Again, a double commit from the orange team.
Yeah, when
Only one player needed to really be aggressive towards that ball in the corner.
Double commits in offense are so much worse than double committing in defense, in my opinion.
Yep.
Because you just take two players out of what could be a scoring opportunity, and you leave your backside wide open.
but the good news is they're up. Revision is up, even though they have a few double commits coming through, and it's like, okay, if they straighten that up, well, what are we talking about? Dragon able to tack on another one, slipping it behind Falcon. Nice shot placement, honestly. Just depending on the angle he was going at that's a pretty hard shot to cut it back to the left. Keeping the defense guessing, and that was potentially an underrated goal. Revision up 2-0 now in game 4. Again, they're down 0-3 in this best of 7. They've got quite a bit of work to do, but they're off to a good start on that mountain climb.
Oh, Dragon again. I mean, that goal's just a big empty netter, but we've seen on that throughout this tournament, Dragon's been more than capable of beating pretty much anybody in a 1v1 situation, and that was the story on the first 2 goals for Revision. That wasn't really his goal. He just stole it at the very end. It was going in either way. Revision looking like they're going to take a game here, though, Axel Toss, which sort of allows us to reset the series. Now you can think about it as not coming back from down 3-0, but which is a lot scarier than just coming back from down 3-1, because that's where you're going to find yourself, barring anything crazy.
Yeah, and kind of the style that we're seeing here in which they're doing it, the fashion of this, is pretty impressive. It's almost a night and day from games 1 and 2, but at the time, maybe Peak Esports has let a little bit off the gas here in game 4. Maybe they're tightening it up for the next game.
Revision they're really stringing together touches, though, which, if you could do that as a team, if you can string together fast, consecutive touches, there's really not much even the best players in the world can do about that. The ball just simply moves too fast for you to do much about it. Falcon nearly hitting that free shot. This is starting to look, the last minute of play here, after that 4th goal, it's starting to look a lot more like the first 3 games, with Peak more in control. It's hard not to take your foot off the gas a little bit when you get up 3-1, because you win that 3rd game, you take a deep breath and you go, okay, odds are we're winning this one no matter what, and it's hard not to chill a little bit, as Keepa's got no chill though going for that waterfall double tap.
Yeah, Revision definitely stepping it up quite a bit here, and there might be an element of Peak just chilling out a little bit, but at this point, I would certainly want to finish this game strong no matter what, just to try to go to next game as in form as possible, as every game from here on out is critical to the extension of the series. So Revision, once again, they've got to win 3 more after this one without dropping one. So
the way Dragon played in this one, I wouldn't put it past him. Dragon really elevating his game.
We've seen it happen before. Yeah, Dragon did step up.
I mean, he had 3 goals. 2 of them were straight up solo plays. I don't remember the 3rd one. It might have been a solo play as well. That was...
Nah, he had an easy one that he tapped in, but it was still, it was a good play still. Not to discredit the goal at all.
No, I mean, I just mean, when you're scoring solo plays in 3s, it's way more indicative of a hard carry than just having. You can have a hat trick and be the worst player in your team. I don't think that was the case here, though. Dragon, we've seen Revision all day. When Dragon's popping off, this team is a significantly bigger threat to the higher seeded teams in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, the idea is going to be, can that be kept up? I'm thinking about the first part of the game we just saw, just how quickly they started and how much pressure we saw early on from the orange team here, Revision. They started off so fast, and they had so many opportunities off the gate. So I'm kind of wondering if that just has to happen again.
Yeah, I mean, that was not I think the 3rd game that they had a lead in, but this time they're able to make it into more than a 1-goal lead. They hadn't had more than a 1-goal lead in this series yet. Much easier to play from up 2-0 than tied or up 1 or up 1. Falcon looking to make it 1-0. He hit the post though. Falcon's gonna want that one back, Axel. That was a wide open net.
And Revision Esports, they're gonna try to take advantage of this and keep it on the orange side. But yeah, that was one Falcon probably wants back. I mean, I just spoke about how important I think their first goal might be. Just based on last game, Revision, they started out so strong. They got that first goal, and then they just kept it up. I like that. It might not be possible to do that if Peak Esports just gets the first goal. That might be enough to just deflate Revision and take the series, to be frank, if Peak Esports is just able to score first. So I think it's important, Revision, to just mount it here. Just keep it up and pour on the pressure and get a goal first.
Outside of that last game, Revisions had to work so hard for their goals in this one. Whereas Peak have just found them off of like big long shots a lot of the time.
Of course, there's the Keepa factor that is definitely on the back of anyone's mind who's been watching this series. Keepa, nothing short of popped off in games 1 and 2.
Yeah, I mean, his name really doesn't make any sense when he's scoring goals like this. He's more of a goal scorer than a goalkeeper.
It's a reverse psychology thing. I think I get it.
Yeah, his name is calling out the keeper as he's shooting it.
Oh,
here he is
as he
on
fakes.
The bounce dribble. He got bumped off it. Nearly worked out anyway. As Midas probably could have put that on net. Dragon 1v1. What a flick! Oh my goodness. I wanted that to go in just to see it on a replay.
So the pressure's still there. Kinley dropping it down, and there's the follow through. Dragon, he caught a whiff, and when a Dragon catches a whiff, there's no hope.
He was able to cycle all the way back around to get the goal for himself. He was the one who made that play happen with that ridiculous fairy peak flick. He missed it on the way by first time. The front end of his car as it came back around was able to scoop it, but he got so much height on that.
I mean, that's the goal I was kind of talking about. The first goal coming out for Revision, and it was certainly earned and deserved. But quick answer, potentially Falcon towards the net. It is saved by Dragon. Dragon appearing all over the field all of a sudden.
Like I said, Dragon's the pop-off guy on this Revision team. If he starts to get it going, watch out. You got to find ways. You might even want to like just engage demo protocol on him and just slow him down.
It's the red against the purple Fennec.
I'm a purple guy.
Hey, you know what? Me too, a little bit actually. Oh, ooh. Dragon hurt us, and he struck. That ball could not have come closer, and a teammate was actually flew right across it, so almost should have been a goal there, but the opportunity is still continuing here. On the other side, though, here comes Peak Esports. Almost an opportunity for them.
Peak doing a good job, though, just retaining the ball in their opponent's half. Controlling that mid boost. Over time, this stuff leads to offensive opportunities, even if you're not, like, doing crazy plays and dribbling past defenders. Just controlling the boost. And look at that. There's a scoring opportunity off of a 50 from your own back wall. Here's one for Falcon if he can't put the shot on net, though. There's Dragon. Not a lot of boost to go up for that one. Midas will beat him. Oh, Midas. That's the centering pass. Nobody was ready. Sometimes the pass is too good, Axel.
Yeah, he was out of boost. Oh, sorry. It's like it's hard to even discuss anything as how fast these guys are going back and forth. But I'm trying to say he was out of boost there, and I think his teammates thought he was out of boost too, so they kind of gave up on the play. But yeah, super back and forth. Revision holding on to the lead.
This is terrible Rocket League advice, but always assume your teammate is making the pass.
Okay.
That's terrible advice.
Also, always assume they're faking.
Yeah, Kinley. That's a big goal that we talked over. 2-0 with 38 seconds left. Revision slowly but surely clawing their way back into this series. They spotted Peak. Probably too many wins, but 3-1, looking to make it 3-2.
Yeah, and I mean, the Revision seems pretty comfortable in this. Have they not allowed any goals? I'm pretty sure they haven't allowed any goals for a while now.
And in their 2 wins, they've given up 1 goal so far, assuming they win this.
At least after game 1 and 2. Just a complete change.
Oh, that was the last real big... They really needed to score on that rush. And Keepa had the shot, he just couldn't quite put it past the defender. A sliver of hope as Midas kills that hope with that dribble play. Couldn't quite get it up off the ground. Axel, we're going to go to game 6 in a series that felt like it was going to end somehow in 3 games, despite being a 7-game series. That's how thoroughly Peak was winning those first 3 games. Is what I'm saying.
Peak was off to a super strong start. Just pouring in the goals, led by Keepa, pouring in the goals in games 1 and 2 and games 3. And it looked pretty insurmountable, but now we have 2 wins from Revision. They just need 1 more to equalize the series. And I think we kind of agree Dragon has been instrumental. He's stepped up in a big way as he takes a nice touch towards the blue net.
Dragon has to continue to be the best player on the field in this lobby for them to have a chance to win this game. In the last 2 games, I think he's been easily the best player in the lobby, and it was still close. So he needs to stay at that level. Kinley, though, whoa, Kinley, the ceiling shot. Didn't even waste any time flying under it. He's just going to slam it down off the ceiling.
I'm going to reiterate the first goal ideology I was talking about. I think it especially is relevant in this match. I've been talking about it in all these games that Revision has won. They have been from the gun. They have been absolutely hyper powered, really playing strong, and they've been able to get the first goal in each instance and a lot of opportunities early on. So really trying to take control of the game right when the game starts. And it's been working out for them. And once again, they get that first goal. So, again,
they're going to get the second one too.
And now Kinley's stepping up, and it always helps if you have someone who just decides to just step up, starts feeling good, and finds those shots.
Oh my! And now, if you're Peak Esports, Axel, the sweat has really taken hold. Because if you let this game let this series go to 7, anything could happen.
Yeah, I'm still collecting myself a little bit here. Revision, out of the gates, up 2-0, still so much time left in this game, especially based on how many goals were scored in games 1 and 2 and 3. Plenty of room here to come back. It might be Keepa that has to kind of lead the charge here.
I was just gonna say, where is Keepa? Keepa was putting this Peak Esports team on his back through games 1 through 3. In these losing efforts, he's been pretty quiet. He's disappeared from some of these games. As you said, Axel, Purple Fennec versus Red Fennec has been what this series has come down to a lot of the times.
Yep. He had a pretty decent play not too long ago here in this game. Here he is again. We'll call that a fake. Midas trying to finish that towards the net. Kinley low on boost. Still a nice hit toward the blue side, and actually grabbing a boost on the blue side is always a nice thing to do. Try to control that boost. Steal it from your opponent. It's valuable resources. A little bit dangerous. Yep.
We got a little Michael Jordan Kobe moment for a second there with Dragon shadow defending on Keepa's dribble.
Oh.
Keepa, another missed scoring opportunity by Keepa. Where has his shot accuracy gone? It's abandoned him in the latter half of this series.
Also, perhaps slightly double committing on the offensive side, and also the third man in that sequence wasn't really to be seen. So, a couple faults there in that play overall that did not lead to a goal for Peak Esports when maybe they should have scored one. And they're running out of time a little bit in this game. Just 2 minutes left, and now Dragon trying to send one down, and it is going to reach Kinley. Kinley, a hat trick for him, pretty sure.
Yes, indeed. And Kinley has really stepped up. Now we've had Dragon steal a game. We had Revision straight outplay Peak in another game, and in game 6, we're seeing Kinley steal a game for Revision. Peak is just playing whack-a-mole with these individual efforts from this Revision team.
And momentum is definitely having a say here. All the momentum really belonging to Revision throughout the past couple games and this game. Almost 14 minutes straight of Revision kind of just doing what they need to do. Good pressure, good offense, good touches, good defense. And honestly, everyone's stepping up on the team.
Yeah, you love to see it. You love to see teams elevate their game when they need to, when they put themselves with their backs to the wall, the way that Revision did in this. And I thought I was starting to wrap it up and think about what I was going to eat for dinner during the finals. The way that this series started, I was like texting my girlfriend what we got in the fridge, and then all of a sudden, Dragon popped off and it changed the tenor of this series.
It's looking very likely that we're going to see the penultimate Game 7 in this best of 7. Only a minute left for 3 goals to be scored from Peak Esports. I'm pretty sure they scored that amount of goals in less time in this series against Revision in Games 1 and 2.
In Game 2, Keepa had 3 goals in 50 seconds.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh,
Falcon!
They need to find that immediately. Because you're right, if this goes to a Game 7, guess what? Revision has the momentum going in there.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't, I mean, we were talking about Revision needing a miracle to pull an upset. Going into Game 7, I feel like Peak Esports needs an adjustment or a miracle to win this series the way that the momentum swung.
15 seconds left. It's pretty much inevitable. Game 7 incoming. Revision Esports somehow, someway, slowly but surely, it wasn't easy by any stretch. They've managed to bring this to a Game 7.
They have.
After being down 0-3.
And going into this, when we started at the beginning, and we're talking about the rosters, we're looking through it, and I'm like, wow, there's 8 full 2K MMR teams. Revision was not on that list because they're all 1900, 1800. To have a team like this, if they were to manage to finish 3rd in this tournament, you know, maybe they should go play the lottery tomorrow, because this is a Cinderella run for this team to even be in this 3rd and 4th place game, in my opinion. To be in a spot where they can win it, based on the way that the rankings seeded out in this tournament, would be a huge Cinderella run for Revision.
Also, let's say they encounter a moment where they're down 0-3 in a tournament in the future. Just having something like this in your pocket, it's like, hey, we did that. We've done that. How about us? Look at us.
It does not happen very often.
You know,
it does not happen very often in Rocket League.
So at the very least, they can be thrilled with the three games they've just played. The question is, can they make a 4th magical moment happen? I mean, based on how well Peak Esports played in the opening of the series, like, every game has been impressive, super impressive, that Revision has been able to win, because Peak Esports, they're playing really well. So for Revision to be able to do it again would be pretty crazy here. But here we are, Game 7, effectively a best of 1.
Peak Esports just needs to remember that they absolutely have it in them to completely dominate this team like they did in the first 3 games of this series. Those were not particularly close games.
No, they were not.
You got to forget about the last 3 you've lost. And think about the 3 that you destroyed them in to start this series. Oh, what a pinch.
Yeah, almost in between a shot and a pass there, but nonetheless, a great touch from Kinley. Oh, there's Keepa going against Kinley. And that was actually a fancy move, if you look closely.
So smart, just waiting until the ball was in a spot where Kinley had really no play. Like, he waited until the angle was such that he could shoot near post, far post, high or low. It was his choice. Kinley just had to guess, like a shootout shot in soccer, and Kinley guessed wrong. But there's the Keepa we saw in the first 3 games, outsmarting everybody on the field at all times.
Keepa just making it dramatic for us mortals. Might be the explanation.
Gifting us a Game 7 here.
Thank you, Keepa. What a display of skill that last shot there was pretty good. And that's all you need sometimes is 1 goal. But Revision trying to answer quickly. You know Dragon is around somewhere looking to answer.
The way this series is going, I have no doubt that 1 goal is not enough to win this game.
I find myself agreeing with you.
Midas, can he get a second one? Oh, nearly
fake,
does.
Though, it almost works out as a fake, as he did have some support. And honestly, the pressure's still going. Falcon going for a flip reset. Keepa is lurking and trying to follow that up. There's a shot to the side. Keepa could have had a fancy redirect, but he's just going to pop it back to the middle. And that's going to be a follow-up from Falcon.
Oh!
Still in the air, still threatening Keepa, just barely wide. There should be another player making a play. Nope, that looks like they both rotated back. And Revision might be able to let out a slight breath, but they've got work to do.
Oh my. The save there on the pre-jump from Kinley was insane. And I mean, it was one of just 4 saves on that rush by Peak Esports, who really are trying to grab this game by the short and curlies here early.
Halfway through Game 7. This game will decide who will be 3rd place in the Gaming Stadium Signature Series Rocket League event. Presented by Daily Hive. Thanks everyone for hanging out. We got the finals coming up next. As we see the pressure turn into a goal. Kinley started that off. Here he is. I'll take that boost. Let me go up there. Let me hit it towards the goal. Great shot, and Dragon is there to follow up.
That is a disgusting touch from Kinley, and it took everybody on Peak Esports by surprise, I have no doubt. Oh man, would you ask for anything less than a tie game here in Game 7?
I love it.
That's just the kind of series this has to be. Oh no.
Kinley stepped it up big time last game, so cool to see him bringing that back here in Game 7. And we are tied, less than 2 minutes to go. It's on the orange side. Dragon trying to usher this away. Back towards the blue side. Kinley's going to pick it up off the backboard. Midas trying to push it to the side. Gets another touch on it. There's Kinley sending it back to the middle, following it. But Falcon gets the save down to, let's see, Saito, but he's not going to have a great opportunity. But now Keepa, he's got his eye on the ball. A little bit of boost to work with. Back to Midas, Falcon somewhere, but no, it's going back the other way.
Can Keepa and the boys find another goal here? It's really dried up for them in the last 4 games. Kinley from Saito! Saito with the follow-up! Oh my goodness, Revision Esports takes a 2-1 lead in Game 7, looking to complete the 3-game reverse sweep, the full Game 7 reverse sweep. And what a pass by Saito. Gets the goal at the end of that, because the ball at the crossbar, but oh, that initial pass really set that all up.
Yeah, that's the team place you look for, and what a time to have that happen. Less than a minute remaining. The time is running out. Peak Esports had one of the better displays of Rocket League I've seen in opening up their 3-0 lead in the series, but what a fight from Revision. Coming back from being down 0-3, and now on the verge of taking Game 7. Can they hold on in the final 30 seconds? Dragon going for another opportunity. Midas on defense trying to fend it away. They need opportunity. They need a big boomer. Clear it down the field.
They need the ball first. It's just oppression from Revision, and that's on target. And Falcon can't get there. Revision is gonna do it. The 7-game reverse sweep, barring straight up a miracle for Peak here. And it felt like Axel Peak had control of this game until there was 1 minute left. And all of a sudden, here came Revision.
They need a kickoff goal. There's no other option. Peak Esports need a kickoff goal. Here's Falcon to the side. That's a good disruption already.
Down to
Keepa
Midas.
gets control. Down to Midas. Towards the goal. And Falcon on target. Right. Okay, there's a little hope here. And remember, once that ball is in the air, you got all the time you need.
Okay, there's life here. Now, I was going to say, I'm surprised Peak Esports didn't pull out a fake kickoff there, because they haven't shown it all day. If they're going to, it's going to come out right here, because they need possession of this ball right away. They're going to go just straight face first into the ball, and that's going to do it. Well, it's up. They're going to let it fall. Oh, Axel, Revision pull off the reverse sweep to take 3rd place here at the Signature Series.
Absolutely incredible display. Honestly, both teams played so well. We started off the show there, we started off that best of 7 with just a wonderful display of skill from Peak Esports, absolutely dominating Rocket League, led by Keepa. Some of the most ridiculous shots I've seen. And I'm not understating anything here. Like these shots were ridiculous. Everything involved. But then Revision with the comeback, and I think it started with when the game started just trying to get that first goal. Every game they won, they got the first goal. going into
Yeah.
that game 7, and it's just buckling up and just trying to play as good as humanly possible and just taking it one step at a time there, and they did it.
Yeah, I mean, I think Revision had the first goal in 6 of those 7 games. They just only managed to win a couple of them. They really had control. As much as it felt like Peak had control, like in game, if you really look at it, I mean, the issue was being forced by Revision more and more as we went on. But even in those games that Peak won easily, they were scoring the first in those. But Axel, we got the grand finals coming up in just a moment. The rematch that I've needed to see all day. HC Esports up against Mechanicals. A rematch of a group stage game. These are the top 2 teams from Group A that I tabbed as the group of death. Who's the smart boy? It's me. But I mean, yeah, HC Esports. JD had connection issues that whole matchup. They still took a game 2v3, and now they re-meet here in the finals. The 2 of the top 3 seeds going into this one. This is all we could ever hope for. You've got that with Thunderballs, though.
Hey, I'm ready to go to break if you are. I just want to remind everyone, go get your Red Bull from the fridge. We're not done yet. I highly recommend Peach. It's just so good. We got the finals next. $2,000 is the prize pool. Comes out to about $1,000 for first place. We got the finals coming up. A best of 7 between HC Esports and Mechanicals. Don't go anywhere. It's coming up next.
I'm Will. I'm part of the marketing communications team at Big Brothers. So today we're working with a fabulous team building company called Eventology, based out of Vancouver. They've been working with us over the last couple of months to build a bespoke GPS scavenger hunt around Stanley Park. We had a little bit of rain today, but it certainly didn't dampen anybody's spirits.
There was an app that we downloaded on our phone that took us to different places around the park, and we had to do activities like take funny selfies and answer some trivia questions. So I think it was pretty great. Like, this is the kind of event that I really like Big Brothers for. I've been matched with Tommy for just over 6 years now.
I really enjoy about Andrew that he likes to take me outdoors and to enjoy ourselves and enjoy the moment. He's a great big brother.
Great opportunity to do a bunch of interesting things with somebody that you wouldn't otherwise get a chance to spend time with.
So we really want to say thank you to Eventology. They've been great in supporting us and building this through and working with Big Brothers. Great team to work with, and we can't thank them enough.
You can be the positive influence that a child in Greater Vancouver deserves, simply by spending consistent, quality time together. Learn more or get in touch through our website.
Now we gotta go to the next level.
Hey everyone, welcome back to a doozy of a day. You're watching the Gaming Stadium Signature Series event in Rocket League presented by Daily Hive. And we're about to get into the grand finals. I'm Axel Toss, joined by Thunderballs. My man, we've been watching a lot of Rocket League today, and the level of play has been pretty ridiculous. In the last game alone, we had Revision against Peak Esports and a 4-0, or excuse me, well, effectively a 4-0 sweep, as in Peak Esports went up 3-0, and then Revision comes back, wins 4 in a row to win third place. I don't even know what to do. That was crazy. Yet, here we go into a grand final.
We're going to call that a hype gauntlet. So the third, fourth place match has thrown down the gauntlet of hype and saying, okay, finals, what are you going to do to top what we just did? Because that match, a reverse sweep in a best of 7 is out of control. And I would love to see how our two teams, HC Esports and Mechanicals, are going to top what we just saw on this stream. But you know what? Looking at how they've played the rest of the day, I don't doubt that they can do it. These are two very strong teams.
I'm going to go out on a limb and predict that it will not be a reverse sweep situation here between HC Esports and Mechanicals. To be honest, though, both of these teams have been like really strong leading into this final. Maybe we can go through some results. I'm sure we're going to get into the game very shortly, but really quickly, HC Esports 3-1 over the Flying Beavers, 3-0 over LJ Fet 123, 4-1 over Revision, who we just saw pull off that reverse sweep. HC Esports in incredible shape. Meanwhile, Mechanicals, they had a bye in the round of 12, 3-2 over Narnina, 4-1 over Peak Esports. So they're in a pretty good shape right now too. And that brings us to this moment. Game 1, best of 7. Mechanicals against HC Esports. Mechanicals coming in as the 2 seed. HC Esports coming in this bracket as the 8 seed. I don't really believe it though, because watching HC Esports against Revision was like, HC Esports, they were playing so well. They were playing superbly. So I expect this to be back and forth. No reverse sweeps here. Could be game 7, but more in a back and forth fashion.
Oh, early chance there. That's kind of the first one we've seen, but you want to talk about money on the line? Oh, and that's going to be a moneymaker there for Pringle, the first goal of the series. But as it was in the third, fourth place match, this is double the money for the winner in this game. We talk about a $2,000 total prize pool, Canadian. You're looking at $10.50 for the winning team and $5.25 for second place. That's a big deal. And so as much as the teams in the match that we just saw had a lot to play for, the numbers are just bigger here, and this is a big deal for one of these teams to walk away with this one, and the Mechanicals have struck first on that regard.
And it's pretty fun when you think about future competitions as well, if not local Vancouver events through the Gaming Stadium. Other opportunities to see these two teams in action, which I'm sure we might see plenty of these two teams definitely showing they are quite capable at the game of Rocket League. Mechanicals opening up with the early goal. And already Mechanicals kind of throwing themselves into the mix, and it's up to HC Esports here to come up with an answer.
Well, they've got 3 people to do it now instead of 2. I still think it's so interesting, that storyline that these two met in group play and there were such technical issues, and that was JD. They really were under the weather with whatever setup they've got running. They seem to have all that stuff rectified at this point, so now it's a full strength matchup between these two, and there's a little bit of history at play here that these teams are going to be fighting over. Oh, this is more though. Mechanicals finding another follow-up play there to make it 2-0.
Coquita with the goal there, pass from false. Nothing too crazy there, just very quick play, very quick passing play there to Coquita. In a nice place in the middle of the field, in front of the net, ready to put that in the back of the net. But that's a really nice lead to have at this point. Nearly 2 minutes in, 2-0 lead. As I say that though, JD with a very quick answer off the kickoff, taking that off the sidewall, tapping it off the ceiling, and following it through. Very nicely done.
Any way you like it, they got all the touches they could possibly get on that one. And that's that player I was talking about earlier who's got a little bit to prove in this series after not getting to participate all that much in the previous one between these two teams. So Mechanicals have been answered, at least for 1 goal here. And I have no doubt that HC Esports is going to try to put more on the board here. They're in the attacking zone once again with some pressure, maybe a scoring chance. But Mexicanicals keep it out maybe for the time being.
Still a close game. We're seeing opportunities on both sides. There's a demo, Willis on the Coquita. Another demo. We're seeing some pretty aggressive play here as well as this time with the demo for HC Esports. Coquita though, almost another opportunity. Keeping it on the orange side, JD, bit of a double commit on the defensive end from HC Esports. JD trying to follow it up to the blue side. You think about this being game one also, and just how important it is to just secure this win here. Right? Secure the first game, try to get into a groove, and we can already see how close it is. Just one goal separating these two teams. 2 minutes to go.
Exactly what you want from this first game. It is very crucial to claim this, but when the teams are this close to one another, you know what, this is the kind of series that's really going to go back and forth in terms of momentum swings. It's not just going to be one of these teams dominating the entire affair, I don't think anyway, barring any sort of surprise. But winning one game it's a step in the right direction, but it's only a step. It's going to take a lot here and a big effort from either of these teams to overcome a pretty strong opponent.
High-level Rocket League, we can see these teams giving a lot of respect to each other. No, not really a lot of mistakes being made either. It's not like this is some high-scoring affair. It's a very tight game.
Interesting little production note, actually, just flying our way. False, the player on the side of Mexicanicals, currently on another roster called Infinite Shots, all Mexican team who qualified for the past 2 RLCS X regionals. And JD used to be on that team. There's a little bit, we talked about history before between these teams just today. There's history beyond just today. And JD and False sharing spots on a roster that was making moves in RLCS, and there are no bigger stages to make moves on than that one. So the caliber of play here, if you didn't already know it from watching the matches today, it's just about as good as it gets.
30 seconds remaining, and an opportunity turning into a goal here from HC Esports. That was just a threatening location of the ball, a little bit of fakiness happening there, some fakes going on, and ultimately just leaving that ball in a very dangerous spot. This can lead to a goal just like that. 30 seconds left. We're tied 2-2, exactly where we want to be. You guys ready for overtime every game? All the way to game 7?
Call that.
You better get some more Red Bull. You better go to the gas station, get some more Red Bull, and tell them I sent you.
Yeah, these teams are really fighting though. They don't want to go into overtime necessarily. Neither of them do. And they're pushing hard here. The pace really picked up in the last 30 seconds of the game. Final chance. Oh, that's a good play shot. Still a chance though. Oh, this is more trouble.
Yo, that save.
Out of the zone. That save was nuts, but it's not over yet. False has got another play on the ball. This is still up in the air, finally dropping. Man, that was close, and what a stand there that HC Esports put up on their goal line.
Overtime to overtime we go. Why not? And already Mexicanicals threatening the orange side. But now HC Esports going the other way towards
what
the
a bump.
net. The blocks in goal were good, but not enough. Still overtime. No goals. Now we're in another back and forth state. Pringle trying to get it to the middle. There's a clear though from JD. Over to FTM here, right towards the net. Coquito with the save. The save's coming out from Mexicanicals. Pretty ridiculous.
Pretty ridiculous on both sides, to be honest. That passage of play we saw not too long ago was unbelievable from HC Esports to keep that out of their net and keep themselves alive in this game. These teams, this is already so close. I'm really excited to see how this series stretches out, but enough about that. This game, we're getting into it again, Axel, with one of these breathless overtimes that you just can't wait to see how it concludes.
Like every goal, the opportunities have been really good, but the saves have been ridiculous. And there we go, an opportunity finally. That one had to go in, you felt like. Just based on the shot before that and the fact that everyone was kind of trying to find it. Everyone in HC Esports was just trying to find the ball. You knew that one had to go in. Very nicely done.
And that's it. That's game number 1 done and dusted with Mechanicals, taking it as narrowly as they possibly could. They really put the HC Esports defense in a terrible spot there at the end. Good follow-up play to finally bury that home. But if this is a marker of how we're going to look for the rest of this series, buckle up. This is going to be a really great one.
Yeah, Mechanicals doing what they had to do there in the final moments. Just the fact that it went to overtime. Mechanicals able to just pour on the pressure there and also play really fast at the same time. Really cool to see.
Yeah, the pace is, between these two teams, it's quick, and neither of them seem... We've seen some matchups earlier in the day where it was one team or the other dictating the pace, but these were those teams. You know, it was HC dictating the pace in their matches, it was Mechanicals dictating it in theirs. So this is the unstoppable force and the immovable object of this Signature Series tournament. They've met each other in the finals. You can't ask for anything better than that.
Oh! Coquita has been quite the presence here in this series so far. There's a goal added. False with the assist. And that's pretty much the best way to start off. A goal in the first 12 seconds. I'll take that. Thank you very much. And I was talking with Max about the importance of that in the last series. Ooh. As we see False just casually follow it up with a pretty gnarly double tap. Was that off the ceiling too? Okay, no, just a standard backboard, yeah. But still, nice backboard double touch. False very quickly adding on to that score line. And you know, you talk about momentum, dude, and in the last series, it felt like the first goal really led to a lot of momentum. And it varies between Rocket League matches for sure, but you wonder, Mechanicals now with 2 goals. I mean, it certainly seems like they have quite a bit of momentum now, and it's up to HC Esports to really figure something out here.
And it's momentum that started with a game win. It's so tough when you see a team like this take a game in a series and not take a moment to slow down at all. They win the game and they go right out of the gate in the next game, continuing to dominate the style of play that you're trying to put together. Oh, decent chance there. Steered aside, but Mechanicals, yeah, they're looking so solid here and so capable on the field. False in particular, such a mechanical beast in this tournament all day long, and they obviously proved it there with that double tap that we saw. You said that opening up with that early goal is as good a start as you can have, but Falls hitting that double tap, that made it an even better start.
Absolutely.
For Mechanicals.
Not 10 seconds later. What's better than the best is even better or something. There's some proverb there that I don't know. But yeah, I mean, if you just keep pouring on the goals, you're going to be super happy. And the thing is, Mechanicals, after that 2-0 lead, they're playing super tight. We're not seeing many mistakes at all. We're not necessarily see them rush anything. Oh, that might be a mistake. There we go. Finally, the first chink in the armor as a double commit for the save there, and neither of them really needed to go up for that. It was too high. So HC Esports trying to find an avenue back into this.
Small play in the background. Not everybody may have spotted that, but JD, after making the initial touch towards the net, drove across the goal line. Oh, and JD's going to find another one here. That's tied in the blink of an eye. We've gone from 2-0 to 2-2, and it might have been Mechanicals with the great start, but it is HC Esports with the great mid-game. And now we're tied. JD making both of those goals happen. He bumped the defender who was the primary save maker on the previous goal, and then he just buries that one. And here we got a tie game. Once again, not a lot separating these two teams.
You kind of think about the style that these goals have been scored. As we see, oh God, just the acrobatics there. A sight to behold from JD. As Coquita trying to clear this out so Axeltas can make his point. But you look at the style of the first 2 goals from both these teams. Oh, they see the blocking and the goal. It's got to be a goal. Did you see? Just look at the goal here. Look what's happening in the net.
I hope we get a view. Not
we gonna
really
get an
on the
angle
goal replay. Don't quite get an angle, but there was some serious harassment going on in that net.
Yeah, False was getting stepped on. But I
Yeah.
was trying to say, Mechanicals, their first 2 goals were very quickly scored, one after another. And sometimes you need to do that in order to answer those situations. And that's exactly what HC Esports did. Back-to-back goals to answer and tie it up. And now adding another one. So HC Esports, 3 goals unanswered. In a game that they need to win. They don't want to be down 0-2.
Not at all, and you know what? 2 or 3 of those goals came on the back of physical play. And that's something that, to my recollection, I don't know that Mechanicals has faced that angle a whole lot in the teams that they played against today. This is a new type of strategy that might be employed against them, and they're going to have to make a few adjustments not to have it really turn into a lot of goals against them.
Mechanicals now possibly feeling a little pressure here, a little impetus to play a little faster, play a little harder, because they've been hoodwinks. They were comfortable. They're up 2-0 here in this game, and they've just allowed 3 unanswered. Feeling the pressure, 90 seconds to go here in game number 2. JD launching it to the blue side, trying to follow it up. Not enough boost as a follow-up. It's just barely wide from FTM here. Demos everywhere. Coquita demo into JD, but then Coquita gets demoed. But Coquita is back and still able to retrieve that ball, trying to send it to the orange side. Back towards the blue side, JD. Oh boy. Oh, another shot. I don't know what's going on. Absolute craziness. And there has to be a goal to finish that one off. And that was just a gauntlet from HC Esports. They attacked from every angle.
Yeah, the defense on the side of Mechanicals left helpless to how often they were putting chances, not just near net. It wasn't like half chances or anything like that. It was all 3 players on HC Esports putting chances on that could be a goal any day of the week. That is so scary from this team, and they're proving time and time again why.
Is that another?
You know, yep, that's another one right there. FTM adding another goal here. FTM and Wellis were the 2 who had to play 2v3 against this Mechanicals team earlier today and put up one heck of a fight. And now with a third in a very capable JD, they're running away with game number 2 here.
Wow. What a flip-flop. What a change here from the opening, let's say 40 seconds. In the first 40 seconds, HC Esports were down 2-0, and they have answered with 5 in a row. And they definitely want to keep this going into next game. Mechanicals trying to answer with something. Probably out of time to do anything about this game. But perhaps they can put something together to get some momentum going into next game. HC Esports showing up in a big way, and the Mechanicals just has to stop them. Whatever's going on, they just need to stop it from HC Esports, because they've just had their way over the past few minutes.
Well, they are stopping it, but you feel like you can only stop it so many times. They stop it, and then they stop it again, and they dive across the goal line to stop it yet again, and then they're out of players. It's only 3v3. They just run out of options, and HC keeps firing it at their net. This is crazy oppressive from HC Esports, and a big turnaround after dropping game number 1. Now we got a tied series.
I love it. Back and forth. Game 1, back and forth. Game 2, as back and forth as it gets, but we see the stats there. 8 shots from FTM here. Just the offense. Ridiculous. 15 shots to like 3? 15 shots to 4? That is a pretty good number to have in your favor as far as shots are concerned. So based on that, HC Esports, it feels like they're so strong right now. Whatever they just figured out in that last game, if they can just keep that up, it might be curtains. So we'll see if Mechanicals can put a hard stop on that momentum as we get into game number 3. We're tied 1-1. This is the grand final of the Gaming Stadium Signature Series in Rocket League. $2,000 is the prize pool, 2,000 Canadian dollars, that is. I think people were converting it to pesos in the chat. A lot of money is on the line for both of these teams. Best of 7 final. Thanks for being with us here deep into the evening on the East Coast. Prime time on the West Coast. Who said that? We're drinking
I
Red
didn't hear
Bulls
anything.
here, and we're having fun. Game 3 is unfolding. The match before this was a reverse sweep, believe it or not. And here we go.
Well, Axel, I'd like to point out very early on in the series here, you've been proven right. Already you made a prediction in between games that we were not going to see a reverse sweep here, and now that each team is taking the game for themselves, you get to pat yourself on the back for that one and say, hey, I did that, and hey, False did that. Banger of a high shot angle goes down in net, and Mechanical strike first.
My prediction was back and forth, maybe game 7, not a reverse sweep. You're right. But as we see a goal from Mechanicals, I'm still a little unnerved about what we were seeing from HC Esports at the end of that last game. So my needle might be teetering towards HC Esports.
Can't blame you there. I mean, they put on a real show.
I'm
It's
still
really
like
surprising.
shocked about that.
Oh, of course.
Still trying to recover
was
here.
A dominating effort, and against a team that is the #1 seed, period, full stop. Well, no stop. There, Wellis is going to bully the player in net and find a goal, but Mechanicals are #1 on paper, and HC Esports completely shut them down, and they've already tied the game here. So this Mechanicals team, they're up against it, and they haven't been challenged as much as most teams have been today necessarily to the level that they are right now, and they've got a battle on their hands here, and we, because of that, have got a fantastic series to watch.
Yes, we do. Oh, as we see some nifty passing plays there. Very short, quick amongst the Mechanicals team. And that's a dangerous opportunity there. FTM here, hitting it right in front of the net. FTM here with 8 shots in the last game. Stepping it up like a madman. 8 shots, man. It's crazy. See
I
if he
didn't
can
get
keep
that many shots last week, I don't think, in the
Right.
whole time I played Rocket League. So yeah, he's got me beat on that one.
Oh, that was strange. Might be an opportunity for Mechanicals because of that
Oh.
weirdness. No boost. for
Speaking of
FTM here.
weirdness, yeah, it was a team save between the two players. Can't say I expected that one, neither did they, obviously. But Mechanicals really got away with murder there. They had their net entirely opened up, and it was HC Esports banging it off of one another. Oh, this is a big chance here, though.
Gotta score that, yeah,
Okay.
okay.
Yeah, that's going to find its way home eventually, no doubt. It's very tough to read when it's bouncing off of every post,
That,
crossbar,
that was all
floor.
JD. That was effectively JD versus 3. He was kind of bullying and making moves, and then left it to his teammate to score that one in. So really well done all across the board. The HC Esports stepping it up. They fell down 0-1, not only in the series, but in this game. They're bringing it back, and you gotta wonder, what is Mechanicals going to do here to navigate this problem of HC Esports?
Ooh, they're trying right now with a flip reset. Oh my goodness, the ground
that
pinch. Can they
was-
find it? That was saucy. That
That's-
ground pinch at the very end. Watch this from Falls. Comes down right there. Use the flip to bounce the ball off the post. Almost was a shot on net, and regardless, Pringle's going to gobble that one up, and my goodness, Mechanicals, this is not a team that's going to roll over HC. You better watch out.
That's like one of those Tony Hawk moves where you got to tie your skills together, and he got all the points on that one. Trying to follow it up quickly, actually. What a display of skill. I mean, all these players rendering Axel Toss speechless, which is not good for his job, but it's happening nonetheless. There's one thing I'm certain of. We have 6 really good players on this field.
Well, and they are vying for one really good winner's prize pool of over $1,000 Canadian, and they are each working very hard to earn that right now. Neither of these teams really wanting to give up any ground on the field, and it's been a slugfest. It might have been a slight blowout there by HC in game number 2, but oh my goodness, it is so tight between these teams at this point. Oh, that's going to be it, though. They finally find it home. Wellis seems to be really that cleanup crew. Wellis, in a few opportunities, just in the right place at the right time to plug those ones home when it gets down to the stretch on a pressure push for HC Esports.
I'm like thinking like when HC Esports want to score, it's almost like they're able to do it when they really set their mind to it. I feel like another factor here to consider is fatigue. Both these teams have been playing a really long time today, so that has to come into play a little bit. When it's a game where the margins are so narrow, where everyone is so evenly matched, it only takes a millimeter of a mistake for things to go wrong. And if you're feeling a little tired, fatigued, not only is it why you need to drink a little more Red Bull at this time, but it's also something that might affect your play dramatically.
Oh, JD!
Oh my god, as we see JD with another, and honestly, is that a solo play? What?
All right, you wanted a golf reference? He hit a long ball of whoever that player was on the back wall, and then followed it up with a play off of the backboard. I don't know. What do you?
We're running out of names for things.
I got nothing.
We're gonna have to call things in Spanish. People are talking some Spanish in the chat. We're gonna have to name things in Spanish because we're running out of names for these plays, man. That was ridiculous from JD.
Oh, more here from JD, just piling it on. And you know what? Actually, you talked about fatigue and how that's affecting these two teams. I was gonna bring up that Mechanicals are the team that got a bye. HC had to play all 3 rounds of the playoff matches leading up to this one. So of the two teams, you would think HC would be the more fatigued on the field, but boy, does it not look that way from where we sit.
I'm still thinking about that JD goal. Dude, he hit it up. He was upside down and he hit it up to himself, and then he went off the backboard to get it.
And bumped a player.
My god.
You know, one thing I'm wondering, because we got that note from production about how Balls and JD used to play together on a really high-level team. You wonder what were the conversations like going into this match about the intel that they were giving to their respective teams on those players. False, undoubtedly, just a mechanical beast, and for sure, JD made the HC Esports team aware of that. But what do you say about JD? We ran out of ways to describe the play that we just saw from them, and they didn't get a chance to engage in the series earlier today. They had all the technical issues one could ever have a nightmare about, but they are well and truly in this series, making a huge impact, and HC Esports are really dominating.
And I mean, I'm almost hoping we have a highlight reel of today's ridiculous plays. I don't want to ask anything more of production or anything, but maybe someone in the community or something. But I feel like we've seen some crazy goals today, man. Like just some ridiculous playmaking in Rocket League.
Oh, you're not wrong. We've seen them time and time again from a lot of different teams on the field at a lot of different levels. Even talk about the early group stage matches where it was teams that were, while they're not at this caliber that we're seeing in the final, they were squaring off against teams that were equal to them and just hitting bangers. It's been a fantastic tournament all day long. And despite the fatigue you were talking about, it continues to be. They're killing it at this point. And to a certain degree, sometimes we just sit back and watch.
And they're just going to try to keep it going out of the gates. Another shot towards the net by JD. Not wasting any time. Oh, my goodness. I feel like HC Esports slight advantage. They've been showing some really impressive Rocket League. We know Mechanicals is capable. Not opening up their nets like that, though. You don't want to let those in. The easy ones. You can't give the easy ones up.
That's a major breakdown in rotation, coming off the back of an unexpected reverse pass. Actually, I think it was Wellis in the middle of the field who was backwards to the ball and got a pretty insane amount of power, all things considered, to get that out into the middle of the field. It bamboozled both of the Mechanicals defenders, and here we go, HC off to a lead once again and looking for more.
I talked about the importance of that first goal in the last series, and HC Esports able to find it pretty early on here in game number 4. Mechanicals. We've seen the magic that they've been able to come up with. And if we've learned anything today, never count anyone out, as we see a nice goal there from Mechanicals. There's more to do with all the offensive pressure we saw here, including a demo in the goal.
That's the full package right there from Mechanicals. You saw just about every type of engagement you want on offense. Great banger of a pass off of the backboard, undefended. They get the initial shot that gets saved. They absolutely delete the other defender who was waiting in net, and then get the follow-up play. So that's bread and butter Rocket League right there, and that's what Mechanicals are going to need to inch their way back into this series that HC have been mildly dominating, I'll say.
Yeah, elegantly put. I find myself agreeing with you.
Case in point.
Ah, man, that's one you do not want to see go in. Clearly, someone wasn't back. And I feel like the first goal was almost a little like that as well. Mechanicals, they need to button it up. You can't afford to give up easy goals. You cannot. Not when the other team is this good.
And this good at finding each other. That's the connection, really, that found those two. You call them easy goals. It's so scary when a team makes it look that easy. But they did it because they found each other in great passing plays on the field. Both times in situations that shouldn't have been threatening. So that's really surprising to try and play against that kind of thing. And Mechanicals, they're really facing a tough team in this HC esports squad that time and time again today have been so impressive.
Yeah, and all that being said, I mean, it's only a goal. They're only a goal down here. And comebacks are possible. Mechanicals, though, they got to find something here. They got to not only get a goal, but really try to find some momentum. Because HC Esports has just looked so strong between last game especially and this game so far. Mechanicals needs to mess with this chemistry that's happening.
They need to make them uncomfortable on the field. It's just HC looks way too relaxed in every zone.
It's beautiful.
Whoa. False. You gotta give us a warning. Something. I mean, let us know that kind of thing is coming. I'm gonna brace myself.
Dude, that was ridiculous.
Absolutely. That's nuts. That's just nuts.
Not only did he have to read that angle, he hit it with the back of his car while doing a backflip towards the goal with the defender in his face.
Yeah, that's got JD levels of inexplicability on it to me. I don't really know what to say about that one. That was just sick from False.
Can we make this a best of 14?
Well, we're going to need a whole lot more Red Bull, but you know what? If it's going to give these teams more chance to put on a show, as well as finds one there.
Pretty quick answer by Wellis there, by the way. Pass from JD. Very nicely done. We see such an epic goal from Mechanicals, and just like that, HC Esports closing the gap, saying, you know what, that was cool, but I skipped those replays.
Oh, that's a chance here. Maybe Mechanicals looking for another tying goal. They've got a little bit of rotation advantage, but JD just squeaks it out. Not out of danger yet. Could be a decent push for Mechanicals. No, steered aside. HC, it's that relaxed play every time. And False doing their level best. Obviously, they scored an absolute nutter of a goal just about a minute ago, maybe a little bit less. Oh, great save there as well. False could do it on both ends of the field. But this is not where Mechanicals want to be.
Yeah, HC Esports keeping it interesting on their offensive side. A couple opportunities there to score another one. They're going to be happy with this lead up 3-2. You know that every player is playing out of their minds right now. We got some try-hard shoes on all across the board, and I don't think anyone minds.
Well, I certainly don't. I'm not going to tell these players to stop what they're doing anytime soon, because this is a pleasure to watch. It's a treat.
We've seen.
And that's 30 seconds now in this next game here. Oh, close chance there. Mechanicals trying They're eking away, and it's 20 seconds now that they've got to get the ball. Oh, flip reset from Wella, saved away. Oh my goodness. Oh, just give me a break. I don't mean that figuratively. I mean literally. Can I get a break? Because this game's got to end just so we can take a little breather and gather ourselves. This is.
I just want to sit back and laugh at some of these shots. It's just crazy good, crazy impressive. HC Esports. That's 3 games in a row, and they've been looking smooth. And I feel there's this one guy who's been posting these emotes in the chat, and it might be the reason for HC Esports' success. It's pretty ridiculous. Maybe that's why. It's the emote guy. Whatever you're doing, I guess it's working. I don't really know how it all works with Twitch chat.
Well, you know what? Wherever this fuel is coming for that HC Esports are running on, I wouldn't mind some, to be honest. I mean, I don't know if there's a upfront cost, if I have to sign up for some kind of mail order service, but I'll take some of this.
I would argue we are almost absorbing the skill by watching it, a little bit?
Yeah.
Because by watching it unfold, we're kind of feeling it, and we kind of see it real time, and we're all getting better at this game, right?
Well, you know what? You saying that makes me feel really good, and I'm gonna not test that theory in ranked after this tournament is over.
Yeah,
we're not gonna pose that
I'll tell
question.
you what,
we're just gonna
right
keep
when we're
the
done
confidence.
here, go jump on the ladder tonight.
Oh no!
And tell me how you do. Just play a couple games. That's all. And that goes for everyone watching.
As long as it's not against these two teams or anybody that we've seen in the latter half of this tournament. This is scary stuff.
All right, here we go. Game 5 is underway. We've seen some quick goals. I'm trying to stay alert from the start here. HC Esports, it is match point. It is game, set, match, tournament point here for HC Esports. If they can win this game, they will be your tournament champions. Mechanicals trying to mess with those plans. We know it's possible. We saw it a little earlier. The last match on the stream, to be exact. And we know Mechanicals is capable. Some of the plays they've put together are pretty ridiculous as well. They just can't let the easy ones happen. And they need to get an easy one or two for themselves. And then they're
That's where they fell down there with those easy plays that you were talking about. And it's not been crazy blowouts, but it was at least 2 last game where we saw it was just breakdowns in rotation and getting caught off guard by plays that you wouldn't want to see go in for them. So they shore that kind of thing up and seal up the cracks a little bit here, and we've got a closer series. But HC, they're not going off the gas pedal anytime soon. They want to close this thing out, and they want somebody to sign that check.
Yes, they do. And they're ready for their next tournament, from what I've seen here in front of us today. Get these boys in another tournament immediately. All right.
Post.
Mechanicals, it's up to them here. They need to make something happen. Oh, the easy one. The thing we said must not be done is allowing the easy goal. Just a little bit of a rotation mishap, perhaps, because this is something that happened in the last game. Just inexplicably an open net, and it could just be a simple miscommunication. Couple players going up when only one should go up, type situation. Definitely want to avoid that, and we're out of time. There's no more time for mistakes here.
You know what, though? This HC Esports has a real knack for making goals look open, I guess I could say, because the ball ends up rolling into the net with nobody contesting it, but it's because of the back-end work that they do. That goal there, you saw it again. It was a nasty dunk from one of their players. Oh, nice shot there from Pringle, though. Is going to tie the game. But HC, the ball rolls into the net at the end of the day because they outplay their opponents elsewhere on the field. So they just make it look like easy goals. And Mechanicals, on the other hand, they have to throw in an arm and a leg just to find themselves a goal. They do there. And they've got themselves a little bit of purchase against this HC Esports team, and they sorely need it. Oh, gonna add more there. Okay. Coquita's gonna plug one home, and now this is a lead for Mechanicals that we haven't seen in quite a while.
Yeah. I mean, if you're going to score once, why not score twice, as they say. And that's pretty much what you want. Mechanicals up 2-1. We've seen HC Esports score even more quickly than that. Oh, almost the third one added on. Mechanicals really lighting it up. They're pouring on the pressure here. Some really nice. That was a really nice shot. Out of boost here, though. Pringle barely able to tap it. Mechanicals finally getting themselves a lead here in one of these games. Can they hold on to it? Opportunity from JD. He barely misses. FTM here has time. Up to himself. Down back to the goal. False is there, but there's the teammate JD with the turn and the follow-up and the goal.
What speed there from FTM. How do you get that shot on target, let alone read the bounce off of the backboard? But the accuracy on the ball to get that back down and force a touch out of the defender, that's what made the goal happen. And so it's not always the crazy first effort from HC Esports that gets them the goal. In fact, it rarely is, to be honest. The crazy first effort show is more been Mechanicals style. But HC Esports, they find it just through grit, hard work, and beating their opponent where they need to.
Also, individual playmaking ability is just next level, and I feel like it applies to almost every player on the field. Just who can bring that out at the time you need it. And
oh my.
As I say that, where even is this ball? It's almost not in the arena of play. It's so high up there.
Yeah, we might need a crack repaired on that ceiling,
okay,
something like that. It looks like some structural damage up
there.
there.
It's
It's false.
The ceiling?
Yeah. Yeah, he did.
Okay.
I think that's probably essentially the tagline. That's the tagline for false is, yeah, he did.
And it's literally, as I say, and it's another goal from JD, and just we're back and forth. And right as I'm saying, like, any player here can come up with the playmaking ability. They're lining up these ridiculous shots. These guys just do this every day on the ladder, though, so...
That makes me sad about my...
Sorry to bring that up, but it's
yeah,
probably true. These guys, they're trying to skip all these replays, I'm sure. All these goals. Just trying to skip on through.
Meanwhile, I'd be spamming the GIF button about 18 times if I hit any of these goals against people at my level of play, let alone against 2,200 level GCs that we're seeing on the field here. So to do it in a game where you're matched on the other side of the pitch, it's one thing to hit crazy plays against a team that you've got a lopsided match against, but these two teams are doing it back and forth in a situation where they've got equal opponents on the other side of the field, and that's just next level.
Remember, we are in match point, tournament point here for HC Esports. If they can win this game, they will be your tournament champions. Mechanicals needs to win this game to send this to the next game in this best of 7. 10 seconds to go. HC Esports, they're looking for a goal to be your tournament champions here. Wellis on the offense. Pushing it to the corner. Pringle is there, sending it the other way.
Oh,
will
there's
it
a
be
chance.
overtime? Yes,
Ooh.
it will. Overtime, here we go. 1 goal separates HC Esports between winning this whole tournament. They just need 1 goal.
Well, it's their first opportunity here.
$1,000
They're trying
goal.
to find. Oh, that's it.
There it is.
The bump
And that
play.
was all the bump. that is all the bump in the goal there from the teammate, and none other than JD ushering MTM here, or ushering the defense out of here. He's like, you know what? We need you to leave, sir. You are in front of my teammate. You are in between my teammate and the goal. I'm gonna need you to leave. That's what JD said. He marched up and he pushed the player out of the way.
That's just ridiculous. I mean, It's exactly what I kind of tried to lay out when I was describing the two stylistic differences between these two teams. On the one side, Mechanicals, they lived up to their namesake a little bit by really coming up with some of the most shocking plays, False in particular doing that. But on the other side of the pitch, it was crazy from HC Esports how they were able to generate goals out of situations that aren't normally goals. And it's case in point right there. The championship goal was just a runner down the field, a worm burner on the ground, and JD finds just a nasty, unforgiving bump on that last player to seal themselves. And you can call that a $500 bump right there, pretty much, for this HC Esports team.
And a team play to finish it off. I feel like it's such a fun team to watch. Each player has really nice playmaking ability, and the chemistry is just really nice to see too. Also, when those guys are in form, when they have momentum, something really special to behold there from HC Esports. So really cool to see them in action, and congratulations to them for being your tournament champions. Of course, taking out Mechanicals. Really impressive tournament from them too. Mechanicals showing up in a big way, and I'm sure everyone's going to be looking out for that squad going into the future. But once again, HC Esports doing what needed to be done here, and honestly, pretty convincing all the way through. I mean, going into that final, it was close. Like the first couple games were close. Going into game 3, it was close. But then HC Esports kind of ran away with it. So it leaves me wanting to see a little more. It almost, I almost want to suit up and play against these guys.
Are you sure about that?
No,
I'll give you a second chance to back out of that one.
Just to be clear, that was a joke. Not going to happen. But Thunderballs, talk to me about this team, HC Esports. They are so good. What are you most excited about? What do you think about this team overall before we head out of here?
I think they're one of those teams that just threatens in a different way in the game of threes in particular. It's not just individual plays that are getting clips and all of that kind of stuff. That's all fine and good. But when you really look at the top echelon of teams in threes, the coordination between those teams and the ability to generate success in any area of the field, that's a huge factor. And I just feel like that was so characteristic of HC's style today. It was unfortunate that early on in the stream, we had to see them struggle against technical issues and not live up to the potential that we now got to see them realize. It's funny, they played both of their streamed matches against the same Mechanicals team. This was two very different outcomes between those two games, though.
And it was a sight to behold. Honestly, the last two matches there, matches all day have been amazing. The last two matches in particular, I would highly recommend go back and watch. I don't want to spoil what happened in the third, fourth place match if you didn't see it, but I would recommend you go watch that. I think we're going to close it out now. Any final words, Thunderballs, before I thank our partners and sign us off?
Well, I just want to thank the gaming stadium in general for putting on this fantastic Signature Series tournament with Rocket League. I know they rotate different games every month. It's fantastic to see a good representation of different esports out here. And it's my first experience with the organization. It's been nothing but fantastic. And I'm sure everybody can mirror that who got to watch this tournament today, check out the stream. And it's been a fantastic experience. And a final congratulations to HC Esports, who climbed the mountain, and they did it for themselves, walking home with just over 1,000 Canadian. Pretty big prize pool, and well done to them.
Yeah, I want to echo that. The Gaming Stadium is a splendid organization. It is so cool what they have built in Vancouver, British Columbia, one of my favorite cities. I can't wait till everyone is healthy again and we can all hang out more and I can go visit Vancouver and play some games in the Gaming Stadium. Highly recommend everyone to check that out and support this org because they are super cool and they're doing lots of cool things, which we're going to get into right now. Thunderballs, thanks for being here. Thanks to everyone in the chat. I see you guys in the chat. You guys are all super awesome. I just wanted to clarify that, you guys in the chat. But huge thanks to all of our partners, HyperX, Red Bull, Big Brother, Daily Hive, without which none of this would be possible. And of course, the Gaming Stadium, everyone behind the scenes has been putting in a lot of work to make this all happen. And thank you, Thunderballs, and of course, Max, who is around hanging out with us earlier. My name's Axel Toss. We're signing off for now. Before we completely go away, though, stay tuned. We have some events to tell you about. We have events coming up here for the Gaming Stadium. Do any of these games interest you? Ooh, look, there's Rocket League again. I'm going to say that first. Rocket League, Sunday, October 18th. If you're watching this stream, I'm looking at you guys in the chat. J Bass Fox, Wango, Zuck Killer. I want you guys signing up for this, okay? I want you to sign up for it right now. Rocket League, standard 3v3, Sunday, October 18th. There you see Call of Duty happening Saturday, October 3rd. Valorant 5v5, Saturday, October 17th. Of course, you got Fortnite there. Solo Customs, October 24th. Who are the gamers who are going to win all the money? It could be you. Go sign up right now. Join the Discords and get involved with these events. That's going to do it for us here. Huge congratulations to, honestly, all of our players and teams that were involved today in these tournaments. I know it was a long day for a lot of people, but just to be able to see this level of Rocket League has been super fun. So we're going to sign off. Congratulations, HC Esports. They are your champions of the Gaming Stadium Signature Series Tournament for Rocket League. You saw it. We have another one coming up next month. So stay tuned. Twitch.tv/The Gaming Stadium is where you want to be. Signing off for now. Spin Thunderballs. I'm Axel Toss. Thanks again to Max and all the production behind the scenes from the Gaming Stadium. See you next time.